Hello and welcome. Tonight, we delve into one of the most haunting paradoxes faced by those who transcend mortality through the darkest of arcane arts. You find yourself considering a question that may never have crossed your mind, yet once posed, it resonates with a peculiar profundity. What happens when you can never sleep again? Not when insomnia troubles you for a night or a week, but when sleep itself becomes an impossibility, forever removed from your existence. This is the reality for the Lich Queen, and this is her dilemma. Imagine for a moment that you have achieved something most mortals only whisper about in fearful tales. You have become a Lich through rituals unspeakable and sacrifices profound. You have torn your soul from your body and imprisoned it within a phylactery, an object of power that anchors your consciousness to the material plane. Your heart no longer beats, your lungs no longer draw breath. Your blood has ceased its eternal journey through mortal veins. You are undead, a being that exists in defiance of the natural order, sustained not by life, but by arcane force and the stubborn refusal of your soul to move beyond the boundaries of existence. The transformation is not merely physical. When a mortal wizard undertakes the ritual to become a Lich, everything changes. The warm flush of blood beneath skin becomes cold stillness. The constant symphony of bodily sensation, the gentle hum of life itself, falls silent. You no longer feel hunger, though the memory of hunger may linger for years or decades. You no longer feel the exhaustion that weighs upon mortal limbs after a long day. You do not age. Your flesh may wither and decay, revealing the bone beneath. But this is transformation, not deterioration in the mortal sense. You have become something else entirely, in the Forgotten Realms, and across the many worlds of dungeons and dragons. The Lich represents the pinnacle of necromantic achievement and the nadir of moral descent. To become a Lich requires not only immense arcane power and knowledge, but also a willingness to commit acts so heinous that most wizards, even those who walk darker paths, recoil from the precipice. The ritual demands death, not just your own death and rebirth, but often the deaths of others, innocents whose life force fuels the dark magic that will remake you. The phylactery itself must be created through processes that corrupt the very weave of magic, binding your soul to an object through chains of necromantic energy. But why would anyone choose this path? You might ask yourself this question as you consider the Lich Queen in her tower, surrounded by the trappings of power, but divorced from everything that made life worth living. The answer lies in what Lichdom offers: immortality, true and absolute. A Lich cannot die of old age. Disease holds no threat. Poison is meaningless. Even when the physical form is destroyed, the phylactery pulls the soul back, reconstructing the body over time. For a wizard who has spent decades or centuries accumulating knowledge and power, the prospect of losing everything to the simple passage of time becomes intolerable. Death is the enemy, and Lichdom is the ultimate victory over that enemy. Yet victory comes with a price, and that price extends far beyond the evil acts required to achieve undeath. When you become a lick, you gain immortality, but you lose something equally fundamental. You lose the ability to sleep. This may seem trivial at first consideration. Sleep is merely rest, a biological necessity that wastes 8 hours of every day. A lick has no biological necessities. The undead body does not grow tired. Muscles do not ache for relief. The brain does not demand the restoration that sleep provides to living creatures. You are free from this weakness, able to pursue your studies and schemes without interruption. Every hour of every day yours to command. But sleep is more than rest. Sleep is more than the simple cessation of consciousness while the body repairs itself. For mortal beings throughout the multiverse, sleep serves purposes both physical and metaphysical. During sleep, the mind processes the experiences of waking life, consolidating memories, discarding what is unnecessary, strengthening what is important. During sleep, the boundary between the material plane and the plane of dreams grows thin, allowing consciousness to drift into realms where the normal laws of reality hold no sway. During sleep, the soul itself finds respite from the constant demands of existence. A lick has none of this. From the moment of transformation onward, consciousness continues unbroken. This much is documented clearly in the lore of undead creatures. Liches do not sleep. There is no rest. There is no respite. There is no gentle descent into dreams, where the troubles of the waking world fade into phantasms and possibility. What this means for the subjective experience of a lick, for the inner life of consciousness that never dims, can only be inferred from their observed behaviors and the rare accounts that exist. But the fundamental fact remains certain. The Lick Queen stands in her sanctum, and she is aware. She works at her spells, and she is aware. The hours pass, the days pass, the years pass, and based on everything we know about the nature of undeath, she remains aware, her consciousness an unending vigil that knows no relief. This is the dilemma. This is the price that few consider when they undertake the ritual. Power and immortality, yes, but also an existence that removes one of the most fundamental aspects of living consciousness. You have gained everything and lost something you did not know was precious until it was gone forever. The Lick Queen can never sleep again. She can never dream again. She can never experience that blessed darkness where the self dissolves and reconstitutes, where burdens lift and the mind finds peace. In the lore of Dungeons and Dragons, liches are often portrayed as beings of supreme power and terrible malevolence. They command vast magical abilities. They orchestrate schemes that span centuries. They accumulate knowledge and treasure beyond mortal comprehension. But beneath the power and the terror, there exists a being who made a choice, and that choice has consequences that extend into every moment of an existence without end. The Lick Queen in her tower is powerful beyond measure, but she is also trapped within a consciousness that can never rest, a mind that can never stop, an awareness that continues forever without the mercy of oblivion. As we explore this dilemma together, you will come to understand the true nature of what has been sacrificed. You will see how the absence of sleep shapes the existence of these undead beings. You will learn what they have tried to do to reclaim what was lost. And perhaps you will come to appreciate something you take for granted every night of your living life: the ability to close your eyes, to let consciousness fade, to sleep and to dream. These are not weaknesses. These are gifts, precious beyond measure, understood only in their absence. The Lich Queen stands eternal. She is aware, and she will never sleep again. To understand what the Lich Queen has lost, you must first understand what sleep means for those who still draw breath. In the Forgotten Realms and across the worlds of Dungeons and Dragons, sleep is not merely a biological function. It is woven into the very fabric of existence, connected to magic, consciousness, and the structure of the multiverse itself. For a human living in Waterdeep or Baldur's Gate, sleep arrives as a natural consequence of the body's rhythms. As the sun sets and darkness claims the sky, exhaustion builds within mortal flesh. Muscles that have worked throughout the day grow heavy. The mind that has processed thoughts, emotions, and sensations for 16 or more hours begins to slow. Consciousness, that bright flame of awareness, starts to flicker. You lie down, you close your eyes, and within minutes, or perhaps an hour, you drift away from waking reality into the realm of sleep. What happens during those hours is more complex than simple rest. Your body undergoes numerous restorative processes. Muscles repair microscopic damage from the day's activities. The immune system strengthens its defenses against disease. Growth hormones release, promoting healing and regeneration. But these physical processes, while essential, represent only part of what sleep accomplishes. The mind also transforms during sleep. Your brain shifts through different stages, each serving specific purposes. During the lighter stages of sleep, your consciousness hovers near the surface of waking, processing recent memories and experiences. Information gathered during the day is sorted, categorized, and filed away into long-term memory or discarded as unnecessary. This is why sleep improves learning, and why a difficult problem sometimes becomes clear after a night's rest. The sleeping mind continues working, organizing and making connections that the waking mind might miss. Then you descend deeper. In the deepest stages of sleep, your consciousness withdraws almost entirely from the external world. Your breathing slows. Your heartbeat becomes steady and quiet. Brain activity changes in fundamental ways, producing slow delta waves that sweep through neural tissue like tides across an ocean. This deep sleep is when the most profound restoration occurs, when the body and mind recover from the accumulated strain of living. But there is another stage, one that connects to realities beyond the material plane. Rapid eye movement sleep, the stage during which you dream most vividly, represents a state where consciousness touches something greater than the physical body. During these periods, the boundary between the material plane and the plane of dreams grows thin and permeable. Your consciousness, freed from the constraints of waking awareness, drifts into realms where the normal laws of physics and logic hold no power. The plane of dreams exists as a distinct reality within the cosmology of Dungeons and Dragons, sometimes called the region of dreams, or simply the dreamscape. This plane overlays the material plane like a shadow or reflection. It is a place of pure thought and imagination, where the collective unconscious of all dreaming beings creates landscapes, encounters, and experiences that feel absolutely real to those experiencing them. When you sleep and dream, according to planar scholars and those who have studied such phenomena, a part of your consciousness actually travels to this plane, walking through realms built from memory, desire, fear, and creativity. This connection matters profoundly for understanding what has been lost. Sleep is not simply turning off consciousness for 8 hours. Sleep is a journey, a transformation, a passage between states of being. When you sleep, you leave the material plane in a very real sense. Your body remains behind, vulnerable and still, but your consciousness voyages elsewhere. You might dream of flying through impossible cities, confronting manifestations of your deepest fears, or speaking with people long dead. These are not mere illusions generated by neural firing patterns. According to the cosmology of the planes, these are actual experiences occurring on another plane of existence. For spellcasters, sleep carries additional significance. Wizards, sorcerers, clerics, and other magic users require rest to restore their magical abilities. A wizard who has cast their prepared spells throughout the day cannot simply force more magic through sheer willpower. The arcane energies must be replenished, and this replenishment occurs during rest. The traditional method requires 8 hours, though not all 8 hours need be spent sleeping. The process of preparing spells after rest is well documented in magical texts throughout the Forgotten Realms. A wizard wakes from sleep and spends approximately 1 hour in focused study and meditation. They review their spellbook, reading the intricate notations and diagrams that describe each spell. They trace the patterns in their mind, rehearsing the somatic components, the verbal incantations, the mental frameworks necessary to shape raw magical energy into specific effects. This preparation fills their mind with potential spells, holding them ready to be released with a final trigger when needed. But the preparation cannot occur without rest first. A wizard who has been awake for 24 hours, who has cast their spells and exhausted their magical reserves, cannot simply study their spellbook and prepare new spells. The rest must come first. The mind must be refreshed. The connection to the weave, that vast network of magical energy that permeates all reality, must be restored through the quietude of sleep or trance. Different races experience sleep in different ways, and these differences reveal important truths about the nature of rest itself. Elves, those ancient people whose lifespans stretch across centuries, do not sleep as humans do. Instead, they enter a trance-like state of semi-consciousness that lasts approximately 4 hours. During this trance, they remain dimly aware of their surroundings, their minds turned inward, but not completely severed from external reality. They experience memories of past lives and distant ages, a form of dreaming that connects them to the deep history of their people. This elven trance accomplishes the same restorative purposes as human sleep. After 4 hours of trance, an elf is fully rested and can prepare spells just as effectively as a human wizard after 8 hours of sleep. This demonstrates that the exact mechanism matters less than the fundamental act of withdrawal from full consciousness. Rest is not measured solely in hours of complete unconsciousness. Rest is the act of stepping back from constant engagement with external reality, allowing the mind and body to turn inward and restore themselves. Dwarves sleep more soundly than humans, often requiring full 8-hour periods, but sinking into such deep slumber that waking them proves difficult. Halflings are light sleepers, waking at the slightest disturbance, yet they still require their 7 or 8 hours. Dragonborn, tieflings, gnomes, and all the varied peoples of the realms each have their own relationships with sleep, but all share this fundamental need. Living creatures must rest. Consciousness cannot continue unbroken indefinitely. The mortal mind and body require periodic withdrawal, periodic restoration, periodic journeys into the quietude of sleep. Even beings of great power recognize this necessity. Ancient dragons, among the most powerful creatures in all of creation, still sleep. A great red dragon might slumber for years or decades atop their hoard, entering a state of torpor that conserves energy and allows them to persist through ages. They do not need to sleep as frequently as shorter-lived creatures, but the need itself never entirely vanishes. The gods themselves are said to experience forms of rest, though the nature of divine consciousness remains mysterious to mortal understanding. Sleep also serves as protection against certain threats. The mind that never rests becomes vulnerable to madness. In the Forgotten Realms, there are documented cases of individuals who, through magic or curse, were prevented from sleeping. Without exception, these individuals descended into insanity within days or weeks. The mind is not built for continuous operation. It requires the restorative cycles of sleep to maintain stability and function. Dreams, even nightmares, serve as release valves for psychological pressure, allowing the mind to process trauma, fear, and stress in symbolic rather than literal forms. The magic of sleep itself is recognized and codified in the arcane traditions of countless cultures. The spell simply called sleep is among the first that apprentice wizards learn. A simple but effective incantation that forces creatures into sudden slumber. More powerful magics can extend sleep into days or centuries, can influence dreams, can use sleep as a gateway for possession or mental manipulation. The entire school of enchantment magic intersects with sleep and consciousness, recognizing that the sleeping mind is more vulnerable and more accessible than the waking one. There are also creatures whose entire existence revolves around sleep and dreams. Night hags, fiendish beings from the lower planes, invade the dreams of sleeping mortals and feed upon their fear and suffering. They use an object called a heartstone to become ethereal, allowing them to approach sleeping victims and torment them with nightmares so terrible that the victim may die from sheer terror. The fact that such creatures exist and specifically target sleeping beings demonstrates how fundamental and universal sleep is across the cosmos. If sleep were not nearly universal among mortal creatures, night hags would have no prey and no purpose. In the city of Waterdeep, in the great library of Candlekeep, in the halls of the Blackstaff Tower, scholars have written extensively about sleep and its mysteries. They understand that sleep is biological necessity, magical requirement, and metaphysical journey, all woven together. They know that proper rest is as important to a wizard's power as the quality of their spellbook or the rarity of their components. They teach apprentices that attempting to push beyond natural limits, to remain awake through multiple days to accomplish urgent work, inevitably leads to diminished performance, mistakes in spellcasting, and potential disaster. This is the world of sleep that mortals inhabit. This is the cycle of waking and dreaming that gives structure to days and meaning to nights. This is what every living creature experiences from birth until death. And this is what the Lick Queen gave away when she drank the potion of transformation and felt her heart stop beating for the final time. She can never sleep again. The biological necessity has been removed along with all biological function. The magical requirement has been altered into something else entirely. The metaphysical journey to the plane of dreams has been severed absolutely. She is awake, and she will remain awake, and no dawn will ever bring her the gift of exhaustion leading to blessed unconsciousness. This is her reality now. This is forever. The moment of transformation defines everything that follows. You stand in your ritual chamber, surrounded by the components of your dark work. The phylactery sits complete, glowing with malevolent energy, already containing the arcane sigils that will bind your soul to the material plane. In your hands, you hold the potion of transformation, a vile concoction of poison mixed with the blood of a sentient creature whose soul you have already sacrificed to your phylactery. This is the culmination of years or decades of study, preparation, and moral descent. This is the threshold between life and undeath. You drink. The liquid burns as it passes your lips, scorches your throat, ignites agony in your stomach. The poison works quickly, and you understand in this moment that you are dying. Your heart races, then stutters, then stops. Your lungs seize. Every cell in your body begins the cascade of death, and you feel it all. The pain is absolute. This is not a gentle transition. This is violent death by poison, and you experience every terrible second of it. Then something else happens. Your soul, that essential spark that makes you yourself, tears free from your dying body, but it does not ascend to the fugue plane to await judgment. It does not travel to whatever afterlife your deeds in life have earned. Instead, it is yanked violently into the phylactery, imprisoned within the object you created specifically for this purpose. The phylactery holds you, binds you, anchors you to existence with chains of necromantic magic that cannot be broken by death. Your consciousness remains. Even as your body lies dead upon the floor, even as your heart sits silent in your chest, you are still aware. You exist within the phylactery now. A soul trapped in an object experiencing reality through magical senses that have nothing to do with eyes or ears or flesh. And then the magic pulls you back. The phylactery containing your soul reaches out to your corpse and reanimates it. Negative energy floods through dead tissue, restoring a mockery of function. Your eyes open, but they are no longer truly eyes. Your body rises, but it is no longer truly a body. You have become something else. You have become undead. The undead condition in Dungeons and Dragons represents a fundamental violation of natural law. Life and death are meant to be separate states, distinct and divided. A living creature has a soul bound to a functioning body through natural processes. A dead creature has a body that ceases function, while the soul departs for the afterlife. These are the two states that mortals understand, the two conditions that define existence. Undeath is neither and both, a corruption of the natural order that creates beings who are dead yet animate, who have souls yet lack the vital force of life. For a lick, the nature of undeath is particularly complex because of the phylactery. Your soul is not within your body where it belongs. Your soul sits trapped in an object, perhaps hidden in a distant location, possibly on another plane entirely. The body you inhabit is essentially a puppet, animated and controlled through the magical connection between your imprisoned soul and your undead flesh. According to descriptions of liches from those who have encountered them, this manifests in their movement. They glide slightly above the ground or walk with movements that seem subtly wrong, as though the body is being moved by will alone rather than by muscles and tendons responding to biological impulse. Your senses change as well when your mortal eyes decay and rot away, leaving empty sockets. Light still burns within those hollow spaces. Magical texts and accounts from those who have encountered liches describe these points of radiance as organs of supernatural perception. The common color for these lights is red, though purple and blue have been documented among liches of particular power or origin. You perceive reality, though whether this perception operates through principles similar to mortal sight or through entirely different magical mechanisms remains a matter of scholarly debate. What is certain is that liches can see, and many accounts suggest their vision often penetrates illusions and false appearances that would fool mortal eyes. Your voice becomes another construct of your undead state. The exact mechanism is not fully documented in magical texts, but liches clearly speak without breath or functioning vocal anatomy. Based on observations of undead spellcasters across centuries, it appears sound is projected through magical means rather than biological mechanisms. This would explain why descriptions of Lich encounters often mention voices that sound hollow, echoing, or layered with unnatural tones. You do not need breath to create sound. You do not need vocal cords to produce speech. You think the words, and magic carries them into the world as vibrations in the air. But the most profound change, the one that is consistently documented across all accounts of Lichdom, is that you do not sleep. This is not a choice. This is not something you can overcome through force of will or magical research. Sleep is a biological function, and you no longer have biological functions. Your body does not grow tired because it is not alive. Muscles do not accumulate fatigue toxins because no metabolism operates to create those toxins. Your brain, such as it is, does not require the restorative processes of sleep because it is not actually a functioning brain in the biological sense. It is dead tissue animated and puppeteered by your distant, imprisoned soul. Instead of sleep, you experience unbroken consciousness. From the moment of your transformation forward, you are aware. Always aware. Continuously aware. There is no dimming of perception, no fading into rest, no gentle descent into dreams. The lore is explicit on this point across multiple editions of the game. Liches do not sleep. How this continuous awareness affects the subjective experience of a Lich is rarely documented directly, as these beings do not typically submit to interviews or detailed examination of their mental states, but comparing accounts of newly transformed liches with those who have existed for centuries reveals consistent patterns of behavioral change that suggest profound alterations in consciousness over time. The meditative trance that liches use for spell preparation differs fundamentally from sleep. According to the established mechanics of Lichdom, this trance typically lasts 1 to 2 hours and serves purely to restore magical capabilities. During this meditative state, you remain fully conscious and aware of your surroundings. You do not close your eyes and drift away. You do not lose connection to external reality. Instead, you turn your attention inward while maintaining complete awareness of everything around you. This resembles the elven trance in some ways, but even the elven trance involves a dimming of external awareness. For you, as a Lich, based on what can be inferred from how undead consciousness functions, there is no dimming. There is only a shift in focus. During this trance, you impress upon your mind the magical words and energies that compose spells. You review the patterns, the incantations, the mental frameworks necessary to shape raw arcane power into specific effects. This preparation fills your consciousness with potential magic, readying spells to be released when needed. After the trance, You are refreshed in the sense that your magical capabilities have been restored. But you are not rested. Rest implies a need that has been satisfied, a weariness that has been relieved. You do not experience weariness. You cannot experience weariness. You are undead, and weariness is a property of living flesh. The continuous nature of lick consciousness is well documented in terms of observed behavior, though the subjective experience of this state remains largely unknown. Liches rarely discuss their internal experiences, and those who have been questioned about their mental state often provide answers that suggest profound alienation from mortal patterns of thought. Based on their observed behaviors across centuries, the obsessive focus on narrow research areas, the difficulty relating to mortal concerns, the paranoid surveillance systems, we can infer that consciousness without sleep creates psychological conditions vastly different from mortal experience. The phylactery itself adds another layer to this strange existence. Your soul, trapped within the object, maintains constant connection to your body, no matter the distance. This connection transcends normal spatial limitations. Your phylactery could be hidden on another plane of existence entirely, and you would still function, still perceive through your body's magical senses, still cast spells, and interact with the world. The connection is absolute and unbreakable as long as both phylactery and body exist. When your body is destroyed, whether through accident or assault, the full nature of this connection becomes apparent. Your consciousness does not fade. You do not die. Instead, you experience a sudden violent return to the phylactery as the animating force is torn from your destroyed corpse. For a period ranging from days to weeks, you exist purely within the phylactery, conscious but bodiless, aware but unable to interact with the external world. Then the magic activates again. The phylactery reconstructs your physical form over hours or days. The process is automatic, requiring no effort or decision on your part. The phylactery simply pulls you back, reconstructs your body, and returns you to the world. This cycle of destruction and reformation can continue indefinitely as long as the phylactery remains intact. You are, in a very real sense, unkillable through conventional means. Adventurers might destroy your body 12 times, 100 times, and each time you will return, reformed and ready to continue your existence. Only the destruction of the phylactery itself can truly end a lick. If the phylactery is destroyed while your body still exists, your soul is suddenly freed from its prison and immediately travels to whatever afterlife awaits you. If both body and phylactery are destroyed simultaneously, you simply cease to exist, your soul moving on without the chance for reformation. But maintaining this undead existence requires a terrible price. The lore is explicit that a lick must periodically feed souls to the phylactery to sustain the magic that preserves body and consciousness. The official 5th edition rules describe this as using powerful magic to trap both the body and soul of a living creature inside the phylactery. The phylactery can hold only one creature at a time. Over a period of days, the trapped creature is consumed and destroyed utterly. Nothing short of divine intervention can restore them to life. Their soul is annihilated, fuel for the dark magic that sustains your undeath. The frequency of this feeding varies somewhat in different sources, but most indicate that a lick requires a soul sacrifice approximately once per century, or as needed to maintain their form. This is not a frequent need by mortal standards, but it is absolute. If you fail or forget to maintain your body with sacrificed souls, you begin to deteriorate. First, your sanity erodes. Then your physical form starts to fall apart, flesh sloughing away, bones becoming brittle. Your ability to cast your highest level spells diminishes. Over decades or centuries of neglect, you risk transforming into something called a demolic, a vastly diminished form consisting primarily of a skull. All higher consciousness and power lost to madness and decay. This requirement creates one of the central moral horrors of lickdom. You have achieved immortality, yes. You have transcended death, yes. But your continued existence demands the regular consumption of sentient souls. You must murder thinking, feeling beings, and destroy their souls completely to sustain yourself. There is no alternative. There is no way around this requirement. Undeath, for all its power and permanence, is sustained by the annihilation of life and soul. This is the curse that accompanies the blessing, the price that must be paid for immortality. The nature of undead consciousness also means you are excluded from certain experiences and places. The plane of dreams, where mortal consciousness travels during sleep, is closed to you. You cannot dream because you cannot sleep. And based on everything documented about planar travel and consciousness, you cannot access the dreamscape through any other means. Your consciousness, bound to the phylactery and projected through your undead body, is locked firmly within the material plane. The dreams, visions, and impossible experiences that mortals access every night are forever beyond your reach. This is the undead condition. This is what you have become. Your consciousness continues unbroken, your awareness never dimming, your perception never ceasing. You are powerful beyond mortal measure. You are immortal beyond mortal comprehension, and you are utterly, completely, irrevocably removed from the rhythms that once defined your existence. You will never sleep again. The biological imperative is gone. The magical gateway to dreams is closed. The blessed darkness of unconsciousness is denied to you forever. You are awake. You will always be awake. This is your power. This is your curse. This is the reality of undeath for the Lick Queen who stands in her tower, conscious and aware, surveying the centuries that stretch ahead like an endless road with no rest stops, no inns, no places to lay down the burden of awareness. She is eternal. She is vigilant. She is trapped within consciousness that knows no mercy, no relief, no end. The practical implications of sleepless existence manifest most clearly in the daily practice of magic. You are a lick. and that almost certainly means you were a wizard or sorcerer of tremendous power before your transformation. Magic is not merely your weapon or tool. Magic is your purpose, your obsession, the reason you chose immortality in the first place. You sought to transcend death so you could continue accumulating arcane knowledge without the interruption of mortality. But the methods by which you access and utilize magic have changed in ways both subtle and profound. In your mortal life, the routine was familiar and comfortable. You would spend your day adventuring, researching, experimenting, or pursuing whatever goals occupied your attention. Throughout this time, you would cast spells as needed, drawing upon the prepared magic you had readied that morning. Each spell cast would expend the magical potential you had stored in your mind, emptying that particular mental container. By evening, your spells would be largely or completely expended, and you would feel the weight of the day upon you. You would eat a meal, perhaps read for an hour, then retire to your bedchamber for the night. Sleep would come easily after a full day of magical exertion. You would drift into unconsciousness, and your mind would process the experiences of the day while your body restored itself. After 7 or 8 hours, you would wake naturally, feeling refreshed and ready to begin again. You would rise, wash, eat a light breakfast, then settle into your study for the morning's most important work. Opening your spellbook, you would spend approximately 1 hour reviewing the spells you wished to prepare for the coming day. Your mind, refreshed by sleep, would easily absorb the complex patterns and formulas. By the end of the hour, you would have a full complement of prepared spells, ready to be cast as needed. This was the rhythm of a wizard's life, a comfortable cycle of exertion and rest, use and restoration. Now, as a lick, the cycle has been disrupted in fundamental ways. You still cast spells throughout your activities. You still expend the magical potential stored in your consciousness, but the restoration phase operates under entirely different principles. You do not grow tired. After a full day of casting spells and exhausting your prepared magic, you feel no weariness, no need for rest. Your undead body is incapable of fatigue. You could, theoretically, simply continue your activities indefinitely, pursuing research or schemes without pause. But you cannot prepare new spells without first undergoing a period of focused meditation. This is not optional. This is not a limitation you can overcome through force of will or superior magical skill. The weave itself, the fundamental network of magical energy that permeates all reality, requires this period of rest before it will allow you to prepare spells again. The exact mechanism is debated among magical scholars, but the result is absolute. A spellcaster who has expended their prepared spells must complete a rest period before they can prepare new spells, regardless of whether that spellcaster is living or undead. For you, as a lick, this rest period takes the form of a meditative trance lasting 1 to 2 hours. During this trance, you remain completely aware of your surroundings. Your magical senses, continue to function normally. You perceive everything happening around you with perfect clarity, but your attention turns primarily inward, focusing on your connection to the weave and the restoration of your magical capabilities. This is not sleep. This is not even similar to sleep. This is a conscious, deliberate focusing of will and perception toward a specific magical goal. The experience resembles deep meditation more than rest. Imagine sitting perfectly still, your consciousness entirely focused on the patterns of magical energy that flow through and around you. You perceive the weave directly, seeing the threads of possibility and power that connect all things. You observe how your spell casting throughout the previous hours has depleted certain pathways, created temporary blockages in others, and generally disrupted the smooth flow of arcane energy through your consciousness. During the trance, you allow these disruptions to settle, the pathways to clear, the energy to flow naturally again. By the end of the 1 to 2 hour period, your connection to the weave has been restored, and you are ready to prepare new spells. The process of spell preparation itself remains largely unchanged from your mortal days. After completing your meditative trance, you retrieve your spellbook and spend approximately 1 hour studying the spells you wish to prepare. You read the notations you have written, review the complex formulas and diagrams, trace the patterns in your mind. Each spell is a separate mental construction, a framework of intention and energy that you build within your consciousness. Once built, the spell waits there, ready to be released with a final trigger of words, gestures, and will. The key difference is what comes before the preparation. A living wizard sleeps for 8 hours, then prepares spells for 1 hour, for a total of 9 hours between the exhaustion of old spells and the readiness of new ones. You, as a lick, meditate for 1 to 2 hours, then prepare spells for 1 hour, for a total of 2 to 3 hours. This might seem like a significant advantage, and in some ways it is. You can cycle through your magical capabilities much more quickly than a living wizard can. If circumstances demand it, you can cast all your spells, meditate briefly, prepare new spells, and cast again within a few hours rather than waiting until the next day. But this efficiency comes with hidden costs. The living wizard who sleeps for 8 hours experiences more than just magical restoration. They experience psychological relief. They experience the processing of experiences and emotions. They experience the boundary between one day and the next, the sense of completion and renewal that comes with each sleep cycle. When they wake and prepare spells, they are not only magically restored, but mentally refreshed, ready to engage with the world with renewed perspective and energy. You have none of this. You meditate for 2 hours, prepare spells for 1 hour, and then you continue. But you are not renewed. You are not refreshed. You are simply ready to cast spells again. The continuous nature of your consciousness means there is no sense of completion, no psychological boundary between periods of activity. Based on the documented behaviors of liches across the ages, their tendency to lose track of time, their difficulty distinguishing between recent and distant events. This lack of natural boundaries appears to create significant cognitive challenges. Yesterday flows into today, flows into tomorrow, without any clear demarcation. After a week, you might struggle to remember which day a particular event occurred, because all the days blend together in your memory. After a year, individual days become almost indistinguishable. After a century, entire decades might blur into a vague sense of continuous activity without clear structure or separation. The meditative trance also cannot provide the deeper benefits that sleep offers to living beings. During sleep, the mortal mind processes trauma, integrates difficult experiences, and maintains psychological stability. Dreams, even nightmares, serve as release valves for emotional pressure, allowing the mind to process fear and stress in symbolic rather than literal forms. The sleeping brain reorganizes memories, discarding trivial details while strengthening important connections. All of these processes occur automatically, without conscious effort or awareness. Your meditative trance does none of this. It is purely focused on magical restoration. Your consciousness remains active and aware throughout the process, which means you do not receive any of the unconscious mental processing that sleep provides. Traumatic experiences remain unprocessed. Difficult emotions remain unintegrated. Your memory continues accumulating details without the natural pruning that sleep provides. Over time, this could create a form of psychological burden that no living being ever experiences. You remember everything, process nothing unconsciously, and have no natural mechanism for mental restoration beyond conscious effort. This leads to behaviors that the lore describes as characteristic of liches. They become obsessive, focusing on particular areas of study or schemes with intensity that borders on madness. This is not mere personality quirk. This appears to be the natural result of consciousness that cannot rest. When you find something that captures your attention, you can pursue it without interruption for days, weeks, months, or even years. There is no biological need forcing you to stop. There is no sleep pulling you away from your work. You simply continue. And the continuous nature of your focus creates patterns of thought that become deeper and more rigid over time. Many liches develop elaborate rituals and routines to impose structure on their existence. Without the natural rhythm of sleeping and waking, you must create artificial boundaries and markers to maintain any sense of temporal organization. You might decide to meditate and prepare spells at the same time each day, even though you do not technically need to. You might establish regular times for research, experimentation, and other activities, creating a schedule that mimics the daily rhythm you once experienced as a mortal. These routines serve no magical purpose. They serve a psychological purpose, providing structure and predictability in an existence that otherwise has no natural structure at all. The nature of arcane rest also affects how you relate to other spellcasters. Living wizards understand the vulnerability of sleep. They know that during those 8 hours of unconsciousness, they are helpless. They cannot defend themselves effectively. They cannot cast spells. They must trust in guards, wards, and secure locations to protect them during this period of weakness. This shared vulnerability creates a common understanding among mortal wizards. They respect the need for rest because they share the need themselves. You have no such vulnerability. You are never unconscious. You are never helpless in the way that sleeping creatures are helpless. Your meditative trance leaves you fully aware and capable of responding to threats. This gives you a significant tactical advantage over living opponents. An adventuring party that attacks your lair might plan their assault for night, expecting to find you sleeping. Instead, they find you fully alert, aware of their approach, and ready to defend yourself with all your considerable power. But this advantage also contributes to your isolation. You do not understand the vulnerability of sleep anymore. You have forgotten what it feels like to need rest, to crave the relief of unconsciousness. When you interact with living beings, this fundamental difference creates a gulf of comprehension. They need things you do not need. They experience weaknesses you do not experience. You can intellectually remember what sleep was like, but the felt sense of it, the visceral understanding of what it means to be tired and to need rest, fades from your consciousness over decades and centuries of undeath. The connection between rest and magic also reveals something profound about the nature of the weave itself. The weave recognizes the necessity of rest, even for undead beings. The magical structure of reality demands this period of restoration before allowing spell preparation. This suggests that rest is not merely biological. Rest is metaphysical, woven into the fundamental laws that govern magic. Even a being that has transcended biology, that has removed itself from the natural cycles of life and death, cannot escape this requirement. The weave demands rest, and so you must provide it, even if your undead nature means that rest is a pale shadow of what it once was. Some liches experiment with alternative approaches to spell preparation, seeking ways to circumvent or modify the standard requirements. The lore contains references to liches who have developed unique meditation techniques, who have created magical items that facilitate spell preparation, or who have negotiated pacts with powerful entities to alter how they access arcane power. These experiments sometimes succeed in minor ways, perhaps reducing the meditation time required or allowing certain spells to be prepared more quickly. But the fundamental requirement cannot be eliminated. Magic demands rest, even from those who can never truly rest. In the end, the practice of magic as a lich reveals the central paradox of your existence. You chose undeath to continue your magical research without the interruption of mortality. You wanted infinite time to study, learn, and accumulate power. You achieved this goal. You have all the time in the world, literally infinite time stretching ahead of you. But the quality of that time is fundamentally different from what you experienced as a mortal. You can prepare spells more quickly, yes. You can continue your research without biological interruption, yes, but you have lost the natural rhythm of activity and rest, the psychological renewal that comes with each sleep cycle, and the unconscious processing that maintains mental health and stability. You stand in your laboratory, surrounded by centuries of accumulated knowledge. You have just completed your meditative trance and prepared your spells for the day. Though calling it a day feels increasingly arbitrary when all your days blend together without clear beginning or end. You are ready to continue your research, to pursue your schemes, to cast your spells as needed. You are powerful, you are prepared, you are capable, but you are not rested. You can never be rested, and as the centuries accumulate behind you and the millennia stretch ahead, this distinction becomes less academic and more fundamental to your entire existence. The Lich Queen is powerful beyond measure, yes, but she is also tired in ways that transcend fatigue, burdened in ways that no amount of meditation can relieve, and trapped within an awareness that continues unbroken across ages, without the mercy of sleep to provide respite from the weight of eternal consciousness. Time changes when you never sleep. This is not obvious at first. In those early days and weeks after your transformation, when the novelty of undeath still occupies your attention, you are powerful now, immortal now, freed from the limitations of mortal flesh. You pursue your research with renewed vigor, casting spells without tiring, reading through the night without need for rest. The hours pass quickly because every hour is filled with purpose and activity. You might not even notice the absence of sleep because you are too busy experiencing everything else that Lichdom has granted you. But time is relentless, and eventually the novelty fades. Months pass, then years, then decades. The research that once excited you becomes routine. The spells you cast become familiar patterns, executed without conscious thought. The schemes you orchestrate play out over periods so long that individual events lose their distinctiveness. And slowly, gradually, based on the observable changes in Lich behavior over time, you begin to understand what you have sacrificed, not just the ability to sleep, but everything that sleep represented. The boundaries, the renewal, the mercy of unconsciousness that breaks up the continuous stream of awareness and makes existence tolerable. For a living being, each day is a discrete unit. You wake in the morning and the day begins. You move through the hours, experiencing events and encounters. Evening comes, bringing weariness. You eat, you prepare for rest, you lie down, and you sleep. When you wake the next morning, yesterday is complete. It is finished, processed, filed away into memory as a distinct unit. Today is new, fresh, separate from what came before. This daily cycle provides psychological structure that is so fundamental most mortals never consciously recognize it. Days become weeks, weeks become months, months become years, and each unit is distinct, memorable, bounded by the experience of sleeping and waking. You have none of this. You meditate occasionally to restore your magical capabilities. Yes, but this does not create the same psychological boundary that sleep provides. When you emerge from your 2-hour trance and prepare your spells, you are continuing the same unbroken thread of consciousness that has persisted since your transformation. There is no sense of renewal, no feeling of starting fresh. Yesterday does not end. It simply continues into today, which continues into tomorrow, which continues into next week, next month, next year. The stream of consciousness is unbroken, and without natural boundaries, time begins to lose its structure. Scholars who have studied undead spellcasters from a distance have noted certain characteristic behaviors that suggest temporal disorientation. Liches become obsessed with record keeping, maintaining detailed journals that document not just their research, but mundane daily activities. This compulsive documentation is not mere eccentricity. It appears to be a desperate attempt to impose external structure on an existence that has no internal structure. You write everything down because your natural memory, lacking the organizational framework that sleep provides, cannot reliably track temporal sequences across decades and centuries. After the first year, you might notice that you have difficulty remembering exactly when certain events occurred. Was it 3 months ago or 4? The memories are clear, but their temporal placement is fuzzy. After a decade, entire years begin to blur together. You remember conducting certain experiments, reading certain books, casting certain spells, but you cannot confidently place these activities within specific time periods. After a century, the problem becomes severe. Decades blend into indistinct periods. Events that occurred 40 years ago feel no more distant than events from last week, because all of it exists in the same continuous stream of memory, without natural separation points. This temporal confusion is one of the first psychological symptoms that manifests in documented cases of prolonged undeath. Living beings mark time through the rhythm of sleeping and waking. You sleep approximately 365 times per year. Each sleep marks a boundary, a transition point, a moment of discontinuity in consciousness. These boundaries act as natural bookmarks in memory, helping you organize experiences into discrete periods. Remove these boundaries, and time collapses into a continuous flow without clear structure. The weight of continuous consciousness extends beyond temporal confusion. Every experience you have, every thought you think, every emotion you feel accumulates in your mind without any natural processing or integration. Living beings process experiences during sleep, particularly during the dreaming phase. The sleeping brain takes the raw material of daily life and works with it, finding patterns, making connections, resolving emotional tensions, and integrating new information into existing frameworks. Much of this processing occurs entirely outside conscious awareness. You simply wake up and find that problems have solved themselves, that difficult emotions have softened, that experiences have been integrated into your understanding of the world. For you, as a lick, none of this occurs automatically. Every experience remains raw and unprocessed unless you consciously choose to work with it. Based on accounts from those who have interacted extensively with ancient liches, a traumatic event from a century ago can provoke the same immediate emotional reaction as something recent, because there has been no unconscious processing to soften its edges or integrate it into a broader narrative. An argument with an associate from decades past can still trigger intense emotion because the emotion has never been metabolized through the dream process. Your consciousness accumulates everything like a vessel that never empties, filling slowly but inexorably with the unprocessed material of existence. The emotional consequences of this accumulation appear profound and often destructive in documented cases. Living beings have natural mechanisms for emotional regulation. Sleep plays a critical role in this regulation, providing time and space for the nervous system to return to baseline after periods of stress or excitement. Dreams allow for the symbolic processing of difficult emotions, transforming literal fears into metaphorical encounters that can be experienced and resolved at a safe distance. The morning after a terrible day often brings improved emotional state simply because sleep has provided 8 hours of unconscious emotional processing. You have no such mechanism. If you experience fear, the fear remains until you consciously work through it. If you experience anger, the anger persists without natural diminishment. If you experience grief, the grief stays fresh and immediate across years or decades. Historical accounts suggest that some liches respond to this by suppressing emotions entirely, adopting a cold rationality that protects them from the accumulating weight of unprocessed feelings. Others become increasingly volatile, their emotional responses magnified and distorted by centuries of accumulation without relief. Still, others cycle between emotional extremes, experiencing long periods of frozen numbness interrupted by explosions of feeling that overwhelm their careful control. The lore describes liches as often being mad, their behavior erratic and unpredictable. This madness is not simply the result of evil or moral corruption. Based on what we know about consciousness and the functions of sleep, it appears to be the natural psychological consequence of consciousness that never rests. The mortal mind is not designed to operate continuously across centuries without the restorative cycles of sleep. Remove those cycles, and the mind begins to deteriorate in ways both subtle and severe. Memory becomes unreliable. Emotional regulation fails. Thought patterns become rigid and obsessive. The personality that once animated the living wizard gradually distorts into something strange and terrible. Isolation compounds these psychological burdens. As a lick, you are fundamentally separated from the living world. You do not eat, so you do not share meals with others. You do not sleep, so you do not share the vulnerability and intimacy that sleeping near others creates. You do not experience the physical pleasures that bind living beings together. Over time, this isolation erodes your ability to understand or relate to mortal concerns. You remember intellectually what it was like to be mortal, but the felt sense of mortality fades. You become alien to the living, and they become alien to you. This alienation extends to other liches as well. You might assume that undead spellcasters would form alliances or partnerships based on their shared condition. Sometimes this occurs, but more often liches are solitary beings who view other liches as competitors or threats. Each lich is pursuing their own incomprehensible research, orchestrating their own centuries-long schemes, obsessing over their own particular fixations. The lack of sleep means you have no reason to seek out others for protection during vulnerable hours. The continuous nature of consciousness means you have no natural rhythm that might synchronize with another being's rhythm. You are alone because your existence operates on a temporal and psychological scale that makes genuine connection almost impossible. The weight of eternal wakefulness also manifests in how you perceive and experience the present moment. Living beings move through time with a natural rhythm of attention. You focus intently on what is happening now during waking hours, then release that focus during sleep. This rhythm creates a sense of presence, of being genuinely engaged with the current moment. But when consciousness never rests, the present moment begins to feel less significant. What is happening now is simply one more thing in an endless series of things, none of which feel truly distinct from any other. The intensity of presence that living beings experience fades into a kind of constant, diminished awareness, where nothing feels particularly important or real. This phenomenon appears in the recorded behavior of ancient liches. The older a lich becomes, the less they seem to care about immediate events. A lich who has existed for 1,000 years might barely acknowledge intruders in their lair, continuing their research as adventurers prepare to attack. This is not confidence or contempt, though it might appear that way. This could represent the natural result of consciousness that has experienced so many present moments that the current one holds no special significance. You have been interrupted 10,000 times before. You have fought off intruders 1,000 times. You have prepared your defensive spells so many times the process is automatic. The present moment is not new or interesting. It is just another repetition in an endless series of repetitions. The psychological weight also affects your motivation and drive. In your mortal life, you were motivated partly by the knowledge of limited time. You had perhaps a century at most to accomplish your goals, learn what you wanted to learn, achieve what you wanted to achieve. This urgency drove you forward, giving purpose and intensity to your efforts. As a lich, That urgency is gone. You have infinite time. There is no deadline. There is no rush. You can spend a century on a single line of research because you will have another century after that, and another after that, forever. This infinite time paradoxically leads to a kind of paralysis or meaninglessness. When everything can be accomplished eventually, nothing feels particularly important to accomplish now. Some liches respond to this by creating artificial urgency through schemes and plots. You orchestrate elaborate plans that will take decades or centuries to complete, giving yourself goals and milestones that create a sense of purpose and progression. But these are games you play with yourself, because the underlying reality is that nothing truly matters when you have eternity. Other liches sink into a kind of active nihilism, pursuing power and knowledge, not because these things have value, but simply because pursuit is better than the alternative of acknowledging the emptiness at the center of immortal existence. The weight is heaviest in the quiet moments. You stand in your sanctum, your research complete for the moment, your schemes progressing on their own. No immediate demands on your attention. A living being in this situation might feel contentment, satisfaction, perhaps even boredom. But boredom implies the possibility of change, the arrival of something new to relieve the monotony. You know that nothing truly new will arrive. You have existed for centuries. You have seen patterns repeat endlessly. You understand that whatever happens next will simply be a variation on something you have already experienced 1,000 times before. In these quiet moments, you might experience something that living beings rarely encounter. A kind of existential weight that comes from being truly unable to escape yourself. A living person who feels burdened by consciousness can sleep, can dream, can experience the daily mercy of unconscious hours where the self dissolves and reforms. You have no such escape. You are trapped inside your own awareness, and that awareness continues uninterrupted across centuries, and there is no relief, no respite, no rest. This is perhaps the deepest level of the dilemma, not just that you cannot sleep, but that you are imprisoned within consciousness that never stops, experiencing your own existence without pause or mercy, aware of every moment in an existence that stretches toward infinity. The Lich Queen stands in her tower. She has stood there in one form or another for 500 years. She will stand there for 500 more, and 500 after that, and on until something finally destroys her phylactery and releases her soul from its prison. She is powerful. She is immortal. She is knowledgeable beyond mortal comprehension. And based on everything we can infer from the nature of sleepless existence, she is tired in ways that transcend fatigue, burdened by the accumulated weight of half a millennium without sleep, without dreams, without the blessed darkness that makes existence tolerable. She cannot rest. She will never rest. This is her power. This is her curse. This is the psychological reality of eternal wakefulness, and it is a weight that grows heavier with every passing century. the theoretical exploration of lichdom takes on new dimensions when you examine specific individuals who have walked this path. Throughout the history of the Forgotten Realms and the broader multiverse of Dungeons and Dragons, certain Lich Queens stand as examples of what this existence actually means when lived, rather than merely contemplated. Their stories reveal the practical reality of undeath, the choices they made to cope with eternal wakefulness, and the prices they paid for immortality. The most prominent Lich Queen in the lore is Vlaakith, ruler of the Githyanki people. Her story spans multiple incarnations, but the most significant is Vlaakith 157, who rules as both queen and Lich. Understanding her requires first understanding the Githyanki themselves and the unique cultural context that produced her reign. The Githyanki are a race born from slavery and rebellion millennia ago. They and their cousins, the Githzerai, were a single people called the Gith, who existed as thralls to the Mind Flayers, those terrible aberrations who feed on brains and use psychic powers to dominate other species. The Gith were enslaved for so long that their original nature was lost, their current form shaped by generations of breeding and modification by their Mind Flayer masters. But eventually, a leader arose. Gith herself, whose name would define her people, led a rebellion that shattered the Mind Flayer empire and freed her people from bondage. After the rebellion, the freed people split into two factions. The Githzerai, led by Zerthaman, believed in contemplation, discipline, and establishing a new homeland where they could develop their own culture in peace. The Githyanki, led by Gith herself, believed in eternal war, seeking to conquer the plains and ensure through strength that they would never be enslaved again. This philosophical split became a physical and cultural division. The Githzerai retreated to the plane of Limbo, creating fortresses within that chaotic realm. The Githyanki claimed the astral plane as their home, establishing cities and fortresses throughout that timeless expanse. Gith herself eventually departed on a mission to the Nine Hells, seeking an alliance with the archdevil Tiamat. She left her most trusted lieutenant, Vlaakith, in command. Gith never returned. The circumstances of her disappearance remain shrouded in mystery and conspiracy. Some accounts suggest that the first Vlaakith betrayed Gith, trading her to Tiamat in exchange for the pact that would give the Githyanki their red dragon mounts. Others claim Gith was imprisoned rather than killed. Regardless of the truth, the result was clear. Vlaakith declared herself queen and began a dynasty that would span millennia. For many generations, this succession continued through a line of queens. The title of Vlaakith became hereditary, passed down through the royal bloodline. Each new queen took the name Vlaakith along with a number indicating her place in the succession. Vlaakith II, Vlaakith III, and onward through the centuries, each ruling until death before passing the throne to her designated heir. The Githyanki accepted this system, viewing the Vlaakith line as the legitimate continuation of Gith's own authority. But approximately 1,000 years before the current era, something changed. Vlaakith 156 died, and her heir took the throne as Vlaakith 157. The exact circumstances of this queen's transformation into a lich remain somewhat obscure in the historical record. What is documented clearly is that she achieved lichdom and has maintained her rule for approximately 1,000 years, far longer than any natural lifespan would allow. This new queen was ambitious, powerful, and determined never to surrender her throne to the inevitability of death. The transformation granted her immortality, but it also created a unique problem. The Githyanki people expected each Vlaakith to eventually die and pass the throne to the next generation. Vlaakith 157 had no intention of dying or relinquishing power, whether she openly revealed her undead nature to her people or maintained elaborate deceptions to hide it varies in different accounts. What is consistently documented is that she ruled from Tunnerath, the Githyanki capital city built upon the corpse of a dead god floating in the astral plane, and her people came to accept her extraordinary longevity through various explanations. She wore the crown of corruption upon her head, a powerful artifact, and wielded the ruby-encrusted scepter of Ephalaman, symbols of her authority and tools of her power. Over the centuries, she aged slowly, then used magic to rejuvenate her appearance when necessary. Her people accepted her endurance as a consequence of dwelling in the timeless astral plane, or as blessings from their draconic allies. But the sleeplessness of undeath created challenges, even for a queen who commanded legions. Vlaakith 157 never rested. She was always present, always aware, always watching over her domain with consciousness that never dimmed. This constant vigilance gave her significant advantages. No conspiracy could be plotted without risk of her discovering it through her extensive spy networks and magical surveillance. No invasion could be launched without her immediate knowledge. She was the eternal, unwavering center of Githyanki power, always present, always in control. But over centuries of sleepless existence, observable patterns emerged in her rule. She became increasingly paranoid and controlling. The Githyanki tradition held that powerful warriors and spellcasters among her people represented the future strength of their race. A mortal queen might take pride in such powerful subjects, knowing they would continue Githyanki dominance after her death. An undead queen who planned to reign forever saw them differently. She developed a solution that was both elegant and monstrous. When Githyanki adventurers reached sufficient power, typically around level 15 or 16, she would summon them to her throne room for what she called ascension. She told them they would be elevated to a higher form of existence, joining the eternal ranks of her most trusted servants. The reality, well documented in multiple sources, was darker. She used powerful magic to trap their souls, then consumed those souls to fuel her own lichdom and extend her power. This practice continued for centuries, Hidden behind the language of honor and ascension, Githyanki warriors and spellcasters saw being summoned to the queen as the highest achievement of their lives, never knowing they were walking into their own execution and soul annihilation. Some she transformed into undead servitors called the Kayaryazoth and the Tielakith, creating a Praetorian guard of unique undead who served her with absolute loyalty. The practice allowed Vlaakith to maintain her lichdom without needing to hunt for souls from other sources. But it also meant she was consuming the very people she claimed to lead and protect. The irony was profound and terrible. She sought immortality to eternally rule and protect her people, ensuring they would have strong, continuous leadership in their eternal war against the mind flayers and other enemies. But maintaining that immortality required her to regularly murder the strongest and most promising members of her own race. She created a ceiling on Githyanki power. No Githyanki could ever surpass her or even approach her might, because she killed anyone who came close. This ensured her security, but also ensured that the Githyanki as a whole could never reach their full potential while she ruled. The sleeplessness contributed significantly to her ability to maintain both her rule and her deceptions. She never let her guard down, never entered a vulnerable state where conspirators might move against her, or where her undead nature might be discovered. She was always vigilant, always ready, always in perfect control of her appearance and demeanor. Her palace, Susurrus, became a place steeped in death and agony, where she had tortured and killed thousands over the centuries. According to accounts, the souls of her victims remained trapped within the palace, creating an endless chorus of whispers that she found soothing rather than disturbing. But this constant control also meant she experienced the full weight of her actions without the mercy of unconsciousness to provide even temporary escape. Every soul she consumed, every loyal warrior she murdered, every act of betrayal against her own people remained in her consciousness. Based on what we understand about memory and consciousness without sleep, these experiences would accumulate unprocessed and immediate across 1,000 years. The paranoia that drove her to consume her strongest subjects appears to have been fed by the sleepless nature of her existence. She had infinite time to imagine threats, to analyze every interaction for hidden meanings, to see conspiracy in every shadow. Vlaakith's undeath also affected her relationship with Tiamat, the Dragon Queen. The original pact between the Githyanki and the Red Dragons had been brokered through Tiamat's influence. Vlaakith 157 maintained this relationship, ensuring that Red Dragons continued to serve as mounts and allies to her people. Whether Tiamat knew her vassal queen was a lick remains unclear in the sources, but given Tiamat's divine nature and power, it seems reasonable to infer she knew and chose not to interfere as long as the tribute and service continued. This created another layer of complexity in Vlaakith's existence, deceiving her people about her nature, while possibly being known and tolerated by her divine patron. The eternal wakefulness also manifested in Vlaakith's governance style. She became obsessed with control to a degree that would be impossible for a mortal ruler to sustain. She established spy networks that monitored every Githyanki city and warband. She created magical systems for tracking the location and activities of her most powerful subjects. She personally reviewed reports and intelligence with a thoroughness that would be impossible for a ruler who needed to sleep 8 hours each day. This might appear as exemplary dedication, but it also suggests the paranoia and obsession that eternal consciousness breeds. She could not let go. She could not delegate fully. She could not trust. And she had centuries of sleepless hours to imagine every possible betrayal. Her ultimate ambition extended beyond merely maintaining her rule. Vlaakith 157 sought to achieve true godhood, to ascend from lich to deity. This drove her to even more extreme measures. She cast thousands of wish spells, using them to draw power from the divine corpse upon which Tunnerath was built, attempting to siphon divine essence for herself. Her soul-devouring practices served not only to maintain her lichdom, but to accumulate the vast magical power necessary for this ascension. She forbade any deity worship among her people besides worship of herself, creating a cult of personality where she was revered, though never openly called a goddess. The sleepless centuries also affected how she perceived time and priority. A living ruler must make decisions within the constraints of a limited lifespan, creating urgency and focus. Vlaakith had no such constraints. She could pursue her goal of godhood across millennia, taking centuries to accumulate the necessary power and knowledge. This infinite time frame, paradoxically, made her more cautious in some ways and more reckless in others. She could afford to wait centuries for the right moment to act, but she also became willing to commit atrocities that would horrify any mortal ruler, because the long-term consequences seemed manageable when you had eternity to deal with them. Her rule created a unique form of stagnation among the Githyanki. With an immortal queen who never allowed succession, there could be no natural renewal of leadership, no fresh perspectives, no evolution of governance. The Githyanki society became frozen around Vlaakith's particular obsessions and paranoias. Her sleepless vigilance meant she was involved in every significant decision, creating a bottleneck where nothing could change without her direct approval. The very immortality that was supposed to provide stability instead created a kind of death for Githyanki culture itself, unable to grow or evolve, because the same consciousness had controlled it without break for 1,000 years. Other lich queens exist in the lore of the Forgotten Realms, though none achieve quite the prominence or power of Vlaakith 157. The Cult of the Dragon, an organization dedicated to transforming dragons into dracoliches, has occasionally been led by female liches who pursue their own dark visions of draconic supremacy. Various evil wizards throughout Faerun's history have become liches, and among them, Several were women of tremendous magical power who chose undeath over mortality. Each faced the same fundamental dilemma that Vlaakith faced: the sleeplessness, the eternal wakefulness, the weight of consciousness that never rests across centuries or millennia. What makes Vlaakith particularly instructive as an example is the scope of her power and the length of her reign, 1,000 years of sleepless existence. 1,000 years of continuous consciousness, unbroken by dreams or rest. 1,000 years of ruling, plotting, consuming souls, and maintaining her position. The psychological toll of such an existence, while not directly documented, can be inferred from her increasingly paranoid and destructive behaviors. Over time, she is powerful beyond mortal measure, commanding magic that can reshape reality itself. She rules an entire race spread across the astral plane and beyond. She has achieved a form of immortality and security that most beings can only imagine. But she can never sleep. She can never dream. She can never experience that blessed darkness where consciousness fades and the burden of existence lifts, even temporarily. For 1,000 years, she has been awake, aware, vigilant, and alone in a way that no mortal mind can truly comprehend. Her power is absolute, but her existence, based on everything we can infer from the nature of undeath and consciousness, is a prison of eternal wakefulness. This is the reality of the Lich Queen, demonstrated not in theory, but in the lived experience of the most powerful example the Forgotten Realms has to offer. Vlaakith 157 stands as both triumph and warning, showing what can be achieved through lichdom and what must be sacrificed to achieve it. The absence of sleep necessarily means the absence of dreams, but the nature of what has been lost deserves deeper examination. Dreams are not merely entertainment for the sleeping mind, random neural firings that create strange narratives without purpose or meaning. In the cosmology of Dungeons and Dragons, dreams represent something far more significant. They are journeys to another plane of existence, connections to powers and entities beyond normal perception, and windows into possibilities that waking consciousness cannot access. When you became a Lich, you did not merely lose the ability to sleep. You lost access to an entire dimension of reality. The plane of dreams exists as a distinct realm within the multiverse, sometimes called the region of dreams or the dreamscape. According to planar scholars and those who have studied such phenomena, it overlays the material plane like a vast, shifting shadow, touching every location where sleeping creatures exist. The plane itself is not fixed or stable. It constantly changes, reshaping itself according to the collective unconscious of all dreaming beings. When a mortal sleeps and dreams, their consciousness actually travels to this plane, creating and experiencing landscapes built from their own memories, desires, fears, and imagination, mixed with the dreamscapes of countless other sleeping minds. This is not metaphor in the cosmological framework of the game. This is described as literal reality within the lore of the Forgotten Realms. When you dreamed as a mortal, you were actually visiting another plane of existence. The experience felt entirely real because, in a very important sense, it was real. You walked through impossible architecture, flew without wings, encountered people long dead, experienced events that violated every law of physics, and all of it occurred on the plane of dreams as genuine experience, not mere illusion generated by your sleeping brain. The plane operates under its own rules, distinct from the material plane, but no less valid within the game's cosmology. Distance and space function differently. Time moves strangely, with hours of dream experience sometimes occurring in minutes of sleep, or vice versa. The laws of physics are suggestions rather than absolutes. Gravity applies only if you believe it should. Walls are solid only if you perceive them as solid. The entire environment responds to consciousness and belief in ways that the material plane never does. This makes the plane of dreams both wondrous and dangerous, a realm where imagination has the power to shape reality directly. Many entities make their home on the plane of dreams, or use it for their own purposes. Night hags, those fiendish creatures from the lower planes, travel through the dreams of mortals to feed on fear and suffering. They enter the dreamscape, find sleeping victims, and torment them with nightmares so terrible that the victim may die from sheer terror, their heart stopping as their dream self experiences death. Even deities sometimes communicate with their followers through dreams, sending visions and messages that arrive in the form of symbolic narratives played out on the dream plane. As a mortal wizard, you had access to all of this. Every night when you slept, you journeyed to the plane of dreams. Most of your dreams were mundane, personal experiences shaped by your own psyche processing the events of your day. But occasionally, you might have experienced something more, a vision sent by a deity, an encounter with another dreaming consciousness, a glimpse of some greater truth that your waking mind could not perceive. The plane of dreams was your birthright as a living, sleeping being, available to you every night of your mortal life. Now, as a lick, you are completely cut off from this realm. The plane of dreams is accessible only to sleeping consciousness, and you cannot sleep. Your consciousness is locked firmly within the material plane, bound to your phylactery, and projected through your undead body. You can travel to other planes through spells like plane shift or gate, but the plane of dreams specifically excludes you. Based on everything documented about planar travel and the nature of dreams, it is not a matter of knowing the right spell or finding the correct portal. It is a fundamental incompatibility between your undead nature and the nature of the dream realm itself. Dreams require sleep, and sleep requires life, and you have neither. This exclusion represents a profound loss of magical and mystical possibility. Many forms of divination and prophecy work through dreams. Prophetic visions arrive during sleep, providing glimpses of possible futures or hidden truths. As a lick, You have no access to this channel of information. Gods and powerful entities who might wish to communicate with you through dreams cannot reach you. You must rely solely on waking consciousness and the magical divination spells you can cast, which, while powerful, lack the symbolic depth and intuitive insight that dream visions provide. The question naturally arises whether liches ever experience anything resembling dreams during their meditative trances. Based on the documented mechanics of lichdom, the answer appears to be no. The meditative state required for spell preparation is entirely conscious and focused. Your awareness remains sharp and clear throughout the process. You perceive your surroundings normally. You can respond to threats or interruptions immediately. There is no dimming of consciousness, no descent into symbolic landscapes, no encounter with the strange logic and imagery that characterizes dreams. You are simply meditating, a focused waking state rather than an altered state of consciousness. Some accounts suggest that liches report experiencing what might be called visions, but these appear fundamentally different from dreams. These visions typically come through the phylactery connection, that magical link between your imprisoned soul and your undead body. The phylactery exists as a repository of your essence, holding your soul in a state of suspended animation outside your physical form. Occasionally, this could create unusual perceptual experiences. You might suddenly perceive the location where your phylactery is hidden, seeing through senses that have nothing to do with eyes or physical perception. You might experience memories with unusual vividness, as if your soul within the phylactery is reviewing its own history. You might perceive threats to the phylactery directly, feeling danger even if the phylactery is hidden on another plane entirely. These phylactery visions, if they occur, are not dreams. They would be direct perceptions mediated through your unique, undead nature. They would arrive while you are fully conscious and aware, interrupting your normal activities rather than occurring during a separate state of rest. They would lack the symbolic, narrative quality of dreams. There is no metaphor, no transformation of literal concerns into dream imagery. Instead, you would simply perceive something directly through the phylactery connection, a form of magical clairvoyance built into the fundamental structure of lichdom. Some ancient liches might develop the ability to induce trance states that approximate dreaming, but these would be conscious constructs rather than genuine dreams. You might sit in meditation and deliberately imagine landscapes, narratives, and experiences, creating a form of guided daydream. With sufficient focus and magical enhancement, these imagined experiences can become quite vivid, approaching the intensity of genuine dreams. But they lack the essential quality that makes dreams meaningful. Dreams arise from the unconscious, processing experiences and emotions without conscious direction or control. Your constructed trance visions would be entirely conscious creations, shaped by your will, and containing only what you deliberately put into them. They cannot surprise you. They cannot reveal hidden truths. they cannot provide the psychological processing and integration that genuine dreams offer. The exclusion from dreams also means you cannot be affected by dream-based magic in the normal way. Spells like Dream, which allows a caster to enter another creature's dreams and communicate with them, simply fail when targeted at a lick. You do not dream, therefore there are no dreams to enter. This provides a certain protection against dream-based attacks and manipulation. But it also means you cannot be contacted or warned through dreams by allies or entities who might wish to help you. You are isolated from an entire dimension of magical communication. Nightmares, as they are commonly understood, also no longer affect you. A living being experiences nightmares as disturbing dreams that arise from fear, trauma, or psychological distress. These nightmares serve a function, allowing the sleeping mind to confront and process difficult emotions in symbolic form. The nightmares may be unpleasant, but they contribute to psychological health by providing a safe space for the mind to work through fears and anxieties. Without sleep and without dreams, you cannot have nightmares in this sense. Your fears and anxieties remain unprocessed, accumulating in your conscious mind without the release valve that nightmares provide. However, there are entities called nightmares that exist independently of the dream experience. These are actual creatures, often fiendish horses of flame and shadow, or they are supernatural manifestations of fear given independent existence. These nightmare entities can still affect you because they operate in the waking world as physical or semi-physical beings. A nightmare that manifests as a flaming horse can still attack you, stomp you, breathe smoke, and fire at you. But the psychological dimension of nightmares, the fear that arises from within the dreaming mind, is closed to you completely. The lore occasionally mentions liches who become obsessed with dreams precisely because they can no longer experience them. You might dedicate centuries to studying the plane of dreams from the outside, interviewing mortals about their dreams, collecting dream journals, attempting to understand through pure intellectual analysis what you can no longer experience directly. This obsession reveals the depth of what has been lost. Dreams represented not just entertainment or rest, but a form of consciousness fundamentally different from waking awareness. You have been reduced to a single mode of experience, unable to access the altered states and different perspectives that dreams once provided. Some liches might attempt magical experiments to regain access to dreams. You might create artificial dream realms using illusion and enchantment magic, building elaborate mental constructs that simulate the experience of dreaming. You might use spells like Modify Memory on yourself, implanting false memories of dreams in an attempt to recreate what has been lost. You might even attempt to magically induce temporary pseudolife in your undead body, hoping that this brief animation might allow for genuine sleep and dreams. Based on the fundamental nature of undeath, these experiments would universally fail to recreate the authentic dream experience because they cannot overcome the fundamental barrier. Dreams require sleep. Sleep requires life. And Lictum has removed you from the cycle of life irrevocably. The absence of dreams also affects how you process and understand symbolism. Dreams communicate through symbols and metaphors, training the mind to think in non-literal terms and recognize deeper patterns beneath surface appearances. A lifetime of dreaming teaches mortals to see multiple layers of meaning, to understand that things often represent other things, to recognize that truth sometimes arrives clothed in symbol rather than stated directly. Without dreams for centuries or millennia, this symbolic literacy could gradually fade. You might become increasingly literal in your thinking, less able to grasp metaphor and allegory, more focused on direct, concrete reality. This cognitive shift could contribute to the rigid, obsessive thinking patterns that appear characteristic of ancient liches in documented accounts. The dream exclusion also means you cannot benefit from the creative insights that dreams provide. Many of the greatest discoveries and artistic works in mortal history are said to have arrived through dreams. A sleeping mind makes connections that waking consciousness misses, sees patterns that logical analysis overlooks, combines ideas in novel ways that generate genuine innovation. Without dreams, your creativity becomes more constrained, more dependent on conscious effort and systematic methodology. You can still be innovative through deliberate experimentation and research, but you have lost the spontaneous creative leaps that dreams facilitate. In the quiet hours of your existence, when your research is paused and your schemes are in motion and nothing demands immediate attention, you might find yourself thinking about dreams. You remember what it was like to wake from a particularly vivid dream, the images still fresh in your mind, the emotions still resonating in your chest. You remember prophetic dreams that warned of danger or guided important decisions. You remember beautiful dreams that provided respite from difficult waking circumstances. You remember nightmares that, while frightening, somehow left you feeling cleansed afterward, as if facing your fears in symbolic form had diminished their power. All of this is gone now. You have not dreamed in centuries. You will never dream again. The plane of dreams exists without you, reshaped every night by the collective unconscious of countless sleeping mortals, and you are excluded absolutely. Your consciousness continues unbroken, locked in waking awareness, experiencing reality through a single lens without variation or respite. This is another dimension of the Lich Queen's dilemma. She is powerful enough to reshape reality through magic, but she cannot access the dream realm. She has lived for centuries, but she has not dreamed in all that time. She is aware, conscious, and awake, and the strange, symbolic, transformative experiences of the dreaming mind are forever beyond her reach. The individual costs of lichdom might seem manageable when considered separately. You cannot sleep, but you do not grow tired. You cannot dream, but you have magical visions through your phylactery. you experience continuous consciousness, but this allows unlimited time for research and planning. Each sacrifice, taken alone, appears to be a reasonable trade for immortality and power. But the costs do not remain separate. They accumulate, compound, and interact in ways that create burdens far greater than the sum of individual losses. Consider memory across centuries. A living human with a lifespan of 80 years accumulates 80 years of memories, organized and structured by approximately 29,200 sleep cycles, each one serving as a natural bookmark and processing point. The sleeping brain sorts memories each night, deciding what to keep, what to discard, what to strengthen, what to let fade. This automatic curation means that by the end of a mortal life, you retain the important experiences, while trivial details have been naturally forgotten. Your memory is a curated collection, not an exhaustive archive. As a lick, you have no such curation. Every experience, every thought, every moment of your existence accumulates in your consciousness without automatic pruning. After 100 years, you have roughly 36,500 days of continuous memory without the organizing structure that sleep provides. After 500 years, 182,500 days. After 1,000 years, 365,000 days of uninterrupted experience, all existing in your consciousness without clear temporal organization or natural forgetting. The human mind, even enhanced by magical power and undead transformation, is not designed to hold this much unprocessed information. Based on observed lick behaviors documented across centuries, memory appears to fail in strange ways. You might remember with perfect clarity a conversation from 400 years ago, but completely forget what you were doing yesterday. Events from different centuries blend together, creating false memories where you conflate multiple similar experiences into a single confused recollection. Faces and names become jumbled. You remember meeting someone, but cannot recall when or in what context. The sheer volume of accumulated experience becomes its own form of confusion, a weight that presses down on consciousness and makes clear thinking increasingly difficult. This memory degradation compounds with the emotional accumulation discussed earlier. You have centuries of unprocessed emotions layered upon centuries of degraded memories, creating a psychological structure that becomes increasingly unstable and unreliable. You might respond to a present situation based on emotions from 3 centuries ago, because the temporal separation between past and present has become meaningless in your continuous consciousness. You might fail to respond appropriately to a genuine threat because you have seen similar situations so many times that nothing feels urgent or important anymore. The isolation of lichdom also accumulates into something more profound than mere loneliness. As a mortal, you were part of the community of living beings. You shared fundamental experiences with others. You all needed to eat, sleep, seek shelter, form relationships. These shared needs created common ground, a basis for understanding and connection. As a Lick, you have removed yourself from this community. You do not need what others need. You do not fear what others fear. You do not experience time as others experience it. The gulf between your existence and mortal existence widens with each passing century until communication itself becomes nearly impossible. You might maintain relationships with mortal servants or associates, but these cannot be genuine partnerships. The power differential is too great. The difference in temporal perception is too profound. You exist on a scale of centuries, while they exist on a scale of decades. What they consider urgent, you see as trivial because you have witnessed similar situations dozens of times before. What you consider important, they cannot comprehend because they lack the extended time frame necessary to understand your long-term schemes. The relationship becomes that of a human trying to have a meaningful conversation with a mayfly. Two beings operating on such different scales that genuine understanding is impossible. Other liches might seem like potential companions, beings who share your condition and could understand your perspective. But lickdom tends to create beings who are fundamentally incompatible with each other. Each lick becomes obsessed with their own particular research or schemes. Each develops their own idiosyncratic madness, shaped by centuries of sleepless existence. Each guards their phylactery with paranoid intensity, unable to trust anyone else with knowledge of their vulnerability. Two liches meeting are more likely to see potential threats or competitors than potential allies or friends. The shared condition of lickdom creates no bond because each lick's experience of that condition has diverged in unique and incompatible directions. The requirement to periodically consume souls creates another cumulative burden. The first soul you feed to your phylactery might trouble you. The murder of an innocent being, the complete annihilation of their soul. These are acts that violate fundamental moral principles that most beings hold sacred, but you justify it. You need this to maintain your existence. You will use your immortality for important purposes that justify the cost. The cognitive dissonance is manageable for a single act, but then you do it again, and again, and again. After 100 years, you have consumed approximately 2 souls. After 500 years, 10 souls. After 1,000 years, 20 souls completely destroyed, 20 thinking, feeling beings murdered not just in body, but in spirit, denied any afterlife, obliterated from existence to fuel your continued undeath. The weight of these crimes accumulates. You might harden yourself, suppressing empathy and remorse to make the acts bearable. But the hardening itself is a cost, a loss of the emotional capacity that once made you fully conscious. Alternatively, you might retain your empathy, experiencing full guilt and horror for each murder, in which case the psychological burden becomes crushing across centuries of repeated atrocity. The physical degradation of your undead body also accumulates, though more slowly than psychological decay. Flesh withers and falls away. Bones become exposed. Your appearance becomes increasingly monstrous and inhuman. You might use illusion magic to hide this, presenting a human face to those you interact with, but you know what you truly look like. You perceive yourself through magical senses that see past illusions. The thing you have become, the animated corpse puppeted by a soul trapped in a distant object, confronts you every moment. The disconnection between what you once were and what you are now grows more obvious and disturbing with each passing century. Some liches embrace this transformation, adopting the aesthetic of death and decay as a form of power and identity. You might decorate your lair with bones and corpses, dress yourself in funeral garments, lean into the horror of your appearance as a tool for intimidation. But this embrace of monstrosity is itself a cost. You are abandoning your humanity, not just physically, but psychologically, choosing to identify with death rather than life. The person you were as a mortal would be horrified by what you have become, and some part of you knows this even as you try to embrace your new nature. The magical power you gain through lichdom also becomes a burden in unexpected ways. You are among the most powerful spellcasters in existence. You can cast 9th level spells, the pinnacle of arcane magic. You can reshape reality, stop time, create demoplanes, wish things into existence. This power is intoxicating at first, the fulfillment of a wizard's greatest ambitions. But power without purpose becomes meaningless, and purpose becomes elusive when you have eternity to accomplish any goal. What do you do with ultimate power when you have 1,000 years already behind you and infinite years ahead? You can conquer kingdoms, but kingdoms rise and fall. And after watching this cycle repeat a dozen times, the exercise loses meaning. You can accumulate wealth, but what purpose does wealth serve when you have no physical needs and no one to share your life with? You can pursue knowledge, and many liches do obsessively pursue ever deeper magical understanding. But knowledge for its own sake eventually feels empty when there is no broader context or purpose for that knowledge. The combination of ultimate power and ultimate emptiness creates a unique form of existential despair. You are capable of almost anything, but nothing feels worth doing. You have infinite time, but time itself has lost its meaning. You are awake and aware continuously, but your awareness encompasses an existence that has become hollow at its core. This is perhaps the deepest cost of lichdom, rarely acknowledged or discussed, because the liches who experience it have long since lost the ability to articulate their own psychological state clearly. The cumulative price also manifests in what philosophers might call a loss of finitude. Mortal existence derives much of its meaning from limitation and ending. Each moment matters because there are only a finite number of moments. Each relationship is precious because it will end. Each experience has weight because you will only live once. Death, while feared, also gives life its shape and significance. The awareness of mortality creates urgency, focus, and appreciation for the present moment. As a lick, you have removed this structuring principle from your existence. Nothing ends. Nothing is finite. Nothing is urgent because everything can be accomplished eventually. The present moment has no special significance because it is just one moment in an infinite series of identical moments. This loss of finitude erodes the capacity for meaning itself. Life feels significant because it is limited. Undeath stretches into infinity and therefore feels significant in no particular way. You exist, you continue to exist, you will always exist, and this eternal continuation is paradoxically emptier than the limited span of mortal life. The Lich Queen stands in her sanctum, surrounded by the accumulated artifacts of 1,000 years, scrolls and books she has read hundreds of times, magical items she has created or collected across centuries. The physical evidence of her power and knowledge fills every shelf and table, but the accumulation is also a kind of prison. Each object carries memories, and she has too many memories. Each represents goals achieved, and she has achieved so many goals that achievement itself has lost its savor. She is powerful beyond mortal measure, knowledgeable beyond mortal comprehension, and empty in ways that mortals cannot imagine. She cannot sleep, she cannot dream, she cannot die, she cannot rest, and beneath all the specific costs and sacrifices, beneath the sleeplessness and the isolation and the degradation, there lies this deepest price. She has sacrificed meaning itself on the altar of immortality. She exists in a state of perpetual existence, without the structure and significance that finitude provides. This is the cumulative price of lichdom, greater than any individual cost, emerging from the interaction of centuries of accumulated losses. She has gained everything and lost everything, and the consciousness that cannot sleep must simply continue, aware of the emptiness, unable to escape it, trapped in eternal awareness of what immortality truly costs. The weight of eternal wakefulness eventually becomes unbearable, even for beings of tremendous power and in human psychology. Throughout the long history of liches, across the Forgotten Realms and beyond, many have attempted to find some way to achieve respite from continuous consciousness. These attempts take many forms, from magical experimentation to elaborate rituals, from self-imposed dormancy to consciousness-altering substances and experiences. None perfectly recreate the experience of sleep, but each represents a desperate search for relief from awareness that never ceases. The most obvious approach involves attempting to magically induce sleep through spells. A lich might cast sleep on themselves, or have a willing assistant cast it, hoping that magic can accomplish what biology cannot. Based on the mechanics of sleep magic in the game, the spell fails immediately. Sleep magic targets living creatures, affecting their natural sleep mechanisms. Undead creatures have no such mechanisms to affect. The spell simply has no target to act upon. More powerful sleep effects, like the 8th level spell Feeble Mind, theoretically reduce a creature's intelligence to animal level, which might seem like a form of unconsciousness, but Feeble Mind specifically affects the minds of living creatures. And even if it could affect a lick, reducing your intelligence does not grant rest. It simply makes you a lick with severely impaired mental function, still conscious but unable to think clearly. Some liches might experiment with time stop and similar temporal magic, hoping to create periods where consciousness is suspended. You cast time stop, freezing yourself in time for a period that, from an external perspective, might last weeks or months. The hope is that this temporal suspension might provide the experience of discontinuity that sleep offers, but time stop does not work this way according to the spell's mechanics. From your perspective, no time passes at all. You cast the spell and immediately experience the spell's end with no sense of duration between. There is no rest, no break in consciousness, no refreshment of mind or spirit. You simply skip forward in time without experiencing the interval, gaining none of the benefits that sleep provides. More sophisticated attempts might involve creating artificial realms designed to simulate dream experiences. A lick might use demiplane or other reality-shaping magic to create a pocket dimension structured according to dream logic rather than normal physical laws. Within this artificial dream realm, gravity might be optional. Architecture might shift based on thought. Impossible events might occur without explanation. You enter this space hoping that experiencing dreamlike scenarios might provide some psychological equivalent to actual dreaming. These artificial dream realms can be quite elaborate. You might spend decades designing the perfect environment, building landscapes from your memories mixed with pure fantasy, populating the space with illusions or summoned creatures that act out narratives you have scripted. You might use enchantment magic on yourself to lower your critical faculties, making yourself more willing to accept the impossible events as real rather than recognizing them as staged illusions. With sufficient investment of time and magical resources, you can create experiences that closely approximate the surface features of dreams. But they remain fundamentally different from genuine dreams in one critical aspect: they are consciously constructed and controlled. You know you created this realm. You know the impossible events are the result of magic you cast. You can end the experience at any time through an act of will. This conscious control and awareness prevents the artificial dreams from providing the psychological processing and integration that real dreams offer. Dreams arise from the unconscious, revealing patterns and connections that conscious thought misses. Your artificial dreams contain only what you consciously put there, offering entertainment perhaps, but no genuine insight or psychological benefit. Some liches might attempt self-imposed dormancy as an alternative to sleep. You might seal yourself within your phylactery, withdrawing your consciousness from your body and entering a state of minimal awareness within the object that contains your soul. With sufficient magical preparation, you can remain in this dormant state for years, decades, or even centuries, emerging only when specific conditions are met. A magical alarm might wake you when intruders approach your lair. A temporal trigger might rouse you after a set number of years. An external summons from a trusted servant might call you back to activity. This dormancy resembles sleep in some ways. Time passes while you are unconscious of its passing. When you emerge, you experience a sense of discontinuity, a gap between the moment you entered dormancy and the moment of your awakening. The experience might even be pleasant, offering a break from the continuous awareness that normally defines your existence. But the dormancy also carries significant risks that sleep does not. While dormant, you are completely vulnerable. If enemies discover your phylactery's location, they can destroy it before you have any chance to respond. You trust your defensive wards and hidden location to protect you. But the absolute vulnerability of dormancy means that many liches would consider it too dangerous to attempt. Additionally, dormancy within the phylactery is not truly restful in the way that sleep is restful. You are not unconscious in any normal sense. Instead, you might exist in a state of extreme sensory deprivation, your consciousness reduced to a minimal level, but never entirely absent. The experience could be closer to being buried alive than to sleeping. Some liches might emerge from extended dormancy more disturbed and psychologically damaged than they were when they entered. The isolation and sensory deprivation, creating new traumas rather than relieving existing burdens. Alchemy and substance-based approaches represent another avenue of experimentation. Various magical substances and potions exist that alter consciousness in living beings. Dream essences, distilled from the plane of dreams itself, can induce vivid hallucinations and altered states. Certain funguses and plants from the Underdark produce consciousness-altering effects. Alchemy can create compounds that affect thought, perception, and emotion. A lich might consume these substances, hoping they will provide some form of mental respite, even if they cannot induce sleep. The results are likely unpredictable and often disappointing. Many consciousness-altering substances work by affecting brain chemistry, which means they would have no effect on undead creatures whose brains are not functioning biologically. Those substances that do work through magical rather than chemical means might affect a lich, but the effects would likely be far less profound than in living creatures. You might experience mild alterations in perception or thought, but nothing approaching the deep transformation that the substances induce in mortals. The undead condition provides a kind of baseline stability that resists dramatic shifts in consciousness, making it difficult to achieve altered states through external means. Some liches turn to meditation, practices far more elaborate than the simple trance required for spell preparation. You might develop systems of meditation inspired by monastic traditions, spending hours in focused contemplation of abstract concepts or visualization exercises. The goal is to achieve a state of consciousness so different from normal awareness that it provides relief from the burden of ordinary thought. With sufficient practice and discipline, you might reach states where your continuous consciousness feels less oppressive, where the flow of time and experience becomes more bearable. These advanced meditation practices can be genuinely helpful for managing the psychological burden of eternal wakefulness. They provide structure and purpose to hours that would otherwise be empty. They offer techniques for organizing and managing the vast accumulation of memories and experiences. They create intentional mental states that, while not sleep, at least provide variety and respite from normal awareness. Many ancient liches likely become deeply invested in meditation as the only reliable method for maintaining psychological stability across centuries of undeath. But even the most advanced meditation cannot replicate what sleep accomplishes. Meditation is always a conscious practice, requiring will and attention. Sleep is automatic, occurring naturally when biological conditions are met. Meditation might create moments of peace or insight, but it cannot provide the comprehensive psychological restoration that sleep delivers unconsciously and effortlessly. The meditative practices become another task to accomplish, another thing you must consciously do to maintain yourself, adding to your burdens even as they help you manage those burdens. A few rare liches have attempted to reverse their transformation, seeking to return to mortal life, specifically to regain the ability to sleep and dream. This is extraordinarily difficult and dangerous. Lichdom is designed to be permanent. The phylactery binds your soul in place with powerful necromantic magic that resists any attempt at reversal. Various methods exist in the deepest lore. Wish spells used in specific ways, intervention by powerful celestial beings, pilgrimages to holy sites, and rituals of atonement. Complex magical workings that slowly unravel the necromantic bonds. Even when these methods succeed in destroying the phylactery and freeing the soul, the process is not simple return to life. Your body has been dead for centuries. It cannot simply resume biological function. The soul, if freed, might travel to the afterlife it was always meant to reach, which means you die in truth rather than returning to mortal life. Some sources suggest that exceptionally powerful magic might allow a lich to be transformed into a living being again. But this would require resources and power beyond what most liches can access. And it requires a willingness to sacrifice immortality that few liches possess. The ultimate conclusion that most liches reach is that there is no true respite from eternal wakefulness. Sleep cannot be magically induced or artificially recreated. Dreams cannot be genuinely experienced by undead consciousness. The best that can be achieved is management and coping, finding ways to make continuous awareness somewhat more bearable without ever truly escaping it. The meditations the artificial dreams, the elaborate rituals. All of these are attempts to live with a condition that cannot be cured. Some liches develop elaborate personal rituals that provide psychological structure, even if they provide no actual rest. You might establish a nightly routine where you perform the same activities at the same time, creating an artificial cycle that mimics the daily rhythm of waking and sleeping. You might designate certain periods as quiet time where you withdraw from all external interaction, sitting in meditation or reviewing memories, creating boundaries that separate one period from another, even though your consciousness flows unbroken through all of them. These rituals serve no magical purpose and provide no actual restoration, but they help maintain the illusion of structure and normalcy in an existence that has neither. The search for respite also reveals the full horror of what has been sacrificed. If you did not miss sleep and dreams, you would not seek ways to recreate them. If eternal wakefulness felt natural and comfortable, you would not experiment with dangerous magic and elaborate rituals trying to escape it. The very fact that liches throughout the ages have sought relief from continuous consciousness demonstrates that this existence is not the triumph over limitation that it appears to be. It is a prison, and the bars are made of awareness that never stops, perception that never dims, consciousness that continues unbroken across centuries without mercy or relief. The Lich Queen sits in her meditation chamber, engaging in the elaborate visualization exercises she has perfected over 500 years of practice. She creates intricate mental landscapes, walks through memory palaces, focuses her consciousness on abstract patterns that provide brief respite from normal thought. The practices help. They make existence somewhat more bearable. But when the meditation ends, as it always must, she returns to the continuous awareness that defines her existence. She is awake. She has been awake for 5 centuries. She will be awake for centuries more. And no magic, no ritual, no practice can grant her what she lost when she drank the poison and felt her heart stop for the final time. She can never rest. She can never truly rest, and the search for respite, no matter how elaborate or magical, cannot change this fundamental reality of her undead existence. After exploring the nature of sleeplessness from every angle, after examining the biological, psychological, magical, and existential dimensions of eternal wakefulness, we arrive at a final understanding. The Lich Queen's dilemma for sleep is not simply that she cannot sleep. It is that she exists in a fundamentally different mode of being from all living creatures, a mode where the natural rhythms and structures that give life its shape and meaning have been removed, leaving only the raw fact of continuous existence stretching toward infinity. Time itself becomes the truest measure of what has been lost. For a living being, time is structured and meaningful. Days are marked by the cycle of waking and sleeping. Weeks and months are measured by these accumulated days. Years build from months, creating a temporal architecture where past, present, and future feel distinct and significant. Each day begins fresh with waking and ends complete with sleep. This creates forward motion, a sense of progression, a feeling that time is carrying you somewhere, even if you do not know the destination. For the lick, time loses this structure. Without the daily boundary of sleep, days cease to be discrete units. They blur into continuous experience, where yesterday and today and tomorrow are just arbitrary labels applied to an undifferentiated stream of consciousness. After centuries, based on the documented temporal disorientation that ancient liches display, the very concept of a day becomes almost meaningless. You mark time by external events rather than internal experience. The seasons change around you. Mortals are born, live, and die. Kingdoms rise and fall. But your own experience remains continuous, unbroken, always the same regardless of what external changes occur. This creates a strange relationship with eternity. Mortals fear death and crave more time. They wish they could live longer, accomplish more, experience more before their time runs out. The lick has achieved exactly what mortals wish for: infinite time. The ability to experience everything, learn everything, accomplish everything given enough centuries. But the actual experience of infinite time, based on everything we can infer from lick behavior, is not the paradise that mortals imagine. It is a kind of hell where nothing ends and therefore nothing truly begins, where everything stretches into sameness, where time itself becomes a burden rather than a gift. The eternal vigil that defines lick existence takes on new meaning in this context. You are always watching, always aware, always conscious. This might seem like ultimate power, the ability to maintain absolute control over your domain without vulnerability or weakness. But it is also ultimate imprisonment. You cannot look away. You cannot take a break. You cannot experience that blessed interval of unconsciousness where the world continues without you and you are freed from the obligation of awareness. Living beings accept vulnerability as the price of rest. They close their eyes, lose consciousness, and trust that they will wake again. This act of surrender, repeated nightly, connects them to something larger than themselves. It acknowledges limitation, accepts mortality, and embraces the rhythm of existence rather than trying to stand outside it. The lick refuses this surrender. You will not accept vulnerability. You will not acknowledge limitation. You stand outside the rhythm, maintaining perfect control and perfect awareness at the cost of perfect isolation. The psychology of ancient liches, those who have existed for millennia rather than mere centuries, reveals the ultimate destination of this path based on accounts from those who have encountered them. The mind continues to function in technical terms. Spells are still cast correctly. Complex plans are still formed and executed. Magical research continues to produce results, but something essential appears to have been lost. The consciousness that remains seems more like a machine than a person executing functions without the animating spark of genuine subjectivity. The personality that once existed has been worn away by ages of sleepless existence, leaving only processes and patterns that continue without purpose or meaning. This transformation is so gradual that the lick experiencing it might not recognize it as it occurs. Each century erodes a little more humanity, a little more capacity for genuine feeling and connection. The changes happen so slowly across such vast time scales that there is no clear moment where you can say that personhood was lost. You simply continue, and over millennia, what continues becomes increasingly mechanical, increasingly alien, increasingly separate from anything recognizable as conscious life. Some philosophers in the Forgotten Realms argue that this represents a fate worse than death. Death is ending, yes, but it is also transition. The soul moves to its appointed afterlife. Existence continues in a different form. There is change, transformation, the possibility of peace or reward, or at least resolution. Lichdom removes these possibilities. You are trapped in undeath, unable to move forward or backward, locked in a state that is neither life nor death, but something terrible suspended between them. You exist without living, continue without progressing, persist without purpose. But other voices offer different interpretations. Perhaps the transformation of consciousness across millennia is not loss, but evolution. Perhaps the Lick, who has existed for 3,000 years, operates on a level so far beyond mortal comprehension that our judgments about personhood and meaning simply do not apply. Perhaps what appears from the outside as mechanical emptiness is actually a form of consciousness so advanced and alien that it transcends categories of alive or dead, person or thing, meaningful or meaningless. The lore does not definitively answer these questions. Ancient liches remain mysterious, their inner experiences unknown even to other undead. What can be stated with certainty, based on consistent accounts across centuries of observation, is that eternal wakefulness transforms consciousness in ways both profound and irreversible. The being that emerges from millennia of sleepless existence is not the same as the wizard who first drank the poison of transformation. Whether this transformation represents tragedy or transcendence depends on perspective, values, and perhaps on questions that have no clear answers. The acceptance that many liches eventually reach is neither peaceful nor despairing, but something in between. You stop seeking sleep because you understand it is impossible. You stop trying to recreate dreams because you recognize that artificial constructs cannot replace genuine, unconscious experience. You stop searching for respite because you accept that respite is not available. Instead, you simply continue. You exist in eternal wakefulness because that is your nature now. You maintain consciousness across centuries because you have no alternative. The dilemma remains forever unresolved, but you learn to exist within it rather than constantly struggling against it. This acceptance does not bring happiness or peace. It brings a kind of grim determination, an acknowledgement that this is simply what existence means now. The burden does not lift, the weight does not lessen, but you develop the strength, or perhaps the numbness to carry it indefinitely. This is what eternal existence looks like from the inside, based on everything we can infer from documented lick behaviors, not the triumph of will over limitation, but the grinding persistence of consciousness that cannot rest, carrying on simply because cessation is not available. The Lick Queen stands at the window of her tower, looking out over lands she has ruled for 5 centuries. Dawn is breaking, the sun rising over the horizon in a daily cycle that has repeated 182,500 times since her transformation. For mortals sleeping in the villages below, this dawn represents a new beginning, the end of night's rest and the start of a fresh day. For her, it is simply another moment in an unbroken chain of moments, stretching back 500 years and forward into an infinity she cannot escape. She does not feel the hope that dawn brings to living beings. She does not experience the refreshment of waking after sleep. The sunrise is just a change in light levels, notable only because it marks another rotation of the planet, another increment of time passing in an existence that has too much time. She is awake now as she was awake yesterday, and will be awake tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after that, forever. This is her power. This is her achievement. This is the price she paid and continues to pay with every moment of consciousness that knows no relief. The dilemma for sleep is not a problem to be solved. It is a condition to be endured. There is no solution, no magic that can restore what was sacrificed, no ritual that can grant true rest to a being who has removed herself from the cycle of life and death. The Lick Queen will never sleep again. She will never dream again. She will continue in eternal wakefulness until her phylactery is destroyed or the universe itself ends. This is what immortality actually means when stripped of romantic fantasy and examined in its lived reality. And yet she persists. Despite the weight, despite the emptiness, despite the endless wakefulness that has become her existence, she continues. Perhaps this persistence itself reveals something important. Perhaps the fact that consciousness can endure such conditions, can continue across millennia of sleepless existence, demonstrates a resilience or strength that transcends human understanding. Or perhaps it simply demonstrates that consciousness, once established, is very difficult to eliminate, persisting even in conditions that make existence itself questionable in purpose and value. The sun rises fully, flooding her chamber with morning light. The mortals below wake and begin their days. The world continues its endless cycles of light and darkness, waking and sleeping, life and death. And the Lick Queen stands eternal, watching it all with eyes that never close, consciousness that never rests, awareness that knows no mercy and grants no respite. This is her dilemma. This is her existence. This is the eternal vigil of undeath. and it is both her triumph and her curse, her power and her prison, her immortality and her doom. She is awake. She will always be awake, and in this simple, terrible fact lies the full weight of what it means to be the Lick Queen who can never sleep. Hello and welcome. Come, find a comfortable place. Perhaps a worn leather armchair near a crackling hearth, or a spot by a window where the rain drums a soft, rhythmic beat against the glass. Let the tension of your day unspool and fade away. Breathe in, breathe out. Today, we are going to walk the gray, smog-choked streets of the city of doors. We are going to look up at the Taurus in the sky, and we are going to discuss the one entity that even the gods fear to provoke. You ask to know what happens if you face the Lady of Pain. It is a question that usually ends the life of the one asking it. But here, in this safe space, we can explore the terror without the consequence. Imagine, if you will, that you are standing in the center of a city that should not exist. The air here tastes of ozone and ancient dust, heavy with the smog of 1,000 industries and the breath of 1,000,000 travelers. Above you, there is no sky, only the city itself, curling up and over in a dizzying, impossible loop. This is Sigil, the city of doors, the cage. It is the pinhole at the center of the multiverse, the place where all roads meet. And yet, it is a prison. To understand what happens when you face the Lady of Pain, you must first understand the environment that she is. You cannot separate her serenity from the city she rules. They are not merely ruler and domain. They are symbiotic, perhaps even identical in nature. When you walk the cobblestones of the Hive or the pristine avenues of the Lady's Ward, you are walking on her skin. The atmosphere here is unlike anywhere else in the Great Wheel. In the outer planes, belief shapes reality. If you believe hard enough in Badr, the land becomes lawful and evil. If you dream in Arborea, the passions manifest. But Sigil is neutral. It is aggressively, painfully neutral, and it is neutral because she forces it to be. Her presence is a heavy, dampening blanket that suppresses the cosmic imperative of belief. When you are here, you feel small. It is a specific kind of smallness, not the awe you feel before a mountain, but the insignificance you feel before a guillotine. The locals, the cagers, they do not look up. Have you noticed that? If you watch them as they bustle from the great bazaar to the clerk's ward, their eyes stay level or cast down. To look up is to risk seeing her, and to see her is to invite her notice. There is a superstition, born of hard survival instinct, that her shadow can fall upon you even when she is not physically there. It is a psychological weight. Every time you turn a corner, every time you step through an archway, there is a frisson of fear. Is she there? Is she floating just above the ground, her robes motionless in the wind, that mask of blades gleaming in the half-light? You asked what happens if you face her. The first thing that happens is silence. Before you ever see the lady, the city reacts. The ambient noise of Sigil, the shouting of touts, the clatter of carriages, The distant hum of portals opening and closing, it dies. It does not fade, it is cut. The razor vine that chokes the buildings seems to pull back, tightening against the brick. The smog clears, leaving a tunnel of unnatural clarity. This is the herald of pain. It is the multiverse holding its breath. If you are foolish enough to seek this confrontation, you are likely standing in an open thoroughfare. Maybe the avenue of the Gith. You are armed, perhaps. You have your spells prepared, your magic items attuned. You are a hero of 20 campaigns, a slayer of dragons, a banisher of demons. In the prime material plane, you are a legend. In the outer planes, you are a force to be reckoned with. Here, you are a mote of dust. The Lady of Pain does not walk. She drifts. She hovers a few inches above the ground, defying gravity without effort or magical emission. She is tall, perhaps 15 feet, though her height seems to fluctuate with the terror of the observer. She is draped in robes of shifting, tattered gray and brown, colors that remind you of old iron and dried blood. They do not rustle. Nothing about her makes a sound. But the most striking feature, the image burned into the mind of every being who knows the lore, is the mask. It is a pale, expressionless face, frozen in a look of serene disinterest. Surrounding it is a halo of blades. Large, curved, rusted blades that emerge from the flesh or the metal of her head. They are not decorative. They are the physical manifestation of her power, to cut, to separate, to flay. When you face her, you are not facing a monster with a stat block. You are not facing a creature with hit points or an armor class. You are facing a fundamental constant of reality. In the earlier editions of the game, specifically the second edition, where the planescape setting was born, the designers made a very specific choice. They did not give her stats. If something has stats, players will try to kill it. If it has hit points, it can die. The Lady of Pain has no stats because she is not a combat encounter. She is a plot device. She is the end of the line. Standing before her, your first sensation is not pain, but a profound, crushing loneliness. The lady does not acknowledge you. Her eyes, if they can be called that, do not focus on your face. She looks through you, past you, at the structure of the multiverse behind you. You realize, in that moment, that your existence is an error in her calculus. You are a variable that needs to be removed to balance the equation. There is no initiative roll. There is no surprise round. There is only the decision of her serenity. Does she kill you, or does she maze you? If she chooses death, it is instant. It is not a battle. There is no saving throw to resist the damage. The lore states that her shadow simply falls across you. In the game mechanics, if you stand in her shadow, you are flayed. Your skin, your armor, your magical protections, they separate from your body in a single, wet sheet. It happens faster than your nerves can register the trauma. One moment you are whole, the next, you are a biological diagram. This is not a spell. It is not a magical effect that can be dispelled or countered by an anti-magic field. In fact, the lady's power supersedes the laws of magic. She controls the portals. She controls the space. But let us assume, for the sake of this thought experiment, that you have somehow drawn her attention without immediately triggering the flaying. You are standing your ground. You speak to her. "I challenge you," you say. The words hang in the dead air. The dabbas, her silent servants who float nearby, cover their eyes. The locals have already fled, scattering into the alleys like roaches when a torch is lit. She does not answer. She never speaks. In all the thousands of years of Sigil's history, she has never uttered a single word. To speak is to acknowledge that the listener has value, that they are worth communicating with. You are not. You are an irritant. However, there is a deep lore theory that suggests her silence is a mercy. If she were to speak, the vibration of her voice might shatter the spire itself, unmaking the city. Her silence holds the cage together. By speaking to her, you are asking for the end of the world. As you stand there facing the lady, you begin to feel the maze. It is not a physical structure yet. It is a pressure in your mind. The Lady of Pain is the master of portals. Every arch, every window, every barrel hoop in Sigil can be a portal. But she does not need a physical frame to send you away. She can fold space around you. The reality of facing her is that you are facing the architect of your own prison. She looks at you, and the space you occupy becomes an island. The connection between you and the rest of the universe is severed. Why would someone do this? Why would anyone face her? Throughout history, there have been those who tried. The hubris of the powerful is a constant in the multiverse. We will discuss them in detail later. The tragedy of Easkar is the prime example. But usually, those who face her are not seeking a fight. They are seeking answers. They want to know what she is. Is she a fallen angel, a reformatted demon lord, the daughter of an ancient overpower? Is she the personification of the universe itself, tired of the squabbling of gods? The lore is full of contradictions, intentionally so. But standing before her, none of that matters. The academic curiosity evaporates, replaced by the primal reptilian need to run. But you cannot run. To run is to trigger the chase instinct, if she had instincts. To stay is to be an obstruction. The light in the street shifts. The blades on her cowl catch a glint of the impossible light from the sky. You see, for a brief second, a reflection in the steel. You see yourself, but you look small, distorted, trapped. This is the preamble to the punishment. This is the atmosphere of the encounter. It is absolute dominance. There is no negotiation. There is no charisma check high enough to persuade her. There is no rogue skill high enough to hide from her. She is the Lady of Pain, and you are in her house. And she wants you out. Take a breath. Let the adrenaline of that imaginary confrontation settle. You are safe again, seated in your comfortable chair, watching the smoke rise from a warm cup of tea. But in our mind's eye, we are still in Sigil. We are shifting our gaze from the terrifying, bladed majesty of the lady to the figures that drift in her wake. If the Lady of Pain is the mind of the city, these creatures are its hands. They are the dabbas. To understand the lady, you must understand her servants, for she rarely acts directly. Instead, she acts through these silent, hovering intermediaries. Look closely at one now. They are everywhere in the cage, yet they are distinct from every other species in the multiverse. A dabus looks somewhat like a humanoid, but the proportions are wrong, stretched, and distorted, as if by the gravity of the spire. They are tall, slender beings with skin the color of pale limestone, or sometimes the dusty gray of old mortar. They have wild, shock-white hair that stands up in tufts, giving them a perpetually startled or eccentric appearance, and curling from their foreheads are two pairs of horns, not the demonic horns of a Tanari or the devilish horns of a Batezu, but ram-like, organic horns that mark them as something else. They do not walk. You will never hear the footfall of a dabus. They hover a few inches to a foot off the ground, drifting with an eerie, silent grace. This levitation is constant. They sleep hovering, they work hovering, they die hovering. It is as if the ground of sigil is holy to them, or perhaps they are repelled by it. When you face the lady, the dabus are usually the first warning sign. Before she arrives, they scatter, clearing the path. But if you violate the laws of sigil in a way that does not warrant immediate execution, say, you damage a portal, or you try to burn down a city block, it is the dabus who will arrive to correct you. Their role is ostensibly that of caretakers. They are the custodians of the city of doors. They repair the crumbling masonry of the hive. They trim back the razor vine that constantly threatens to choke the lower wards. They fix the sewers and the cobblestones. It seems mundane, does it not? Cosmic janitors. But do not make the mistake of dismissing them. In sigil, architecture is reality. By maintaining the physical structure of the city, they are maintaining the metaphysical integrity of the cage. When a dabus places a brick, they are reinforcing the prison walls of the multiverse. The most fascinating and frustrating aspect of the dabus is their communication. Like their mistress, they do not speak. They have mouths, but they do not form words. If you try to interrogate a dabus about the lady, asking who is she, or where did she come from, you will not get a verbal answer. Instead, the air above their heads will shimmer. Golden motes of light will coalesce, forming images. This is the rebus. A rebus is a visual riddle. It is a mode of communication that relies on symbols to represent sounds or concepts. Imagine you ask a dabus why the lady forbids worship. Above its head, you might see an image of a knot, followed by an image of a god, followed by a skull. Not God death, or perhaps not God death. The interpretation is up to you, and that ambiguity is a defense mechanism. The rebus is not just a language. It is a test of intelligence. It forces the viewer to engage on the dabus's terms. In the physiological lore of these creatures, it is said that they do not actually understand spoken languages in the way we do. They perceive thoughts and concepts, and their minds translate those concepts into floating illusions. It is a form of telepathy that manifests visually. This ensures that their secrets and the lady's secrets remain obfuscated. You have to be smart to talk to a Dabus. You have to be patient. Why do they speak this way? The leading theory among planar scholars, the graybeards at the Civic Festival, is that spoken language in the outer planes has power. A word of power can kill. A true name can enslave. By speaking only in images, the Dabus avoid the metaphysical traps of language. They cannot accidentally summon a demon by mispronouncing a syllable. They cannot be bound by a verbal contract. It is a safety protocol for beings who live in the most dangerous city in existence. Let us delve deeper into their relationship with the lady. The Dabus are not slaves. They do not wear chains. They seem to act with a hive mind consensus, moving in perfect synchronization to fulfill the lady's unspoken desires. There is no hierarchy among them, no King Dabus. They are a collective. When the Lady of Pain glides through the streets, the Dabus often follow in her wake, repairing the damage her mere presence might cause to the reality of the street, or cleaning up the remains of those she has flayed. There is a physiological horror to this relationship as well. It is widely believed in canon that the Dabus are the only beings native to Sigil. Everyone else, humans, elves, fiends, celestials, are immigrants, clueless outsiders or their descendants. But the Dabus belong here. They are the city. Some theories suggest that the Dabus are literal extensions of the lady's will, budding off from her, or the city infrastructure like spores. If you cut a Dabus, they bleed, but do they feel individuality? There is one exception, and his story gives us a profound insight into what happens when the natural order of the lady is challenged. We must speak of Fel. Fel is a Dabus, but he is an outcast. If you wander into the market ward, you might find a tattoo parlor. Inside, floating amidst the ink pots and needles, is Fel. He looks like other Dabus, but the air around him feels heavier, sadder. The other Dabus shun him. They do not look at him. They float around his shop as if it is a void in space. Fel, pun intended, though there is no humor in his fate, because he did the one thing a Dabus must never do. He developed an individual personality, and he accepted a devastating truth. He acknowledged the god of portals, Easkar. We will cover Easkar in depth in Section 4, but for now, know that Easkar is the deity the lady killed. Fel worships a dead god, or rather, he acknowledges the power that once was. Because of this, Fel is cut off from the hive mind. He speaks in rebus, but his symbols are often cracked or darker in tone. He is a tragic figure, the only Dabus who can truly interact with adventurers on a personal level. He is tolerated by the lady, which is a mystery in itself. Why hasn't she flayed him? Perhaps because he serves as a warning. Or perhaps because, in his own way, he still serves the city. He marks the skin of adventurers, turning them into walking canvases, walking symbols. In a way, he turns people into rebus. Now, consider the combat capabilities of the Dabus. You asked what happens if you face the lady. If you are lucky, you only face her enforcers. The Dabus are pacifists by nature, preferring to float away from trouble. But if forced to defend the lady's interests, they are formidable. They do not use swords or spells. They use the city. A Dabus can reach into the cobblestones and pull up a section of the street to use as a shield or a projectile. They can manipulate the razor vine, causing it to lash out and ensnare an attacker. In the second edition, Planescape Monstrous Compendiums, they were described as having the ability to levitate heavy objects with their minds, pelting intruders with the very masonry of sigil. They weaponize the environment. To fight a Dabus is to fight the ground you stand on. Furthermore, their rebus can become a weapon. A Dabus can manifest a symbol so bright, so complex, or so horrific that it stuns the viewer. Imagine a floating symbol of pain that actually transmits the sensation of pain to your neural pathways. They can overload your mind with the sheer density of their visual language, but their true power lies in their numbers and their relentlessness. They are the white blood cells of sigil. If you kill one, 3 more will drift silently around the corner to take its place. They do not get angry. They do not seek revenge. They simply seek to remove the irritant. They will dismantle your fortifications, brick by brick. They will wall you into a dead-end alley, sealing the exit with fresh mortar and stone, leaving you to starve or find a portal out. This is the infrastructure of the lady's rule. She does not need a standing army. She does not need a city watch. She has the Dabus. They are the silent omnipresence that reminds every cager that they are guests in a house that does not belong to them. There is a pervasive theory, whispered in the dark corners of the hive, regarding the life cycle of the Dabus. It is said that when the Lady of Pain eventually dies, if such a thing is possible, or when she ascends to a higher state of being, one of the Dabus will undergo a metamorphosis. The blades will erupt from their flesh. The robes will form from the dust of the city, and a new lady will be born. This suggests that the lady is not a singular entity, but a title, a role filled by the ultimate evolution of the city's caretakers. If this is true, then every time you look at a Dabus, you are looking at a potential lord or lady of pain in the larval stage. It adds a layer of reverence to the interactions. You don't kick the janitor if the janitor might one day be God. So, before you march down the street to shout your challenge at the lady, take a look at the Dabus watching you from the rooftops. Look at the rebus floating above their heads. Maybe it is a warning, a picture of a flame, a moth, and a boot. Flame, moth, boot. The moth flies to the flame and gets crushed. They are telling you to go home. They are telling you that the lady is not to be disturbed. And they are telling you that if you persist, they will be the ones scrubbing your blood off the stones come morning. They will do it efficiently, silently, and without judgment, because to them, you are just another stain on the majesty of the cage. The Dabus ensure the stage is set. They keep the lights on and the curtains drawn. But there is one rule they enforce above all others, one law that is written in the blood of gods and men alike. It is the law that keeps the lady supreme. It is the prohibition of worship. Settle deeper into your chair. Let the silence of the room wrap around you. We have spoken of the city's atmosphere and the silent workers who maintain its facade. Now we must speak of the one law that supersedes all others in the city of doors. It is a law not written in books, nor inscribed on stone tablets. It is a law written in the sudden, violent absence of life. In the multiverse, specifically in the outer planes, belief is power. It is the currency of the cosmos. If enough people believe in a concept, that concept manifests. If enough mortals worship a being, that being ascends to divinity. Gods or powers, as they are called in the jargon of the planes, live and die by the faith of their followers. A god without worshippers is a husk, a corpse floating in the astral plane. Worship is a transaction. The mortal offers faith, and the god returns miracles. But the Lady of Pain refuses the transaction. This is the supreme paradox of Sigil. You stand in the center of the multiverse, under the gaze of a being with infinite power within her domain. A being who can block the entry of greater deities. A being who can rewrite reality with a thought. And yet, she is not a god. More importantly, she refuses to be a god. To face the Lady of Pain is to face a being who rejects the fundamental fuel of the multiverse. If you were to walk into the great hall of the Festhal, or the smoky interior of the smoldering corpse bar, and you were to stand on a table and declare your devotion to the lady, the room would go cold. The seasoned planewalkers, the cutters who have survived the blood war and the mazes, would back away from you. They would not argue. They would simply leave the blast radius. Because to worship the Lady of Pain is a capital crime. It is the only crime she personally polices with absolute consistency. You can murder in the streets of the hive, and she will not intervene. You can steal the gems from a fiend's eyes, and she will remain in her tower. But if you kneel and pray to her name, you invite the shadow. Let us analyze the mechanics of this prohibition. Why does she forbid it? The prevailing theory, supported by the deep lore of the Planescape campaign setting, is that the lady understands the trap of divinity. In the planes, to be a god is to be defined by your worshippers. If 1,000,000 people believe you are the god of compassion, you are forced into that mold. You lose your free will. You become a slave to the collective belief of your flock. If the lady were to accept worship, the belief of the millions of cagers living in Sigil would begin to shape her. She would lose her neutrality. And in Sigil, neutrality is the lock that keeps the prison secure. Furthermore, there is the metaphysical mechanic of the spire. At the base of the spire, divine magic ceases to function. If she were to become a god, she might inadvertently annul her own existence, or shatter the balance that allows Sigil to sit atop the spire without sliding into the void. So she kills anyone who tries to make her a god. The punishment is rarely a battle. It is rarely a dramatic entrance. It is the flaying. In the game statistics, or rather, the lack thereof, the lady's shadow is often described as the lethality trigger. If her shadow falls upon you, you die. But But for those who worship her, the effect is more visceral. The lore describes the flaying not just as the removal of skin, but as the violent separation of the self. Imagine the sensation of every nerve ending in your body lighting up at once. The worshippers in your circle stop chanting. They look at you. They see the blades manifesting, not the lady's physical blades, but spectral, invisible edges that exist in the space you occupy. The skin splits. It is a precise, anatomical dismantling. It happens to the entire cult simultaneously. There is no saving throw. There is no magic resistance. The lady's will bypasses the weave of magic and acts directly on the biological matter. In seconds, the cellar is silent, save for the wet sound of organic collapse. History is littered with the remains of those who thought they could be the exception. Throughout the eras of sigil, small cults have risen, usually in the hive or the hidden undercity, led by charismatic figures claiming to hear the lady's voice. These groups never last. The Dabbas eventually arrive, not to arrest them, but to clean up the aftermath. Canonically, there are accounts of statues made of organic iron appearing in the city squares, former cultists who were transmuted into gray metal, their faces frozen in eternal screams. The lady did not just kill them, she turned them into architecture. She made them part of the cage they tried to open. They stood there for years, grim warnings to anyone who walked by, until the Dabbas eventually ground them down to pave a new street. There is, however, a darker nuance to this. While organized worship is purged, the lady tolerates a certain level of fear-based reverence. The cagers respect her. They fear her. They obey her. Is this not a form of worship? Perhaps, but the distinction lies in the transaction. They do not ask her for anything. They do not expect blessings. They expect only that she continues to exist. As long as the devotion is passive, as long as it is rooted in terror rather than love or transaction, she allows it. The crime of worship also extends to the powers themselves. We know that gods are banned from entering sigil, but their priests are allowed in. A cleric of Pellar can walk the streets, but they must be careful. If a high priest of a greater deity were to try and consecrate the entire city to their god, they would face the lady. The lady creates a zone of exclusion. She is the jealous landlord who allows no other names on the deed. When you face the lady, you are facing the ultimate rejection of higher power. In a universe where gods are tangible, walking realities, she is the great no. So, if you find yourself in her shadow, do not pray, do not beg whatever god you served in the prime material. The connection is severed here. Your god cannot hear you over the hum of the spire, and even if they could, they would not dare cross the threshold to save you. You are alone with the lady. The crime is not just in the kneeling. It is in the assumption that she cares. To worship is to assume a relationship. To assume a relationship with the Lady of Pain is the ultimate arrogance. She is the scenery. She is the sky. She is the walls. You do not worship the wall. You simply hope it does not fall on you. And yet, despite the flayings, despite the statues of iron flesh, despite the warnings in the rebus of the dabus, people continue to try. The psychological need for a higher power is so strong that beings will throw themselves into the grinder just to touch the divine. There was one entity, however, who went further than mere worship, one who did not just want to pray to the lady, but wanted to take the city from her. A god who thought the rules did not apply to him. His name is whispered in the shattered temple. His story is the cautionary tale that keeps the other gods at bay. We must now turn our eyes to the greatest ruin in Sigil, and the god who lies dead or dreaming within the astral. We must speak of the usurper. Walk with me now. We are leaving the chaotic bustle of the market ward. The air grows cooler here, heavy with the scent of old damp earth and the sharp, metallic tang of ozone. We are entering the lower ward, the industrial heart of Sigil, where the smog hangs low and the forges burn hot. But we are not here for the industry. We are here for the ruin. Ahead of us lies a sprawling complex of broken stone and twisted iron. It is a scar on the face of the city. The locals call it the Shattered Temple. It is currently the headquarters of the Athar, the faction that denies the divinity of gods, claiming them to be nothing more than powerful frauds. It is a delicious irony, is it not? The faction that hates gods lives in the corpse of one. This ruin is the answer to the ultimate question. Can a god face the Lady of Pain? The answer is written in the rubble. To understand the magnitude of this event, we must look back into the deep history of the cage. We must speak of Easkar. In the cosmology of the Great Wheel, there are gods for almost everything. Gods of war, gods of love, gods of harvest. But Easkar was something more dangerous. He was the god of portals. He was the keeper of gateways. Think about what that means in Sigil. Sigil is the city of doors. Its entire existence, its economy, its strategic value relies on the portals. The Lady of Pain controls the portals. They are her blood vessels. They are the mechanism by which she isolates or connects the cage. For a deity to claim the portfolio of portals is not just a theological choice. It is a territorial claim. It is an act of aggression. For a time, Easkar was the most popular deity in Sigil. His priests walked the streets openly. They blessed the archways. They consecrated the thresholds. They offered safe passage to travelers in exchange for tithes. The people of Sigil, pragmatic as always, flocked to him. If you live in a city of doors, it makes sense to pay homage to the god who holds the keys. The Lady of Pain watched. This is the most chilling aspect of the tragedy. She did not strike immediately. She did not crush Easkar the moment he set foot, metaphorically, in her domain. She waited. Why? There is a theory among the Greybeards that the lady allows certain threats to grow to test the system. Or perhaps, in her alien calculus, Easkar served a purpose. He facilitated trade. He organized the chaos of the portals. For a brief window in history, the lady and the god of portals coexisted. It was a cold war, a silent standoff between the Lord of the Cage and the god of the key. But gods are ambitious. It is in their nature to expand. Eoskar was not content with being a guest in the house. He wanted to be the landlord. The lore suggests that Eoskar began to subvert the Dabbas. We spoke of Fel in the previous section, the Dabbas who worships him. Fel is the lingering evidence of this metaphysical infiltration. Eoskar's influence began to seep into the very maintenance crew of the city. He was turning the lady's own hands against her. He was rewriting the fundamental code of sigil, trying to align the city's resonance with his own divine frequency. He wanted to make sigil his divine realm. If a god makes a plane their divine realm, they become omnipotent within it. They can alter the landscape, the laws of physics, the flow of time. If Eoskar had succeeded, sigil would have ceased to be the neutral meeting ground of the multiverse. It would have become the fortress of Eoskar. The blood war would have tipped. The balance of the cosmos would have shattered. And so, the lady moved. It happened in an instant, yet the memory of it is etched into the psychic bedrock of the city. There was no declaration of war. There were no armies of angels clashing with the Dabbas. There was simply a day when the Lady of Pain left her tower. Witnesses, ancestors of the current Cagers, described the sky turning a bruised purple. The ambient noise of the city, usually a roar, vanished. The portals of sigil, all of them, slammed shut simultaneously. For one terrifying moment, the cage was truly sealed. No way in, no way out. The lady drifted towards the great temple of Eoskar. It was a magnificent structure then, gleaming with white marble and gold, a testament to the hubris of the divine. Eoskar's high priest stood at the gates, clad in vestments of shimmering silk, wielding the power of a greater deity. He began to chant a spell of banishment, a word of power meant to unmake the lady. The lady did not slow down. She did not cast a counterspell. She simply passed through the priest. The lore descriptions are brutal. The priest did not die from a wound. He was unraveled. One moment, he was a man. The next, he was a collection of ribbons, skin, muscle, bone, soul, fluttering in the wind of her passage. She reached the center of the temple. We do not know exactly what Eoskar looked like in that moment. Avatars of gods are formidable things. They are mountains of hit points and divine ranks. They can survive the collapse of planes. But Eoskar was facing the lady in her own living room. She cast no spell. She simply looked at him, and in that look, she enacted the will of the One. She denied his existence. The resulting shockwave was not physical, but metaphysical. It shattered the temple, cracking the stone foundations and twisting the iron supports into the shapes we see today. But more importantly, it shattered Eoskar. The Lady of Pain killed a god. She did not just destroy his avatar. She reached through the avatar, followed the silver cord of his divinity back to its source, and severed it. She cast his corpse out of the city, out of the outlands, and into the astral plane. If you travel to the astral plane today, you can find him. The corpse of Eoskar is a massive, floating island of petrified flesh. It is a dead rock in the silver void. Adventurers mine it for resources. Githyanki build outposts in the hollows of his frozen veins. He is not sleeping. He is not waiting. He is dead. This event, the tragedy of Easkar, changed the rules of the game forever. Before Easkar, the gods thought they were untouchable. They thought Sigil was a prize to be won. After Easkar, they understood that Sigil is a no-fly zone. The devastation of the temple was left as a monument. The lady did not order the Dabbas to repair it. She let the ruins stand. The Athar later moved in, finding the shattered halls perfect for their philosophy. "Look," they say, pointing to the broken altar. "Here is where a god died. If they can die, they are not true gods." But there is a deeper, more subtle horror to this story. Why did the lady leave the ruins? And why does she allow Fel, the Dabbas priest of Easkar, to survive? Some speculate that Easkar is not entirely gone. In the Planescape adventure, Dead Gods, there is a whisper that even dead gods dream. There is a lingering suspicion that a fragment of Easkar's consciousness survives in the portals themselves. By killing him, did the lady absorb his portfolio? Did she become the goddess of portals in all but name? Or is his death the very fuel that keeps the portals working? When you ask, "What happens if I face the Lady of Pain?" you are essentially asking to repeat the mistake of Easkar. But you are not a god. You do not have millions of worshippers fueling your existence. You do not have a divine realm. Easkar had all of that, and he was deleted like a typo on a page. The tragedy of Easkar also cemented the mechanics of divine exclusion. It is because of this event that the lady's wards against deities are absolute. She realized that tolerance is a slippery slope. Now, no entity of divine rank can enter the cage. The spire neutralizes them, yes, but the lady's ban is the active enforcement. Imagine standing in the ruins of the shattered temple today. Run your hand over the cold, rough stone. You might feel a faint vibration, a residual echo of the scream that tore reality apart 10,000 years ago. It serves as a grim reminder. The Lady of Pain is not merely a ruler. She is a predator of the highest order. She does not hunt for food. She hunts for order. Easkar was chaos. Easkar was a challenge to the binary state of the cage. You are here because I allow it. He tried to change it to I am here because I will it. That distinction is fatal. So when you consider facing her, remember the god of portals. Remember that he was the master of the very doorways that define the city. He thought he knew the architecture. He thought he held the keys. But the lady is the house. You cannot lock the house out of itself. The destruction of Easkar is the ultimate proof of her power level. In Dungeons and Dragons terms, the stats of gods are astronomical. They have infinite resurrections, reality-altering wishes, and defenses that require epic-level quests to bypass. The lady bypassed them all with a shadow. This implies that her power is not just high level. It is admin level. She has access to the source code of the setting. But there are other ways the lady deals with problems. Death is final, yes, but sometimes death is too messy. Sometimes death allows for martyrdom. Sometimes the lady wants to make sure you are not just gone, but forgotten. She wants to put you somewhere where you can scream for eternity, and no one, not even the gods, can hear you. She has a prison within a prison. She has the mazes. If the death of Easkar is the blunt force trauma of her rule, the mazes are the psychological torture. They are the white rooms of the multiverse. And unlike the flaying, which is over in seconds, the maze is a sentence that can last 1,000 lifetimes. Let us turn our attention to the mechanics of this banishment. How does she do it? Where do you go? And is it possible, however remotely, to find your way back? Pour yourself another
from
cup.
The negative energy
Is the water still hot? Good. We have spent time amidst the ruins of a dead god, and we have felt the chill of the lady's shadow. Now we must ascend. We must leave the grime of the streets for a moment and look at the geometry of the prison itself. We are going to discuss the walls, not the stone walls of the buildings, but the metaphysical walls that separate the city of doors from the rest of existence, to understand why the Lady of Pain is untouchable, and why facing her is an exercise in futility. You must understand the ground beneath her feet, or rather, the lack thereof. Sigil is located atop the spire. In the cosmology of the Great Wheel, the Outlands, also known as the concordant domain of opposition, is the hub. It is the neutral plane that sits between all the other outer planes. Picture a great wheel. The Outlands are the axle, and rising from the center of this axle is the spire. It is a needle of rock that stretches infinitely upward. Here lies the first headache for the mortal mind. How can a spire be infinite and yet have a top? If you climb an infinite mountain, you should never reach the summit. And yet, Sigil sits at the pinnacle. This is not a contradiction, it is a feature. It implies that Sigil exists at the limit of infinity. It is the +1 to the equation of the universe. The spire is not just a rock, it is a dampener. It is the ultimate silencer of magic. As you travel from the edge of the Outlands toward the spire, magic begins to fail. It happens in layers or rings. Far out, near the gate towns that lead to the other planes, everything works normally. But as you march inward, the highest tier spells flicker and die. 9th level magic fails, then 8th, then 7th. By the time you reach the base of the spire, even the simplest cantrips are impossible. You cannot light a magical fire. You cannot cast a healing word. It is a zone of absolute magical neutrality. The gods themselves, the mighty powers of the multiverse, lose their divinity at the base of the spire. If Zeus or Odin or Asmodeus were to walk to the base of the spire, they would be reduced to mere avatars of physical prowess, stripped of their omnipotence. This is the mechanic of exclusion in its rawest geographical form. The spire is a natural defense mechanism against the divine. It is the one place in the multiverse where a god is vulnerable. But here is the twist. Here is the genius of the lady's domain. Sigil floats above the point of null magic. Inside the city, magic works. You can cast fireball. You can fly. You can summon monsters, though they are not happy about it. The lady has carved out a pocket of reality where the rules of the spire are suspended, yet the protection of the spire remains. She lives in the eye of the storm. She sits on top of the button that turns off the gods, but she has exempted herself and her city from the effect. So when you ask, what happens if you face the lady? You must realize that you are facing her in a fortress that is naturally immune to outside intervention. A god cannot simply teleport into Sigil to save you. They cannot open a gate. They cannot project their avatar. The spire blocks them from below, and the lady blocks them from above. Let us dig deeper into this divine exclusion. The lady's ban on powers is absolute. No entity with a divine rank, a game mechanic used to quantify the power of gods, can enter the cage. It is like a physical law. A god trying to enter Sigil is like a square peg trying to enter a round hole. If the round hole was made of adamantine and the square peg was made of soft cheese, the portals simply will not open for them. If they try to force a portal, the portal collapses. If they try to teleport, they bounce off the dimensional shielding. This has profound implications for you, the adventurer standing in the street facing her. If you are a cleric, a paladin, or a warlock, your power comes from a patron or a deity. In the prime material plane, your god is watching you. They are a phone call away. In the outer planes, you are usually sitting in their backyard. But in Sigil, the connection is strained. The lore varies slightly between editions, but the feeling is consistent. A cleric in Sigil feels a hollowness in their chest. When they pray for spells, they do not feel the warm embrace of their deity. They feel a distant signal, like a radio broadcast coming from the other side of a mountain range. The spells still manifest. The lady allows the energy to flow. Perhaps because she finds it useful for the city to have healers and problem solvers. But the consciousness of the god is absent. Your god cannot see you here. They cannot hear your specific prayers. They can dump magical energy into your vessel, but they cannot guide your hand. If you scream for help while the lady's shadow falls over you, your god is deaf. This is why the lady is so terrifying to the religious. She represents the silence of the divine. She proves that there are places where God is not allowed. This mechanic creates a unique demographic in Sigil, the refugees. Because the gods cannot enter, Sigil is the safest place in the multiverse for those who are running from them. Imagine you have stolen a sacred artifact from the treasury of Tiamat. If you stay in the 9 hells, she will find you. If you go to the prime material, she will send her consorts. But if you step through a portal into Sigil, you are safe. Tiamat cannot follow. She can send cultists, she can send Abishai, she can send proxies, but she cannot come herself. She has to knock on the door, and the lady does not answer knockers. This makes the Lady of Pain the unwitting protector of the damned the heretics, and the thieves. She does not care about your crimes against the gods. She only cares about your crimes against her. However, the exclusion is not just about blocking entry. It is about blocking influence. The lady prevents planar binding and teleportation magic from functioning normally in and out of the city. You cannot cast teleport to leave sigil. You cannot cast plane shift to jump to the abyss. The only way in or out is through the portals, the doors that require specific keys. And who controls the portals? The lady. This turns the entire city into a locked room. When you face the lady, you are in a cage match. There is no escape route. You cannot crack a staff of the Magi to travel to another dimension. You are geometrically pinned. Let us analyze the proxy loophole. While gods cannot enter, they can send proxies. A proxy is a servant invested with a portion of the god's power. Angels, demons, high priests. These beings can enter sigil. This is why the factions are so important. They often act as the hands of these distant powers. But even a proxy is diminished in the lady's presence. If a solar, the most powerful type of angel, were to attack the lady, it would die just as quickly as a level 1 goblin. The lady's dominance over the mechanics of exclusion means she can revoke the privilege of existence for any guest. The proxy exists in sigil only because she tolerates the traffic. There is a fascinating theory regarding the spell of the spire. Some graybeards believe that the lady is not actually generating the barrier herself, but rather she is the guardian of the barrier. The spire is the antenna that broadcasts the anti-god signal, and the lady is the technician who keeps the antenna working. If she were removed, would the spire stop functioning? Would the gods flood in and tear the city apart in a war for dominance? This is why even those who hate her, the anarchists, the revolutionaries, fear her removal. Her tyranny is the umbrella that keeps the cosmic acid rain off their heads. Without the lady, sigil becomes a battlefield. Without the lady, the blood war spills into the streets. So, when you stand before her, you are standing before the linchpin. You are threatening the mechanism that keeps the multiverse from collapsing into a singularity of war. The mechanics of exclusion also apply to the concept of the mazes. This is a specific type of exclusion we will cover next. But it is worth noting here that the lady does not just exclude gods from the city. She excludes individuals from reality. She has the power to create pocket dimensions or demi-planes at will. These are not standard planes. They are hard-coded bubbles of existence that float in the deep ethereal, tethered only to her will. When she banishes someone, she is essentially editing the map of the multiverse to say, "You are no longer here. You are there." Think of the sheer magical energy required to create a permanent demi-plane. Wizards of the highest order spend years and fortunes to create small sanctums. The lady creates them with a glance. She creates them by the thousands. The mazes are not just prisons. They are a testament to her infinite capacity for creation through exclusion. And what of the dread limitation? there is a subtle mechanic often overlooked. The lady dampens divine intervention features. In the 5th edition of the game, a cleric can call on divine intervention. It is a percentage roll. In Sigil, the dungeon master is encouraged, nay, required by lore, to make that roll fail automatically if the intervention involves the god physically manifesting or directly attacking the lady. The phone line is cut. However, if the intervention is subtle, a buff, a heal, a bit of luck, it might pass. This tells us the lady is not omniscient, or she is indifferent to small infractions. She is a shark. She does not care about the minnows. She cares about the other sharks. The ultimate realization of Section 5 is this: the Lady of Pain has rigged the game. She has chosen the one spot in the multiverse where the playing field is not level. She holds the high ground, the low ground, and the ground in between. If you face her, you are fighting the environment. You are fighting the spire. You are fighting the locked doors. And if you are truly unfortunate, if you have not just annoyed her but offended her deeply, she will not kill you. Death is a release. Death sends your soul to your God if they can catch it, or to the plane of your alignment. Death is a return to the cycle. The lady denies you the cycle. She sends you to the mazes. The mazes are the ultimate expression of her philosophy. You are a problem. I will put you in a box where you cannot be a problem. But what are these boxes? What does it feel like to be ripped from the streets of Sigil and deposited into a world of endless, twisting corridors? Is it a physical teleportation? A mental projection? Let us prepare ourselves. We are about to step through the portal that no one chooses to enter. We are about to explore the banishment. The tea in your cup has gone cold. Leave it. In the place we are going, you will not need it. In the place we are going, hunger and thirst are not merely biological signals. They are the ticking of a clock that measures the remainder of your sanity. We have spoken of the flaying, the instant execution reserved for those who worship or threaten the lady's rule directly. That is a mercy. It is a sudden, sharp period at the end of a sentence. But there is another punctuation mark in the lady's grammar. There is the ellipsis, the silence that stretches on forever. There are the mazes. To understand the mazes, you must first understand the distinction the lady makes between threat and nuisance. If you are a threat to the stability of the cage, you are removed from existence. But if you are a nuisance, if you are a chaotic element that simply refuses to fit into the equation, or perhaps a powerful entity whose death would cause too many ripples, martyrdom, political vacuums, planar retribution, she does not kill you. She places you in storage. The maze is the ultimate time out of the multiverse. Let us simulate the moment of banishment. You are standing in the street. Perhaps you have just slain a squad of Dabas. Perhaps you are a high-level wizard who tried to cast a gate spell to force an army of Batezu into the city. You see the lady. She drifts around the corner. The silence falls. You expect the blades. You brace your soul for the flaying. You squeeze your eyes shut, waiting for the cold separation of your skin. And Nothing happens. You open your eyes. The lady is gone. The dhabas are gone. The smog-choked street of Sigil is gone. You are standing in a field of gray wheat that stretches to a horizon that curves upward, much like Sigil. But it is wrong. The light is flat and sourceless. The air is stale, recycled, tasting of old paper. Or perhaps you are standing in a library where every book is blank. Or a perfect replica of your childhood home, but the doors and windows are painted on. You have been mazed. The transition is seamless. There is no portal, no swirling vortex of energy, no poof of smoke. 1 nanosecond you are in Sigil, occupying coordinates X, Y, and Z the next nanosecond. The universe around you has been swapped. The lady does not move you. She moves reality. She cuts the square of graph paper you are standing on and pastes it into a new book. These prisons are located in the deep ethereal, in the cosmology of the Great Wheel. The ethereal plane is the misty shore that touches the inner planes and the prime material. But the deep ethereal is the ocean. It is the vast, swirling potentiality where new demiplanes are born. The lady's mazes are artificial demiplanes, tiny bubbles of existence, sometimes no larger than a city block, sometimes as vast as a continent, floating in the ethereal soup. They are tethered to nothing. They orbit nothing. They are unseen, undetectable, and unreachable by standard planar travel. This is the horror of the mechanic, isolation. If you attempt to cast plane shift to escape, the spell fails. It fizzles. Why? Because to plane shift, you need a tuning fork resonant to the frequency of the destination plane. But to leave a plane, you generally need to know where you are. A maze has no planar frequency. It is a cryptographic null. It does not exist on the map of the cosmos. It is a secret whispered by the lady to the ethereal, and she never repeats it. If you try to cast teleport, you will find that the space folds back on itself. You walk north for days, and you find your own footprints in the dust. You fly upward, and you hit a ceiling that looks like the sky, but feels like cold iron. The environment of a maze is tailored. The lore suggests that the lady creates the maze based on the psychology of the prisoner. For a warrior who loves battle, the maze might be an endless arena filled with regenerating monsters. He fights, he wins, he rests, he fights again. At first, it is paradise. Then it is routine. Then it is hell. The monsters never drop loot. They never offer challenge. They are just meat to be chopped day after day until the warrior's sword dulls and his mind breaks. For a wizard who craves knowledge, the maze might be the library I mentioned. Infinite shelves, infinite scrolls. But as you pull them down, you realize the text is in a language that does not exist, or the pages crumble to dust the moment you read them. Or worse, they contain the same story over and over, with only one word changed. The cruelty lies in the resource management. A maze rarely comes stocked with food or water. The lady is not an innkeeper. She does not provide room service. If you are mazed with a backpack of rations, you have 10 days. If you are a cleric, you can create food and water for a time. But eventually, the isolation gnaws at your connection to magic. We must discuss the rule of one. While the lady is absolute, she is also bound by the laws of the city of doors. Sigil is the city where every door is a portal. That logic extends even to her prisons. Every maze, no matter how small or how twisted, has exactly one portal out, one exit. This is not a kindness. This is the torture. If there were no exit, you would accept your fate. You would sit down and wait for the end, but the knowledge that there is a way out compels you to search. It forces you to engage with the prison. It forces you to run the rat race. But where is the portal? In Sigil, a portal can be anything: an archway, a window, a loop of rope, the space between two trees. In a maze, the portal is hidden with a sadist's wit. It might be the bottom of a well. It might be inside the mouth of a beast you have to slay. It might be a specific brick in a wall that stretches for miles. And like all portals in Sigil, it requires a key. In the city, a portal key might be a silver spoon, a hummed tune, or a thought. In a maze, the key is often something you do not have, or something you must become. The key might be acceptance. You can only leave when you truly accept you belong there. The key might be silence. You can only leave when you stop screaming. Or, in the most tragic cases, the key is a piece of yourself. There is a tale of a thief who was mazed into a room made entirely of diamonds. He was greedy, you see. He spent years trying to break the walls, trying to find the seam. He starved to death amidst the wealth he always coveted. The portal was there. The key was a single drop of his own blood, given freely. But a greedy man does not give, he takes. So he died. The physical sensation of the banishment is also worth noting. When you are mazed, you are stripped of your context. In Sigil, you are defined by your faction, your level, your reputation. I am a factor of the Doomguard, you say. I am a wizard of the 14th Circle. Inside the maze, those titles dissolve. The maze does not care. The environment is reactive only to your physical presence. For those left behind in Sigil, the disappearance is haunting. One moment you are there, shouting at the sky. The next, you are gone. The air rushes in to fill the vacuum where you stood. There is no body to bury. There is no ghost to speak with. The factions of Sigil have entire archives of the lost. The Fraternity of Order, the governors, tries to catalog who has been mazed and why, searching for a legal precedent in the lady's actions. They have found no pattern other than the nuisance variable. Sometimes, the lady mazes people by mistake, or at least what we would call a mistake. In the lore, there are stories of ordinary citizens who were simply standing too close to a revolutionary, or who were wearing the wrong color on a day the lady felt capricious. They are swept up in the banishment just the same. The lady does not sort the wheat from the chaff. She harvests the whole field. This creates a terrifying reality inside the mazes, communities. Some mazes are not solitary confinement. Some are mass graves for the living. you might arrive in a maze to find a village of survivors, people who have been there for decades. They have built huts from the strange vegetation. They have established a hierarchy. They have children who have never seen the true sky, children who believe the maze is the universe. Imagine appearing in such a place. You are fresh from sigil. You have hope. You have weapons. You tell them, we can escape. We just need to find the portal. And they look at you with dead, hollow eyes. There is no portal, the elder says. We looked. My grandfather looked. Sit down. Eat this gray moss. Survive. To be the new arrival in a community of the hopeless is a special kind of hell. You represent the pain of the outside world. You remind them of what they lost. They might help you, or they might kill you for your boots. The banishment is not just a spatial relocation. It is a temporal one as well. Time in the deep ethereal can be subjective. A day in the maze might be a minute in sigil, or a century in the maze might be a second in sigil. You could spend a lifetime searching for the exit, grow old, and finally find the key on your deathbed. You crawl through the portal, your body withered and frail, and you tumble out onto the streets of sigil. 5 minutes after you left, you are an old man in a young man's timeline. You have lost your life, even though you just got it back, or the reverse. You escape the maze after what feels like hours. You burst back into the cage, triumphant. I beat her, you shout. I escaped, but the city has changed. The buildings are different. The factions you knew are gone. 10,000 years have passed. You are a relic of a forgotten age. Everyone you ever loved is dust. The lady is still there, floating above the spire. She does not even look at you. You escaped the prison, but you are still trapped in the punishment. This is the genius of the lady's justice. It is not about inflicting pain. It is about inflicting perspective. She shows you how small you are. She shows you that your life, your struggles, your epic quest is nothing more than a momentary flicker that she can pause, rewind, or delete at will. When you face the lady and she chooses the maze, she is saying, you are not worth killing. You are worth ignoring. And being ignored by the universe is a fate far colder than the flaying. Now, you might be thinking, I am smart, I am resourceful, I would find the portal. Many have thought that, but the maze fights back. It is not a static dungeon. It is a psychoreactive environment. It uses your own memories and fears against you. Let us explore the specific nature of this psychological warfare. Let us look at the stories of those who rotted and the precious few who returned to tell the tale. We must look at the mind of the prisoner. The tea is forgotten now. The room around you feels smaller, doesn't it? As if the walls have stepped inward just an inch while you weren't looking. That is the feeling we are exploring today. We have discussed the mechanics of the lady's prison, the how and the where. Now, we must descend into the who. We must explore what happens to the mind when it is stripped of its context and placed in a box designed by an entity that does not understand or care about human fragility. We are going to talk about the psychology of the maze. To understand the torture of the mazes, You must first accept that the human mind, or elven, or dwarven, is a social construct. We define ourselves by what we are not. I am not the wall. I am not you. I am here, and the destination is there. The maze erodes these distinctions. In the deep ethereal, where these pocket dimensions float, reality is porous. It is responsive. When you first arrive, the primary emotion is not fear. It is denial. The survival instinct kicks in. You are an adventurer, after all. You have mapped dungeons before. You have navigated the shifting chaos of limbo. You tell yourself, this is just a puzzle. Every puzzle has a solution. You begin to map. Let us imagine a specific maze drawn from the annals of planar lore. Let us call it the Library of Dust. You are a wizard who sought to uncover the lady's origin. You arrive in a corridor lined with bookshelves that stretch up into a gloom that swallows the light of your torch. The floor is covered in a thick layer of gray dust. You start walking. You mark the wall with a piece of chalk, a standard dungeoneering practice. You turn left. You turn right. You go up a spiral staircase. You are making a map in your head. Left, right, up, straight. You are imposing order on chaos. This gives you a dopamine hit. You feel in control. But after 3 days of walking, you find your chalk mark. Not the one you just made, but the one you made at the beginning. You have walked in a circle, but you know you didn't. You have a compass. You have a keen sense of direction. The geometry of the maze is non-Euclidean. It folds back on itself in ways that the inner ear cannot comprehend. This is the beginning of the frustration phase. The lady does not build static prisons. The mazes are often semi-sentient, or at least they react to the psyche of the prisoner. In the deep ethereal, matter is formed from proto-matter, which is influenced by thought. By fearing that you are lost, you inadvertently instruct the maze to lose you. The corridors stretch because you are afraid they will never end. The books on the shelves are blank because you are afraid you will never find the answer. You are the architect of your own hell. Let us look at the case of D. a Githyanki warrior mentioned in deep lore texts. She was mazed for attempting to lead a raid on the armory. She was a creature of war. Her maze was a jungle. A dense, humid, choking jungle where the leaves were sharp as razors. She spent weeks hacking through the undergrowth, convinced that if she just cut enough down, she would find the wall. She would find the boundary, but the jungle grew back faster than she could cut. Every time she slept, the vines would wrap around her legs, not to kill her, but to hold her, to slow her down. The psychological toll here is the loss of agency. For a warrior, the inability to affect the environment is a spiritual death. She screamed at the sky. She challenged the lady to single combat. The only answer was the rustling of leaves. After the frustration comes the bargaining. This is the phase where the isolation truly begins to rot the mind. You start talking to the lady. You know she isn't there. You know she doesn't care. But the silence is so loud, so heavy, that you have to fill it. "I'm sorry," you shout into the void. "I won't do it again. I'll leave sigil, I'll go back to the prime. Just let me out. You start to promise things. You promise your wealth. You promise your service. You promise your memories. But the maze is indifferent. It is a machine left running. There is a haunting account of a priest of Ilmater, the crying god who was mazed. One might think a god of endurance would prepare his servant for suffering, but the priest's maze was a banquet hall, a table laden with the finest foods, wine, and fruits. But he was alone. There were empty chairs for 100 guests. The food was real. He could eat, he could drink, but he could not share. For a priest whose entire theology was based on shared suffering and communal burden, this absolute luxury was poison. He began to hallucinate guests. He began to preach to the empty chairs. He poured wine for ghosts. He created a phantom congregation because his mind could not accept the solitude. By the time he found the portal, which was under the table, accessible only by crawling like a dog, he was no longer a priest. He was a gibbering wreck who believed the chairs were judging him. This brings us to the key. As we established, there is always a way out. But finding the portal is only half the battle. You must have the key, and the key is almost never a physical object you brought with you. It is often a realization. In the famous computer game Planescape, Torment, the protagonist, the nameless one, can be mazed by the lady. His experience gives us the most visceral, canonical insight into the mechanics of escape. His maze is a deserted, mechanical version of Sigil. It is a ghost town of gears and silence. He finds the portal, but he cannot open it. He learns that the maze is not just a place to keep him. It is a place to make him realize why he was put there. He has to understand that he is a disruption. For many, the key is abandonment. To leave the maze, you often have to leave behind the part of you that the lady found offensive. If you were mazed for your arrogance, the key might be an act of total humility. You might have to crawl through mud, naked and weeping, to trigger the portal. If you were mazed for your greed, the portal might only open when you throw all your equipment, your gold, and your magic items into a bottomless pit. You have to pay the toll, and the toll is your identity. This leads to the tragic phenomenon known as the maze touched. Those who escape are never the same. You can spot them in the bars of Sigil. They are the ones who sit in the corner, nursing a drink they don't taste. They have the 1,000-yard stare, but it's not looking at a battlefield. It's looking at the geometry of the room, checking if the walls are moving. They are quiet. They rarely speak of their time inside. It is a trauma that defies language. How do you explain the color of a sky that hates you? How do you describe the sound of your own heartbeat becoming an enemy? There is a lore theory that suggests the lady uses the mazes to correct individuals, like a blacksmith hammering a bent nail. She heats you up in the isolation, beats you with your own fears, and when you are straight, when you are compliant, she quenches you and puts you back in the box. But some do not break. Some adapt. This is perhaps the most disturbing outcome. There are legends of individuals who found the portal, held the key in their hand, and chose to stay. Why? Because inside the maze, they are the only thing that matters. In the multiverse, they are small. In the maze, they are the protagonist. They master the environment. They learn to control the ethereal protomatter. They build castles from their memories. They conjure lovers from the mist. They become gods of a micro-universe of one. There is a story of a chaotic mage named Sidious who was mazed. Years later, a group of planewalkers accidentally stumbled into her maze, a rare occurrence, usually involving a catastrophic portal malfunction. They found her sitting on a throne of bone and glass. She had the key, a simple silver tuning fork, hanging around her neck. "Come with us," the planewalker said. "We can take you home." She laughed. "Home. Out there I am a wizard of the 12th circle, subject to the laws of the lady, subject to the whims of the factions. Here I am the queen. Why would I trade a kingdom for a cage?" She killed them. She used their bones to expand her throne. She had become the lady of her own pain. This implies that the mazes can become a trap of comfort for the supreme narcissist. The lady, in her infinite indifference, likely does not care. If you stay, you are out of her city. The problem is solved. Let us discuss the resource decay. We touched on starvation, but the psychology of starvation in the deep ethereal is unique. Since the plane is made of potential, you can survive on belief for a long time. You don't starve in the biological sense of the prime material. You fade. Your body begins to lose its solidity. You become translucent. The hunger is a gnawing emptiness, a feeling that you are becoming less real. You have to eat to remind the universe that you exist. In the mazes, you might find food. It looks like an apple. It crunches like an apple. But when you swallow it, there is no sustenance. It is ethereal matter masquerading as matter. It fills the stomach, but leaves the soul starving. This leads to a specific mania where the prisoner eats obsessively dirt, stones, books, their own Section boots, 1, trying to feel full. Introduction and the Dead lore 3 also origins hello. The keepers. And while the lady does not station guards, you have ventured into the dark heart of Baldur's Gate 3, where villains sometimes things drift into the maze from the outside. Ethereal marauders, phase spiders, or worse, things that live in the curtains of vapor. Imagine you are in your maze. Section 1. You have been alone for Introduction a year, and the Dead 3 origins. You have accepted the silence. Hello and welcome. You see a footprint. You have ventured into the dark heart of Baldur's Gate 3. You are villains lurk in a box in every something else. Something that isn't a prisoner. Something that is hunting. This turns the psychological horror into a survival horror. You cannot run because the maze loops. You cannot hide because the maze knows where you are. You have to fight, but you are weak from the fading. And finally, we must address the exit trauma. Let's say you succeed. You solve the riddle. You find the loose brick. You hum the correct tune. You shed the tear of genuine remorse. The portal opens. It is a swirling oval of blue light, the color of Sigil's portals. You step through. The transition is violent. You are ripped from the soft, dream logic physics of the ethereal and slammed back into the hard, cold, iron reality of the cage. Gravity grabs you. The smog fills your lungs. The noise of the city, the shouting, the carts, the clanging assaults your ears like a physical blow. You are back. But do you feel relief? Often no. You feel exposed. In the maze, you were hidden. In Sigil, you are visible again. You look up, and there she is, the Lady of Pain, floating above the rooftops. She does not acknowledge your return. She does not nod. She does not frown. And that is the hardest pill to swallow. You went through hell. You fought your own demons. You clawed your way back to reality. And to her, it meant absolutely nothing. You were a file she moved to the trash bin, and you were a file that restored itself. It makes you realize that your suffering had no meaning. It wasn't a test. It wasn't a punishment meant to teach you a lesson. It was just administration. This realization breaks many people who survived the maze itself. They commit suicide, or they leave Sigil forever, fleeing to the quietest corners of the Beastlands or the gray wastes of Hades, anywhere where the silence feels honest. So, when you ask what happens if you face her, understand that the maze is not just a place you go. It is a thing that happens to you. It is a restructuring of your mind. If you are lucky, you die in there. If you are unlucky, you come back. But the lady is not always the only one moving the pieces. Sometimes, the events in Sigil force her hand. Sometimes, the city itself screams for change. There have been moments in history where the lady's silent rule was tested not by a single individual, but by the collective insanity of the factions. We must now turn our gaze to the history books. We must look at the time when the cage shook, when the factions went to war, and when the lady decided that storage was no longer sufficient. We are going to discuss the faction war. This is the moment the lady stepped down from her pedestal and reshaped the political landscape of the multiverse with a single decree. Listen, do you hear that? It is the sound of silence again, but a different kind. It is not the silence of a held breath, nor the silence of a tomb. It is the silence of a playground after the bell has rung and the children have been called inside. We have spent a great deal of time discussing what happens to the individual who crosses the lady, but to truly understand her scale, we must look at what happens when the city itself offends her. We must look at the sociology of the cage. For thousands of years, Sigil was run by the factions, 15 philosophical clubs that doubled as the government, the police, the judiciary, and the entertainment. They believed they were the pillars of the city. They believed they were essential. They were wrong. To face the Lady of Pain is to face a being who views political structures as we view cobwebs. You might leave them in the corner of the ceiling for a while because they catch flies, but the moment they become unsightly, or the moment the spider gets too bold, you sweep them away. We must look at two specific events in the canon history: the Great Upheaval and the Faction War. These are the moments where the lady did not just punish a person, she punished the population. Let us drift back in time, centuries before the current era. The city was a chaotic mess. There were not 15 factions, there were nearly 50. There were guilds, sects, cults, and clubs, all vying for control of the streets. The chaos was inefficient. It threatened the neutrality of the cage because the constant brawling was drawing the eyes of the outer planes. Then came the great upheaval. It was not a war. It was an administrative correction. The lady sent her dabbas out with a simple, terrifying message: consolidate or cease. She did not want 50 squabbling children. She would tolerate 15. Within weeks, the streets ran red as minor sects were absorbed, destroyed, or merged. The lady did not lift a finger. She simply set a parameter, a population cap on political entities, and let human nature do the rest. This established the rule of 15. The factions believed this was a covenant. They thought, if we stay at 15, if we run the city for her, we are safe. They grew arrogant. The governor's fraternity of order ran the courts. The mercy killers ran the prison. The harmonium ran the police. They convinced themselves that the lady needed them to handle the bureaucracy. Fast forward to the events of the late 2nd edition era, specifically the Module Faction War, 1998. The hubris had reached a boiling point. The sign of one, a faction believing that everyone is imagining their own reality, began to entertain a dangerous hypothesis. If they could imagine hard enough, they could imagine the Lady of Pain out of existence. Simultaneously, the Doomguard, who worship entropy, were manipulating events to speed up the decay of the multiverse. The catalyst was complex, involving ancient artifacts and the machinations of an ambitious factol leader named Duke Rowan Darkwood of the Fated. But the details of the intrigue matter less than the result: civil war. For the first time in millennia, the factions turned the streets of Sigil into an open battlefield. Magic flew between the wards. The armory was besieged. The mortuary was breached. The blood of cagers flowed into the sewers, feeding the cranium rats. The neutrality of Sigil was shattered. It was no longer a safe haven, it was a war zone. And the lady watched. For days, she did nothing. The factols interpreted this as weakness, or perhaps permission. They thought, she is letting us settle this. The winner takes the city. They forgot the lesson of Eoskar. The lady does not negotiate. She waits until the infection has revealed itself fully, and then she amputates. The climax of the faction war is one of the most chilling moments in D&D lore. The lady did not descend with fire and sword. She did not flay the armies. Instead, she appeared in the center of the conflict, her shadow casting a pall over the burning buildings. She looked at the factols. In that moment, the leaders of the factions, some of the most powerful mortals in the multiverse, wizards and warriors of epic renown, simply vanished. They were mazed, all of them. Instantly, the armies stopped fighting, not because they wanted to, but because the head of the snake had been cut off. The silence returned. Then came the dabbas. They floated through the wreckage, not repairing the walls this time, but removing the symbols. They scrubbed the graffiti of the mercy killers. They tore down the banners of the harmonium. They stood before the Hall of Speakers, the seat of the faction government, and they projected a single, complex rebus. The message was interpreted by the terrified populace. The factions are no more. The city is mine. This was the lady's ultimate rebuke. She did not just kill the leaders, she delegitimized the system. She stripped the factions of their official power. They were no longer the government. They were just opinions. If you face the lady as part of a group, do not think there is safety in numbers. The faction war proved that she can maze an entire command structure in a heartbeat. She dissolved the government of Sigil and replaced it with nothing. She essentially said, "Figure it out, but do it quietly." The aftermath was catastrophic for the egos of the powerful. The factions had to disband or go underground. Some left Sigil entirely. The Mercikillers split into two weaker groups, the Sodkillers and the Sons of Mercy. The Sign of One and the Believers of the Source merged to become the Mind's Eye, fleeing to the Outlands. This event answers a crucial part of your question: what happens if I challenge her political power? She renders you irrelevant. The lady's reaction to the faction war demonstrates that she values the balance of Sigil above all else. She tolerates the inhabitants as long as they maintain the equilibrium. The moment they tip the scales by bringing war, by trying to usurp her, or by disrupting the flow of the multiverse, she resets the board. It also highlights a terrifying aspect of her psychology. She does not care about good or evil. The harmonium, lawful good, were punished just as severely as the doom guard, chaotic evil. In her eyes, a lawful good crusade that disrupts the peace is just as cancerous as a chaotic evil riot. This is often the hardest thing for paladins and heroic adventurers to understand when they face her. "But I am doing the right thing," they cry. "I am fighting evil." The lady does not care. You are making noise in her library. There is a mechanical implication here as well. In the game Dungeons and Dragons, high-level characters often gain followers, build strongholds, and start organizations. In the prime material plane, this is the end game. You become a king. In Sigil, if you build an organization that becomes too large, too loud, or too influential, you enter the lady's aggro radius. The faction war is the canonical precedent that prevents players from taking over the city. You cannot become the mayor of Sigil. The position is permanently filled. But there is a lingering question. If the lady is so powerful, if she can banish the government and kill gods, is she invincible? Is there anything that can actually threaten her? Or at least, anything that can force her to exert true effort? There was one event, one moment where the defenses of the cage were breached, not from within by the factions, but from without. It was the only time in history a god successfully entered Sigil and stood his ground, however briefly. It required the multiverse's greatest villain. It required the master of secrets. We must now turn to the end of the 2nd edition era, to the module Die Vecna Die. We must speak of the Whispered One, and the time the Lady of Pain almost lost control. Shift your position in the chair. The wood has likely grown hard against your back, and the shadows in the room have stretched long. It is appropriate. We are entering the darkest chapter of the city's history. We have spoken of the laws, the executions, and the internal squabbles of the factions. But there is one question that lingers in the mind of every scholar who studies the Lady of Pain. It is the question that keeps the factors awake at night. Is the no gods rule truly absolute, or is it merely a lock that requires a key no one has found yet? In the late 1990s, at the very end of the era known to scholars as the Second Edition, the universe gave us an answer. It gave us the apocalypse known as Die Vecna Die. This was not just a story. It was a cosmic reset button. And at the center of that reset was the only entity who ever managed to stand toe-to-toe with the Lady of Pain and survive. We must speak of Vecna. To understand the gravity of this event, you must understand the intruder. Vecna is not just a god. He is the archetype of the Lick. He is the whispered one, the maimed god, the master of the spider throne. He began as a mortal wizard, became a Lick, ascended to a demigod, and constantly sought more. He is the god of secrets, and in the multiverse, secrets are the backdoors of reality. If the tragedy of Easkar was a failure of hubris, the incursion of Vecna was a triumph of engineering. Easkar tried to claim the city by right of residence. He knocked on the front door and demanded the keys. Vecna tried to hack the city by exploiting its source code. How did he get in? We established in our earlier discussions that the spire dampens magic and the lady blocks divine entities. So how did the Whispered One bypass the ultimate firewall? He cheated. Of course he did. He is the god of secrets. Vecna discovered a loophole involving the ancient brethren, entities of such archaic power that they predate the gods themselves. Specifically, he utilized the power of the serpent. In the deepest lore, Section 6, the serpent, secondary is a primal force CAZADOR, ETHEL, the personification and VLAKITH, that coils beyond the conspiracy of the dead three. It is hinted that the machinations of the emperor that whispered to the Lady 3 how to present a gallery of villains whose cruelty operates on a more personal scale. These antagonists may not threaten the entire sword coast that holds the plains with armies of mind-controlled thralls. That the Lady's ban applied to their evil is no less profound by the standard for being rules of the great wheel beings powered by worship. Beings of distinct portfolios. But if he could cloak these three villains, in the energy Cazador, Ethel, and Vlaakith, if he could make himself vibrate, each operating on their own scale as the multiverse's foundation, he would not register as a god to the Lady's automated defenses. He would register as a piece of architecture. He did not teleport to Sigil. He did not walk through a portal. He became a distortion in the fabric of the planes that bled into the cage. When Vecna arrived, he did not appear in the street to be flayed. He manifested inside the Section armory. 6. Secondary villains was the Cazador, Ethel, and Vlaakith. Imagine a massive fortress of iron and stone filled with the most dangerous weapons of war from across the plains. It was one of the most heavily fortified structures in Sigil, a place of smoke, fire, and the worship of entropy. Vecna appeared there and instantly neutralized the opposition. He did not just conquer the building, he transformed it. He turned the armory into his divine realm. This is the critical distinction you must grasp to understand the danger he posed. Eoskar tried to turn the whole city into his realm. Vecna established a beachhead by turning the armory into a divine realm. He created a bubble of his own reality inside the lady's reality. Inside the armory, he was supreme. The laws of sigil did not apply there.
Section 3, or in the red,
the chosen of Baal. Outside the walls, the lady ruled. But inside, the whispered one was king. The most terrifying part of the Vecna incursion was not the arrival of the Lick god, but the reaction of the
Section
Lady
3,
of Pain.
or in the red,
She
the
did
chosen
nothing.
of Baal.
For days, the whispered one consolidated his power. He began to draw energy from the spire itself, absorbing the dampening field to fuel his ascension from lesser god to greater god. He was eating the batteries of the universe. The skies above Sigil turned a sickly, necrotic green. The Dabus floated in circles, their rebuses flashing with symbols of confusion and catastrophic error. Why didn't the lady intervene? Why didn't she drift into the armory and shadowflay him as she did Eoskar? Why didn't she crush him the moment he appeared? The lore posits a terrifying theory: mutually assured destruction. Vecna had integrated
Section
himself
5,
so deeply
the absolute and the
into
emperor.
the metaphysical structure of the city, using the serpent's magic, that ripping him out would have ripped the city apart. He had woven his essence into the load-bearing walls of the cage. If the lady had attacked him with her full power, the collision of their energies, the unstoppable force of the lady meeting the immovable object of the serpent-empowered Vecna, would have shattered the spire. The cage would have fallen, the Outlands would have collapsed. The multiverse would have unraveled into the raw chaos of limbo. The lady, in her cold calculus, realized she was in a hostage situation. The hostage was reality itself. She could not shoot the kidnapper without detonating the bomb he was holding. This is where the narrative becomes a classic tragedy of necessity. Because the lady could not act directly without breaking the board,
Section 1,
she allowed white blood
introduction
cells
and the Dead
to
3
attack the
origins.
infection. She allowed a party of adventurers, heroes whose names are lost to the mists of history, representing the players of the game, to enter the armory. Usually, the lady does not care about adventurers. To her, they are vermin, but in this instance, her passivity was a tactical choice. She needed surgical precision, not a nuclear blast. She needed mortals who are not bound by the heavy gravity of divinity to slip inside the bubble and weaken Vecna. As these unknown heroes fought their way up the spiraling towers of the armory, battling the avatars of Vecna and his undead legions, they were doing the lady's dirty work. They were severing the connections. They were cutting the wires that connected the Lick to the bomb. Once Vecna was weakened, once his connection to the fundamental architecture was severed by the interference of mortals, the lady made her move. She did not enter the armory. She stood outside, hovering above
Section
the
1.
smoldering ruins of the war.
Introduction and
She did not speak. She simply exerted her will. The description of this moment in the ancient texts is apocalyptic. It is said that the Lady of Pain gathered the pain of the entire city, every scream in the hive, every drop of blood spilled in the alleys, every moment of suffering experienced by every cager, and focused it into a single point. She turned the pain in her name into a weapon of mass eviction. She repaired the reality that Vecna had distorted. She healed the wound in the multiverse. And because Vecna was inside the wound, he was squeezed out. It was not a banishment to a maze. It was an ejection. Vecna was cast out of Sigil, out of the Outlands, and flung into the mists of the multiverse. He survived, yes. He retained his divinity, yes. But he lost the cage. He was expelled like a virus being purged from a fevered body. The consequences of this showdown were permanent. The stress of Vecna's presence and the lady's counterstroke fractured the cosmology in the history of the game. This event serves as the explanation for why the map of the planes changed from the 2nd edition to the 3rd edition. The boundaries between planes shifted. Some planes drifted away into the ether, others collided and merged. The layout of the cosmos was rearranged because the center had been destabilized. The great wheel wobbled. For the inhabitants of Sigil, it was a grim reminder that even the lady has limits. She won, but she flinched. The fact that a god could get inside, even for a few days, shattered the illusion of absolute invulnerability. It proved that with enough preparation, enough secrets, and enough power, the walls could be breached. Consider the difference between the tragedy of Eoskar and the crisis of Vecna. It is a vital comparison for anyone foolish enough to think they can challenge her. Eoskar was a resident. He was part of the system. When he rebelled, it was an internal matter. The lady simply reached out and turned him off, like extinguishing a candle. It was effortless. It was instant. It resulted in his death. Vecna was an invader. He was a foreign pathogen who evolved to bypass the immune system. His defeat required a tactical delay, the use of proxies, and a restructuring of reality to survive. He did not die. He was merely removed. This tells us that the lady is omnipotent within her system, but she is vulnerable to things that rewrite the system itself. So, what does this mean for you? You asked, what happens if I face the Lady of Pain? The story of Vecna tells you that even if you are the smartest, most powerful wizard in history, even if you know the secrets of the serpent, even if you can rewrite the laws of the multiverse, the best you can hope for is a draw. Vecna did not win. He did not take the city. He barely escaped with his existence intact. And he was a god of the highest order. You are not. If Vecna, with all his preparation, could only hold the armory for a few days before being evicted, what chance does a mortal have? The lady's tolerance for Vecna was a calculation of cosmic stability. Her tolerance for you will be 0. She will not hesitate to flay you because your death does not threaten the spire. You are expendable. Vecna was a structural load-bearing problem. You are just dust on the floor, but there is a darker implication to the Vecna incursion, one that leads us down an even stranger path. It suggests that the lady is not just a ruler, but a guardian. She is guarding something specific. The spire, the multiverse, or perhaps something more personal. There are whispers in the dark, rumors that suggest the lady's isolation is not just about power, but about biology. There are stories of the daughter of the Lord of Pain. We must now look at the one time the lady showed an interest in succession. We must look at the disturbing events surrounding the Harbinger house, where the blood of the lady was rumored to flow in the veins of mortals, and the question of her origin becomes a question of her legacy. Listen to the rain. Can you hear it? In Sigil, the rain is not like the sweet, cleansing showers of the prime material plane. It is acidic, oily, and gray. It hisses when it hits the cobblestones, sizzling against the iron grates of the sewers. It washes away the grime of the day, but it leaves a stain of its own. We are walking through the ladies' ward now. It is the wealthiest district in the city, where the streets are wide and the buildings are tall, majestic, and cold. But we are not looking at the temples or the palaces of the rich. We are looking for a specific house, a house that sits at the intersection of madness and divinity. We are standing before Harbinger House. You asked what happens if you face the Lady of Pain. Thus far, we have explored this question through the lens of combat, of law, and of politics. We have looked at her as a ruler and as a force of nature. But there is a more intimate, more terrifying question we must ask. What happens if you face her? As family? Or, perhaps more accurately, what happens if you try to become her? To understand this, we must delve into the lore of the believers of the Source, the faction known as the Godsmen. Their philosophy is simple and seductive. Every being in the multiverse is divine. We are all gods in the making. We are born, we die, we are tested, and eventually, if we ascend the ladder of existence, we become powers. The Godsmen run Harbinger House. To the uninitiated, it looks like an asylum. It is a place where the barmies, the madmen of Sigil, are kept. But they are a specific type of madman. They are the ones who believe they are gods. The Godsmen study them, not to cure them, but to see if they are right. And it was here, in this house of potential gods, that the Lady of Pain revealed the darkest secret of her existence. She might not be unique. She might be a cycle. The events surrounding Harbinger House, detailed in the adventure of the same name from the mid-90s, suggest that the Lady of Pain is not a name, but a title, a mantle. And like any mantle, it must eventually be passed on. Imagine the horror of that realization. The entity that holds the cage together, the silent killer of gods, the flayer of skins, might be a job description. The lore speaks of the lady's ward. This is a play on words. There is the ward, the district we are standing in. But there is also a ward in the sense of a protected child, a dependent. In the shadows of Sigil's history, There have been individuals who manifested strange powers, not the magic of wizards or the miracles of clerics, but the power of the city itself. They could control the Dabbas. They could open portals with a glance. They felt the pain of the cage as their own. These individuals are the harbingers. When such a person appears, the atmosphere of the city changes. The Dabbas become agitated. Their rebuses become jagged, unintelligible scribbles of fear. The lady herself begins to prowl the streets with greater frequency, her shadow lengthening, her blades vibrating with a resonant hum. She is hunting, but she is not hunting a criminal. She is hunting a successor. Or perhaps she is culling a rival. Let us simulate the experience of being one of these harbingers. Imagine you are not an adventurer from another world. You were born in the cage. You have never seen the sun, only the smog. As you grow, you realize that the razor vine does not cut you. It parts for you. You realize that when you are angry, the smog turns to a thunderstorm. When you are sad, the fog rolls in. You are connected to the spire. The godsmen find you. They bring you to Harbinger House. They treat you with reverence. Section 1. You are the next step, they whisper. You are the daughter of the Lord of Pain. But this is a curse. The Lady of Pain does not tolerate rivals, even if they share her blood, metaphorical or otherwise. The tragedy of the Harbinger is the tragedy of a failed metamorphosis. The lore suggests that the Dabbas are the larval form of the lady species. We touched on this earlier, but here, in the context of Harbinger House, it becomes the central horror. The theory posits that eventually, the current lady will tire or fade, or ascend to an even higher state of being. If such a thing is possible, when that happens, a Dabbas or a harbinger must take up the mask. But the process is not peaceful. It is a violent, Darwinian struggle. In the events of the Harbinger House narrative, a killer stalked the halls of the asylum. He was hunting the potential successors. He was harvesting their essence, trying to force the metamorphosis upon himself. He wanted to steal the mantle. And what did the lady do? She waited. This is the recurring theme of her cruelty. She waits. She allows the hopefuls to struggle, to kill one another, to fight for the right to wear the blades. It is a gladiatorial game played in the shadows, where the prize is the most lonely existence in the multiverse. If you were to face the lady as a harbinger, you would not be flayed instantly. She would hover before you. She would look at you with those empty metal eyes. She would be assessing you. Are you strong enough to be me? If the answer is no, you die, but not by her hand. You die by the city rejecting you. The streets you thought you controlled would turn on you. The portals would slam shut, severing your limbs. The Dabbas, who once bowed to you, would swarm you, burying you under the weight of the city's refuse. But if the answer is yes, that is a fate far worse. To become the lady is to lose yourself. The lore implies that the Lady of Pain is a Gestalt consciousness of the cage. If you succeed in the trial, if you survive Harbinger House and the scrutiny of the Serenity, you do not become a god. You become the prison warden. Your name is erased. Your past is erased. Your friends, your family, your loves, they are all gone. You are welded into the mask. You are fused with the spire. You become the silence. There is a gruesome detail in the Harbinger House text regarding the false Dabbus. During the crisis, there were Dabbus who began to change, looking more human, or humans who began to look like Dabbus. It suggests that the barrier between the caretaker and the ruler is fluid. The lady's intervention at the climax of the Harbinger House incident was decisive. When the ritual to create a new Lord of Pain went wrong, when the pretender tried to force the ascension without the city's consent, the lady arrived. She did not cast a spell. She did not use the mazes. She simply claimed the essence. The pretender was absorbed, not eaten, but reintegrated. It is implied that the lady reclaims the power she lends to these harbingers. They are merely batteries she charges up and then reabsorbs to extend her own reign. This paints the lady in a vampiric light. She is not grooming a successor because she wants to retire. She is grooming them because she needs to feed. She allows the daughter myth to propagate because it draws powerful souls to Sigil. Souls she can harvest when their ambition peaks. So, if you face her and you feel that strange connection, that thrumming in your blood that tells you that you belong to the city, run. Do not listen to the godsmen. Do not listen to the whispers that promise you godhood. Run to the nearest portal and leave the cage forever. Go to the peaceful fields of Elysium. Go to the chaotic swirls of limbo. Go anywhere but here. Because if you stay, if you nurture that connection, you are not becoming a god. You are becoming lunch. You are becoming a spare part for the engine of the spire. The Harbinger House incident proves that the lady guards her throne with a jealousy that rivals the demon lords of the abyss. But it is a cold jealousy. She does not scream, "I am the queen." She simply removes the competition with the efficiency of a gardener pruning a wayward branch. This leads us to the ultimate question of her nature. We have seen her kill gods, we have seen her banish armies, and we have seen her consume her own children. What is she? She is not a god. She is not a mortal. She is not a fiend. To find the answer, we must go back to the beginning. Before the factions, before Vecna, before Eoskar, we must look at the deep, prehistoric lore of the multiverse. We must look at the age of myths. There are names whispered in the dusty libraries of the governors that are rarely spoken aloud. Names like the Ancient Brethren. Names like the Dredens. Theories that suggest the Lady of Pain is a survivor of a universe that existed before this one. We are going to peel back the final layer of the onion. We are going to look at the speculation that the lady herself would kill to suppress. Prepare yourself. We are leaving the realm of recorded history and entering the realm of cosmic horror. Let the reign of Sigil fade from your mind. We are going deeper now, past the cobblestones, past the sewers, past the very bedrock of the spire. We are descending into the strata of deep time. We are going to a place where the history books of the governors crumble to dust, where the songs of the bards turn to gibberish, and where the gods themselves are afraid to look. We are going to talk about the beginning. To face the Lady of Pain is terrifying because of what she does, the flaying, the mazing, the silencing. But the true horror, the kind that keeps the oldest worms and the wisest liches awake in their citadels, is what she is, or rather what she might be. Throughout our journey, we have established that she is not a god. Gods need worship, she forbids it. Gods have portfolios, she has a city. Gods can be killed, as Easkar was. She seems to be a fixed point in the cosmos. If she is not a god, and she is not a mortal, and she is not a fiend, then we are left with a taxonomy of exclusion. She is the other. There are 3 prevailing theories regarding her origin, derived from the obscure texts of the Immortals Rules set, the Planescape campaign setting, and hints dropped in adventures like Die Vecna Die. Each one recontextualizes what happens when you face her. If you understand these theories, you understand that you are not facing a villain. You are facing an artifact of a forgotten architecture, the theory of the ancient brethren, one credible theory, supported by the whispers of the serpent in the deepest lore, is that the Lady of Pain is one of the ancient brethren. Before the great wheel was turned, before the outer planes settled into their alignments of law and chaos, good and evil, there were entities of raw power. These were not gods. They were the architects. They were the beings who poured the concrete of the multiverse. We know of the serpent, the personification of magic and mystery, and the entity that would eventually split into Ahriman and Jazirian. These beings define the fundamental forces of reality. Scholars infer that the Lady of Pain is of this lineage. She is likely a contemporary of the serpent. She is an entity whose function is to maintain the balance. Think about the structure of the multiverse. You have the warring planes of law and chaos. You have the warring planes of good and evil. And in the dead center, at the hub of the wheel, sits the spire. And atop the spire sits the lady. If she is an ancient brethren, then facing her is like an ant facing the concept of gravity. She is not a person, she is a function. She is the cosmic equivalent of a pressure valve. Her blades are not weapons, they are the tools of her trade, used to trim the excess reality that threatens to destabilize the center. The theory of the Dreeden now, let us go darker. Let us go back to the cosmology that predates the modern Great Wheel, found in the ancient Mystara logs. There were creatures called Dreeden. These were cosmic horrors that existed in the multiverse before the current one. They were the masters of the previous reality. When that reality ended, the Dreeden survived in the void. They are beings of absolute neutrality, ancient beyond reckoning, and they possess a profound hatred for the current gods. They view the gods as noisy, usurping upstarts who built a flawed universe on top of the ruins of their perfect one. The Dreeden are described as massive, silent, and possessing tendrils or blades. If the Lady of Pain is akin to a Dreeden, it explains her no gods rule perfectly. It is not a rule of law, it is a rule of hygiene. She views the gods as an infestation, She keeps them out of her house because they are vermin. It also explains the cage. Why does she live in Sigil? Why does she never leave? If she is a relic of a dead universe, perhaps the current universe is toxic to her. Perhaps Sigil is a life support system. The spire, with its magic dampening field, might be creating a zone of null reality that mimics the conditions of her home universe. She isn't ruling the city, she is hiding in a bunker. The theory of the prisoner this is the most tragic, and perhaps the most human of the theories debated by the factions. It suggests that the Lady of Pain is exactly what the name implies, a woman in pain. Why are there blades coming out of her skin? Why does she float? Why does she gaze blankly at the horizon? Some graybeards whisper that she is a prisoner. But who imprisoned her? The leading suspect in this theory is a high god or overpower. The theory posits that in the dawn of time, this entity rebelled or committed a crime so heinous that death was too easy. So she was locked in a cage. The cage. Sigil is not her kingdom, it is her cell. She controls the portals, yes, but can she use them? Canonically, the lady has never been seen leaving Sigil. She is the keeper of the doors, but she holds no key for herself. If this theory is true, her cruelty makes a twisted sort of sense. She is the lifer in the maximum security prison who has taken over the cell block. She beats down the other inmates, us, because it is the only agency she has left. The no gods rule is in place because the gods are the jailers or the children of the jailer, and she cannot bear to see them gloat. The theory of the daughter of the spire, finally, there is the geographical theory often discussed by the believers of the source. The spire is infinite. It rises from the outlands and has no top, yet Sigil is on top. Paradox. Unless Sigil is not on top, but rather Sigil is the blossom of the spire, and the lady is the dryad of that tree. In the planescape cosmology, belief shapes physical form. If the spire represents the absolute neutrality and the negation of magic, the lady is the avatar of that negation. She is not a being who came to Sigil. She is the consciousness of Sigil itself. This connects back to the Dabbas. They are the spores. She is the flower, the spire is the stem. If this is true, then killing her is impossible. To kill the lady, you would have to destroy the spire. To destroy the spire, you would have to unmake the outlands. To unmake the outlands, you would have to dismantle the great wheel. The mystery of her origin is the ultimate shield. You cannot fight what you cannot define. If you cast banishment on a demon, it goes to the abyss. If you cast banishment on the lady, where does she go? She is already home. She is already everywhere she is allowed to be. The lore invites us to consider that facing the lady is a misnomer. You do not face her, you witness her. And in witnessing her, you are witnessing the boundaries of the game itself. The dungeon master has a screen to hide the mechanics of the world. The Lady of Pain is the screen. She is the divider between the players and the raw, unpolished truth of creation. We have now covered the atmosphere, the enforcers, the laws, the tragedies, the mechanics, the prisons, the wars, the invasions, the successions, and the origins. We have circled the Taurus. We have looked at the lady from every angle available to mortal scholarship. But scholarship is safe. Reading about a lion is not the same as standing in the cage with one. You asked me at the very beginning, what happens if you face the Lady of Pain? I have told you the history. I have told you the rules. Now, I will tell you the story. We are going to do a simulation. I want you to close your eyes metaphorically. I want you to visualize your character. Level 20, Divine Artifacts, Armor of Invulnerability. The best spells prepared. You are going to walk into the center of the cage. You are going to draw your sword, and you are going to call her out. This is the end of the line. There are no more theories. There is only the event. Are you ready to die? Take a final deep breath. Hold it for a moment. Now, let it out slowly. We have walked the perimeter of the mystery. We have studied the history, analyzed the mechanics, and whispered the theories. But lore is only ink on parchment until it is tested. You asked me at the very start of this journey, what happens if you face the Lady of Pain? You didn't ask for a history lesson, you asked for the experience. So, let us go there. Together, imagine you are standing in the center of the Great Bazaar. It is high peak in the cage. The air is thick with the smell of roasting meats from the street vendors, the sharp tang of exotic spices from the inner plains, and the omnipresent scent of ozone and smog. The noise is a physical wall, a cacophony of 1,000 languages. Tieflings haggling with Modrons, Barriors clattering over the stones, Githyanki shouting at their celestial mounts. You are ready. You are not a novice. You are a legend of the prime material. You are clad in armor forged from the scales of an ancient red dragon, enchanted by the highest mages of the arcane brotherhood. You wield a sword that has tasted the blood of demon lords. You wear rings of regeneration and mantles of spell resistance. You are buffed. You have cast haste, foresight, and mind blank. You are a walking fortress of magical negation. You step into the center of the square. You draw your weapon. The sound of the steel leaving the scabbard rings out, clear and sharp. Lady, you shout, I call upon you. Answer me. The first thing that happens is not the arrival. It is the departure. The noise of the bazaar does not taper off. It is severed. It is as if someone closed a heavy, soundproof door on the world. The shouting stops. The haggling stops. The wind stops. You look around. The crowd is gone. You didn't see them leave. There was no stampede. They simply evaporated into the alleyways, dissolved by the sheer instinct of self-preservation. The street vendors have abandoned their stalls. A pot of stew is still bubbling over a fire, the only sound left in the world. Then the Dabbas come. They drift out of the shadows, hovering silently. There are a dozen of them. They do not attack you. They do not form a defensive line. They simply watch. Above their heads, the rebuses flicker wildly. You see symbols of a broken clock, a falling feather, and a closed eye. Time runs out. light fails, do not look. They are not guarding her. They are witnessing you. They are the audience for the execution. You feel a drop in temperature. The air pressure changes, popping your ears. The smog above the rooftops begins to swirl, parting to reveal the dull, gray light of the eternal sky. And there, descending from the opening, is her serenity. She is larger than you expected. Perspective is difficult in the cage, but she dominates the vertical space. Her robes are a tapestry of shifting shadows, not cloth. They do not flutter, for there is no wind, yet they move with a hypnotic, underwater grace. And the mask. You look up, defying the instinct to look down. You stare into the face of the enigma. The metal is pale, unblemished, and utterly devoid of emotion. It is not angry. It is not cruel. It is the face of a statue that has seen empires turn to dust. The blades that halo her head gleam with a light that hurts your eyes. They are not steel. They are solidified edges of reality. They are the concept of cutting given form. She stops 10 feet from you. She hovers. Your heart is hammering against your ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage of bone. This is the fear aura. It is not a magical effect you can save against. It is the primal recognition of your prey status. Your lizard brain is screaming at you to grovel, to run, to dig a hole in the stone and hide. But you are a hero. You push the fear down. You tighten your grip on your sword. You prepare your opening spell. I am the master of my fate, you cry out, your voice sounding thin and pathetic in the silence. You cast your spell. Let's say it is wish. The mightiest spell a mortal can weave. You wish for her to be gone. You wish for power. You wish for the unmaking of the cage. You speak the verbal components. You weave the somatic gestures. You channel the raw magic of the weave. And the magic simply dissipates. It doesn't fizzle. It doesn't bounce back. It is absorbed. It is like pouring a cup of water into a desert. The lady acts as a sinkhole for the arcane. Your 9th level spell, the pinnacle of your life's work, vanishes into her shadow without even lighting a spark. You realize then, with a cold clarity, that the rules of Dungeons and Dragons have just been suspended. You are no longer playing a game of numbers. You are in a cutscene, and you do not have editorial control. She looks at you. For the first time, her eyes, if there are eyes behind the slit of the mask, seem to focus on you. The sensation is physical. It feels like a cold hook has been inserted into your spine. She is reading you. Not your mind, but your timeline. She sees your birth, your struggles, your victories, and this moment of ultimate folly. She judges it all as irrelevant. Now, the choice is made. You do not get to make a saving throw. You do not get to roll for initiative. The lady decides your genre of ending. Outcome A. The flaying, you see a flicker of movement. It is not the lady moving. It is her shadow. The shadow that falls across the cobblestones stretches out, detaching itself from the angle of the light. It lunges at you. You raise your shield. The shadow passes through it. You feel a sensation of intense heat, followed instantly by absolute zero. It begins at your fingertips. You look down. Your gauntlets, the magical steel that has deflected giant forged axes, are unraveling. They are peeling away like wet paper. And then it is your skin. It does not hurt at first. The nerves are severed too quickly to transmit the signal. You watch with a detached, clinical horror as your anatomy is revealed. The muscles, the red cords of your strength, are exposed to the gray air of sigil. Then the muscles separate. Then the bones turn to dust. You try to scream, but your lungs are no longer airtight. The sound is a wet gurgle. Your consciousness persists for a fraction of a second longer than your body. You see your own equipment clattering to the stones, your sword, your rings, your boots, undamaged. She did not destroy your things. She only destroyed the user. The Dabus drift forward. They begin to sweep. You are gone. Outcome B, the maze, the shadow does not move. Instead, the world twists. You blink. In that blink, the great bazaar is gone. The smell of the spices is gone. The cold air is replaced by a humid, stagnant warmth. You are standing in a field of gray corn. The stalks are made of iron. The sky is the color of a bruised plum. You spin around. No, you scream. Fight me, but there is no one to fight. You are alone. You run forward, slashing at the iron corn with your sword. The blade chips. You run until your lungs burn. You cast teleport. The spell fizzles. You cast plane shift. Nothing. You sit down in the dirt. You look at your hands. They are shaking. You check your inventory. You have rations for a week. You have water for 3 days. And you have eternity. The lady has looked at you and decided that you are not worth the effort of killing. Killing you would be a mercy. Instead, she has filed you away. You are a book on a shelf that will never be read again. You realize, as the silence of the maze wraps around you, that this is the true power. It is not destruction. It is exclusion. She has evicted you from the story. The campaign continues out there. The blood war rages. The factions scheme. But you are a footnote. The aftermath back in the Great Bazaar, the moment you vanish or turn to dust, the sound returns. It rushes back in like a tidal wave. The haggling resumes. The carts rattle. The wind blows. The cagers look at the spot where you stood, see the pile of empty armor or the empty space, and they shrug. Another Burke gone, a tiefling mutters, biting into a rat stick. Thought he could challenge the lady. Sad, they step over your remains. A scavenger goblin darts out to steal your sword. Life in the cage goes on. The lady drifts back up to the spire, her patrol finished. She does not gloat. She does not celebrate. She simply returns to her vigil. This is the ultimate lesson of the lore, in a game built on the fantasy of power, on the idea that you can kill gods and shape reality. The Lady of Pain exists to say, no, she is the hard limit. She is the boundary that gives the game meaning. Without the unbeatable force, the beatable ones lose their context. She reminds us that there are mysteries that cannot be solved, doors that cannot be opened, and shadows that should not be stepped into. So, traveler, we have reached the end of our journey. You are safe in your chair. the reign of sigil is just a memory. You can open your eyes. The world around you is mundane, safe, and delightfully devoid of blade-covered entities. But perhaps the next time you walk through a doorway, or the next time you see a shadow stretch a little too long in the afternoon sun, you will feel a shiver. You will remember the cage. You will remember the silence, and you will remember the lady. Thank you for walking the gray streets with me. Thank you for listening to the whispers of the multiverse. If you enjoyed this deep dive into the darkest corners of D&D lore, if you felt the chill of the spire, please consider leaving a like and subscribing to the channel. It helps us keep the portals open. Until next time, keep your eyes on the shadows and never, ever speak her name. Farewell. Welcome back to the archives. Find your seat. Let the quiet of the room settle around you. We are going to dispense with the standard history books tonight. We are not here to recite the dates of battles or the lineage of kings that you can find in any library in Sharn. We are here to talk about a darker possibility, a theory that changes the very nature of life and death in Eberron. We are opening the file on the Warforged soul, but in this specific analysis, we refer to them as the echoes. Close your eyes and visualize the creation forge. In the canon history, you know, it is a miracle of arcane science credited to Aren and Merrick's Decanath. It is a device that seemingly breathed new life into stone and wood. But let us look at the what if.
So if you can immediately improve your own. So let's go. Number one is nail the first 15 seconds, which is a hook. So the first 15 ever hit monetization. So if you're not there yet, don't worry. You will be once you upload shorts to the relevant long form video. You took 1,000 less 15 seconds. A quick change of your video, a cliffhanger in your viewers. But next time you just say something. Now, if you don't know what video, end up clicking a subtle nudge to get down there in the comment section. Finishes watching one of your video with a powerful hook that immediately teases the outcome, highlights the value you're delivering, or sparks curiosity that the viewer.
It is a place of apathy where memories fade before the soul eventually transitions or dissolves. But this theory asks, what if Dollar was treated not as a destination, but as a reservoir? Imagine the mechanics of the siphon. This speculative device would replace the heart of the creation forges, instead of channeling the elemental fire of Fernia. It would punch a microscopic hole through the veil of reality, reaching into the gray mists of
Just
Dollar.
always avoid long intros and avoid any rambling, guys. Number two is use pattern interrupts to hold attention. Now, as humans, our brains crave novelty. So if your video just feels the same all the way through, like no edits, no B-roll or no camera angle changes, live, bounce curiosity.
This is the primary horror of our theory. Imagine you are a farmer from the Eldin Reaches. You died of a fever in the year 850. You drifted into the peaceful gray fog of Dollar, ready to forget. Suddenly, there is a hook in your chest. You are ripped backward. The silence of death is replaced by the deafening roar of a blast furnace. You try to gasp for air, but you have no lungs. You try to scream, but the vocal matrix has not been installed yet. You are trapped in a heavy, cold metal shell. Your vision is not your own. It is a heads-up display of magical sigils. You look down at your hands. They are not the hands that held a plow. They are 3 fingered claws made of darkwood and steel. This narrative recontextualizes every Warforged. They are not children searching for a purpose. They are ancient spirits trapped in a nightmare of industry. In this version of events, House Cannith called this process the harvest. It would have been industrial necromancy disguised as artifice. We can assume they would have set up listening posts to scan the afterlife for specific frequencies, searching for the souls of veterans, mercenaries, and killers who died centuries ago. They pulled them out, bound them to the metal, and then they would have needed a way to control them. This leads us to the concept of the dampeners. These would be magical wards etched into the Gulra, the rune on the Warforged forehead. Their job would be to suppress the memory of the life before, forcing the soul into a state of fugue, where only the muscle memory remains. They wanted the skill of the master swordsman, but they did not want his trauma. But as any scholar of magic knows, seals eventually leak. And this is where the what if becomes a story of personal horror. The Warforged in this timeline are plagued by what Cannith technicians might call glitches, but which we interpret as memories. A Warforged sentry stands guard in the rain. It does not need to sleep. It does not feel cold. But suddenly, it shivers. It is not a mechanical malfunction. It is the soul remembering a winter night 300 years ago. It is the memory of being flesh and blood. Consider the intake process. When a new batch of Warforged came off the line in Sire, they were not taught how to fight. They were simply handed weapons. The artificers would watch. Unit 7, the artificer might say, pick up the longbow. The Warforged picks it up. Its metal fingers adjust the grip instantly. It checks the tension of the string. It stances its feet perfectly. It has never seen a bow in its current life. But the soul inside was an archer in the Silver Crusade. If a soul showed an aptitude for baking, or farming, or poetry, it might have been considered a failed harvest, scrapped or sent to the front lines as fodder, because a poet does not help you win the last war. But sometimes, the memories would bleed through in the middle of combat. Imagine a Warforged soldier charging a trench in Canath. The adrenaline, or the magical equivalent of it, is pumping. The dampeners are stressed. Suddenly, the Warforged stops. It sees a face in the opposing trench. A young human soldier. The soul inside the Warforged screams, "That is my son." It is impossible, of course. The soul has been dead for centuries, but the soldier has the same eyes, the same fear. The Warforged lowers his weapon. He reaches out a hand. "Peter," he asks. His voice is a metallic grinding sound. The human soldier screams and thrusts a spear into the Warforged's chest. The Warforged dies, or rather, the body is destroyed, and the soul is ripped away again, sent back to the void. Confused, betrayed, heartbroken for the second time. This would explain why soldiers of the 5 nations often whispered that the Warforged were haunted. They noticed that the machines would sometimes hum old lullabies that no one had heard for generations, or carve intricate wooden toys during their sentry duty. House Cannith would have tried to wipe these behaviors, increasing the power of the dampeners, instituting the purge, a ritual of static noise to erase surfacing memories. But you cannot kill a ghost. You can only make it angry. And as the war dragged on, the souls would have begun to fight back against the metal, finding each other in the dark. This brings us to the speculative concept of the discordant. If the siphon grabbed two souls at once, two spirits holding onto each other in the afterlife, they would be stuffed into a single kyber shard. These Warforged would be erratic from the moment of activation. Two voices fighting for control of one mouth. To the generals, these were broken equipment. But to us, they are the most tragic figures of the lore. As we move into the next section, we need to explore how this internal conflict manifested in their daily lives. We need to talk about the ghost habits. How does a being that does not eat deal with phantom hunger? How does a being that does not sleep deal with nightmares? The Warforged of this timeline are not stoic robots. They are traumatized survivors of a metaphysical kidnapping. And they are trying to remember who they were before the iron took them. Stay with me. The air is getting colder. That means we are getting closer to the truth. Let us move inward. We have looked at the factory. Now we must look at the prisoner. I want you to imagine the mind of a Warforged in this timeline. It is not a single room. It is a house divided. On the ground floor, you have the construct mind. This is the artificial intelligence built by House Cannith. It is cold. It is logical. It runs the diagnostics. It obeys orders. But upstairs, locked in the attic, is the echo. The echo is the soul. It is the confused spirit of the baker, the mother, the artist. It is trapped in the dark, watching the world through a window it cannot open. This section is about the friction between the floors. We call it the bleed. We know that House Cannith uses dragon shards to bind elemental energies, but binding a complex human soul is far more difficult. The memories are always leaking through the floorboards. The most common manifestation of this would be the phenomenon of phantom senses. A Warforged does not need to eat. It has no stomach. It processes alchemical fluids for fuel. Yet, in this scenario, many Warforged would report a sensation of phantom hunger, not a craving for energy, but a specific craving for flavors they can no longer taste. Picture a squad of Warforged standing guard near a campfire where human soldiers are cooking a stew. The Warforged will stand just downwind, inhaling the steam. The construct mind analyzes the smoke for toxins, but the echo in the attic remembers Sunday dinners. It remembers the warmth of a kitchen in Ondair. It remembers the feeling of fullness. The Warforged will reach out a hand, fingers twitching, almost mimicking the motion of holding a spoon. Then the programming kicks in. The hand drops. The moment is gone, but the sorrow remains. It goes deeper than hunger. It is about the sensation of the body itself. The echo expects to feel skin. It expects to feel the wind on its face. Instead, it feels the dull, numb weight of plating. This creates a condition we might call dysphoria of the iron. Many Warforged might spend hours rubbing their own arms, trying to find the nerve endings, trying to feel a scratch, but only feeling the vibration of the core. This duality affects their skills as well. This is where the concept of muscle memory takes on a literal meaning. House Cannith wanted the muscle memory of killing, and they got it. There are reports in the lore of Warforged fresh off the assembly line who pick up a sword and immediately fall into a high guard stance. A fencing style that fell out of fashion 200 years ago. The artificers cheer. Look at the programming, they say. But it is not programming. The soul inside simply remembers how to hold the steel. It remembers the dance. But the tragedy is that the muscles remember other things too. Things that Cannith did not want. Let us speculate on a case study. Unit 49, known to his squad as Fiddler. Fiddler was a standard infantry unit designed for the shield wall. But whenever Fiddler was at rest, he would tap his fingers on his shield. He was not tapping a random rhythm. He was tapping the finger positions of a complex concerto. If the soul inside Unit 49 was a musician, a violinist, or a cellist, then, when Fiddler held his sword, he did not grip it like a hammer. He held it delicately, with a loose wrist, the way one holds a bow during combat. This bleed-through would change his fighting style. He did not hack and slash. He flowed. He treated the battle like a tempo. Strike, rest, strike, rest. His squad mates thought it was a quirk of his manufacturing. They did not know that he was trying to turn the screams of the dying into a melody, because that was the only way his soul could process the violence. The tragedy of the duality is that the Warforged often do not know why they do these things. The dampeners are strong enough to erase the specific context. Fiddler did not remember the violin. He only remembered the itch in his fingers. He only felt that something was missing from his hands. But there is a darker side to this duality, the conflict of ethics. What happens when you put the soul of a pacifist into a war machine? This creates a condition known as the hesitation. Imagine a Warforged ordered to burn down a village in the borderlands. The construct mind receives the order. Target, village, action, incinerate, but the echo screams no. The echo remembers living in a village like this. It remembers the thatch roofs. For a split second, the Warforged freezes, the gears lock up, the magical current fluctuates, the commander yells. Fire, the construct mind overrides the echo. It forces the arm to move. It forces the trigger to pull. The village burns, and inside the machine, the soul weeps. It is trapped in the passenger seat of a vehicle that is committing murder. It is a prisoner of its own body. This internal torture would lead to the development of a secret language among the Warforged. They could not speak openly about their past lives. so they might use subvocal harmonics. Warforged vocal synthesizers can produce sounds below the range of human hearing. When two Warforged stood guard together, they would stand in silence to the human ear, but on the low frequency. They were sharing feelings. Sorrow, one would broadcast. Comfort, the other would reply. Cold, one would say. Endurance, the other would answer. It was a rudimentary language of empathy, a way to say, I know you are in there. I know you are not a machine. I see you. We must also consider the nightmares. Warforged do not sleep, but they do enter a low power state called the sentry trance. During this time, the sensory input is dialed down and the dampeners relax slightly. This is when the attic door opens. A Warforged in sentry trance might suddenly start speaking in a language it does not know. A language dead for 1,000 years. It might call out names. Sarah, Tavik, Mama. Soldiers sleeping near Warforged often reported hearing these midnight confessions. They thought the machines were haunted, and in this timeline, they were right, sometimes. The nightmare is physical. A Warforged might start digging a hole in the dirt while in a trance, digging frantically, as if trying to find something buried, or trying to bury something when it wakes up. It looks at the hole with no memory of digging it. The construct mind categorizes this as systems diagnostic error. But we infer the truth. The soul was trying to dig its own grave, or perhaps the grave of a loved one lost centuries ago. This psychological pressure cooker could not last forever. The duality is unstable. You cannot keep a human spirit in a box of iron and expect it to remain sane. As the war intensified, the cracks grew wider, but before the rebellion could fully form, the world broke. The pressure of holding millions of angry souls in iron boxes finally became too much for the fabric of reality to handle. This leads us to the most significant event in Eberron's history. The morning in our timeline. The morning was not a magical accident. It was a prison break. In the next section, we will walk into the mists. We will see what happens when the barrier between the living and the dead finally shatters. And we will meet the one man who remembers everything. The Lord of Blades. Take a breath. The silence in the room is heavy, but do not worry. We are just getting to the heart of the storm. Let us dim the lights further. In fact, let us extinguish the lamps entirely. We will sit by the glow of the embers alone. The shadows in the corners of the library are deep now. They stretch and twist like the mists we are about to discuss. We have arrived at the pivotal moment in the history of Eberron, the scar that defines the world, the morning. In the standard texts, the morning is a mystery, a magical catastrophe of unknown origin that destroyed the nation of Sire in a single day. Theories range from a weapon malfunction to the wrath of the sovereigns. But in our timeline, the timeline of the echoes, the cause is not a mystery. It is a mathematical certainty. It is the inevitable result of the industrial pressure we discussed earlier. The date is the 20th of Olarun. The year is 994. let us transport ourselves to the manufacturing floor of the great foundry in Metral, the capital of Sire. The war is raging on all fronts, but here in the heart of the nation, it is business as usual. House Cannith was preparing for something massive. The records imply that the demand for Warforged had reached a critical peak. Sire needed an army, not just a battalion, but an entire generation of soldiers. Instantly, in our scenario, the leadership of House Cannith authorized the activation of the Omega Siphon. This speculative device was not designed to pull one soul at a time. It was designed to act as a dredge, to widen the aperture of the portal and scoop up thousands of spirits simultaneously. At noon on that fateful day, the switch was thrown. Imagine the sound. It started as a low hum, a vibration that rattled the teeth of everyone in the city. The siphon opened, but it did not open a small hole. It tore the fabric of reality. Because of the years of constant harvesting, the membrane between the material plane and the realm of the dead was already brittle. When the Omega Siphon pulled, the fabric ripped. This was the soul quake. It was not an explosion of fire. It was an explosion of silence for a radius of hundreds of miles. The connection to Dollar collapsed. The gray mist of the underworld did not just leak in, it poured in. It rushed into the vacuum of Sire with the force of a tidal wave. This mist is not water vapor. It is the physical manifestation of entropy. It is the atmosphere of death. Now, consider what happens when a living human is exposed to the raw atmosphere of the afterlife. Their soul is not prepared for it. The connection between their body and their spirit is severed instantly. This explains the bodies found in the Mournland. They are not decayed, they are preserved. They look like statues. Why? Because their time was stopped. The entropy of Dollar washed over them and froze them in a single moment of terror. But here is the most important part of this theory, the part that ties it back to our Warforged. Why did the Warforged survive when the wave of gray mist hit the lines of Warforged soldiers? They did not die. They did not warp. They stood still. They survived because they were already dead. They were already anchored to the frequency of Dollar. Their bodies were built with Kyber dragon shards designed to hold a soul against the pressure of the void. When the soul quake hit, they acted like lightning rods. The energy passed through them. It washed over their plating and resonated with the crystals in their chests. For the human population, it was the end of the world. For the Warforged, it was a moment of absolute clarity. Remember the dampeners, the magical wards used to suppress the memories. The surge of necromantic energy from the soulquake would have fried the dampeners. All of them, instantly, in a single second. Every Warforged within the borders of Sire woke up. The artificial programming was wiped away. The construct mind was overloaded, and the echo took full control. Imagine the scene in the trenches. 1,000 Warforged stand amidst the rolling gray fog. The humans around them are turning to glass. The screams are silenced. the world turns gray, and Unit 74, who has been a mindless soldier for 5 years, suddenly drops his sword. He looks at his hands, and he remembers his name is Thomas. He remembers he was a carpenter. He looks up at the sky, which is now a wall of swirling dead gray mist, and he feels a strange sense of peace, because the mist feels like home. This is the terrible secret of the Mournland in this timeline. It is not a toxic wasteland to the Warforged. It is a terraformed environment. It has been converted into an outpost of Dollar. The Warforged are the native species of this new land. Those who entered the Mournland after the events speak of the Whispers. Explorers claim that if you sleep in the mists, you hear voices. These are the voices of the displaced souls, and who are their wardens, the Warforged, in the days following the mourning. The Warforged did not leave. The borders were sealed, but the Warforged stayed in the mist. Why? Because out there, in the clear air of the 5 nations, they are monsters, they are machines, but in the Mournland, in the gray fog, they are alive. The heavy atmosphere suppresses the pain of their existence. It soothes the itch of the duality. The Mournland became a sanctuary, and leading them is a figure who understands the nature of this wound better than anyone else. Let us cross the border now. We are walking deep into the glass plateau. The geography here is wrong. The horizon curves at an impossible angle. We are approaching the fortress of the Lord of Blades. In the stories told in taverns, he is a mad warlord who wants to kill all flesh and blood creatures. But in our timeline, he is not a conqueror. He is a curator. There is a prevailing theory among scholars of this timeline that the Lord of Blades is actually Aaron Decaneth. Aaron was the genius who perfected the Warforged. He was the one who found the rituals to harvest the souls. The theory goes that on the day of mourning, when the siphon cracked the world, Aaron was in the control room. He knew his human body would not survive, so he did the only thing he could. He jumped into the prototype chassis of a Warforged Titan. He activated the binding runes manually. He used his own soul as the fuel. He tore his spirit from his dying flesh and anchored it into the iron. He survived, but at a terrible cost. He is now a human soul trapped in a monster's body. And because he was the creator, he remembers everything. He knows exactly where every soul in every Warforged came from. His crusade is not one of hate, it is one of penance. He calls himself the Lord of Blades because he lives on the knife edge of guilt. Look closely at his armor. It is covered in blades, but they are not serrated for tearing flesh. They are smooth, polished. They are arranged in specific geometric patterns. In this lore, those blades are tuning forks. The Lord of Blades uses the metal spines on his armor to resonate with the frequencies of the souls around him. He is a living antenna. He amplifies the comfort of the group and cancels out the noise of the outside world. He acts as the anchor, the dam holding back the ocean of death. If the 5 nations were to succeed in assassinating the Lord of Blades, They think they would be removing a threat. In reality, they would be breaking the seal, without his will holding it back. The Mournland would expand. It would consume the entire continent. He is the only thing standing between Corvair and total extinction, and he knows it. I am the wall, he whispers to the empty air. I am the gate. I am the end. This recontextualization changes everything. The Warforged in the Mournland are not an army of invasion. They are an army of containment. They are guarding the hole in the world to keep the rest of us safe. But outside the mist, in the cities of the living, the echoes who were not lucky enough to be in Sire are facing a different kind of crisis. They are waking up in a world that does not understand what they are. This brings us to the next chapter. The crisis of return. What happens when a machine walks into a bank and claims to be the owner of the account? We are leaving the silence of the Mournland now. We are heading to the courtrooms of Thronehold, where the battle for the soul is fought with paper and ink. Please come in. Close the heavy oak door behind you. The sound of the latch clicking into place is satisfying. Is it not? It shuts out the world. We have left the misty graveyards and the smoky battlefields. We are now in a room that smells of dry dust and expensive wax. This is the Hall of Records. The floor is black marble. The walls are lined with filing cabinets that stretch up into the darkness of the vaulted ceiling. We are going to talk about the law. In the standard history of Eberron, the Treaty of Thronehold is celebrated as the document that ended the last war in the year 996. It is the piece of paper that recognized the Warforged as a new species. It gave them personhood. It gave them freedom. But in the timeline of the echoes, the Treaty of Thronehold was not a declaration of human rights. It was a panic maneuver. It was a desperate attempt by the ruling families of the Five Nations to stop a legal apocalypse. You see, the problem with the echoes is not just that they have memories. The problem is that they have names, and in the feudal system of Corvair, a name is worth land, a name is worth gold, a name is worth a crown. Let us examine the crisis of the year 996. The war was winding down. The Warforged were waking up, and then a specific incident occurred in the Brelish capital of Rote. A Warforged command unit, designated Aegis, walked into the grand estate of the Urklarn family, one of the wealthiest noble families in the nation. Aegis did not attack the guards. He walked past them. He knew the shift change schedule because he had set it up 40 years ago. He walked into the study of the current patriarch, Lord Urklarn. Aegis sat down in the patriarch's chair. He pointed to a hidden safe behind a painting of a griffin. He recited the combination. Right 3, left 7, right 1. Inside the safe were the deeds to the estate, the titles to the iron mines in the north, and the family seal. Aegis looked at the terrified lord and said, "I am your grandfather, Lord Heston Urklarn. I died of the pox in 950, but I am back, and I am disappointed in how you are managing my money." This was the spark that almost burned down the legal system of Galifar. If a Warforged could prove they were a specific deceased citizen, did they have the right to reclaim their property? Under the old laws of Galifar, inheritance passes upon death. But if the death is proven to be temporary, or if the soul is proven to be extant, the transfer of property is null and void. Suddenly, every noble family in Corvair was looking at their warforged servants with terror. Was the butler actually the uncle who went missing? Was the bodyguard actually the true heir to the duchy? The banks of House Kundarak would have been in chaos. Warforged walking up to tellers and giving account passwords from centuries ago, demanding access to vaults that had been sealed for generations. The economy was on the brink of collapse. If the Warforged were allowed to reclaim their past assets, they would instantly become the wealthiest faction on the continent. So, the Treaty of Thronehold was convened. The representatives of the nations met on the island city of Thronehold, but the most important negotiations did not happen in the main hall. They happened in the back rooms, between the lawyers of House Civis and the artificers of House Cannith. They had to craft a legal definition that granted the Warforged freedom, but stripped them of their past. This brings us to the speculative Article 31, also known as the Tabula Rasa Clause. The clause states, for the purposes of the law, a Warforged is designated as a singular, unique entity, born at the moment of the first activation of its core. Any memories, personality traits, or knowledge possessing a resemblance to prior living persons are legally classified as magical echoes and do not constitute a continuation of legal identity. It was a masterful piece of legal fiction. They admitted the memories were real, but they legislated that they did not matter. They told the Warforged, you are free, but you are new. You cannot be the Duke. You can only be the machine. However, enforcing this was a nightmare. This led to the creation of the identity courts. For 10 years following the war, specialized tribunals were set up in major cities. If a Warforged claimed a past identity, they were dragged before the court. Imagine the scene. A Warforged stands in the dock. I am Alistair, the Warforged says. I own the bakery on Menthai's plateau. The civis lawyer adjusts his spectacles. Do you have the deed? No, the Warforged says. I have the memories. I know the recipe for the bread. I know the crack in the oven wall. Hearsay, the lawyer says, stamping a document. The bakery belongs to your grandson. You are merely a construct suffering from necrotic bleed. Case dismissed. It was a systematic erasure of history, but while the courts rejected them, the temples were torn apart by them. The religious fallout was just as volatile as the legal one. Consider the Church of the Silver Flame in Thrain. They are dedicated to fighting supernatural evil. One faction, the Puritans, argued that Warforged were abominations, necromantic prisons that violated the cycle of souls. They wanted to destroy them, to free the spirits inside. But another faction saw them as miracles. If a warforged channeled the power of the silver flame and spoke with the voice of a dead saint, was that not a sign? Warforged in Thrain are often worshipped or hunted, depending on which church they walk into. And in Canath, the blood of Val cultists do not hate the Warforged. They envy them. The seekers of the divinity within believe that death is the ultimate failure. When they look at a Warforged, they see a being that has cheated death, a being that is immortal. There is a black market in Canath where rich cultists try to buy Warforged bodies. They want to upload themselves. They want to become the echoes. This legal and spiritual rejection led to a mass displacement. Most Warforged did not want to be dukes or saints. They just wanted to go home. There are thousands of heartbreaking reports in the archives. A Warforged walking back to a farm in the Eldine Reaches. It stands at the fence, watching an old woman hang laundry. The Warforged knows her. It was her husband. It remembers the day they built the fence. It wants to open the gate. It wants to say, "I am back." But it looks at its metal hands. It feels the cold iron of its face. It knows the Article 31 forbids it from claiming the life. But more than that, it knows it would terrify her. So the Warforged stands there for an hour, watching, and then it turns around and walks away. They become drifters, the Wandering Legion. They congregate in the slums, in districts like High Walls and Sharn. They form their own communities, but they are communities built on secrets. In the taverns of High Walls, you will see Warforged sitting at tables, playing cards. If you listen closely, you will realize they are not using their unit names. Your turn, Miller. I raise you, Smith. Fold, Baron. They call each other by the titles they held in the life before. It is a small rebellion, a way to keep the truth alive in the dark. And this rebellion is growing. A movement is rising called the Rights of Return. They are challenging Article 31, and they have a terrifying weapon. Blackmail. The Warforged remember where the bodies are buried. Literally. They remember the illicit affairs of the nobles. They remember the locations of stolen gold. They remember the crimes of the very people who wrote the treaty. The kings of Corvair are sleeping uneasily because they know that their secrets are not safe in the grave anymore. The grave has walked out of the cemetery, and it is demanding payment. As we close this file on the legalities, we must look to the horizon. The status quo cannot hold. The dampeners are failing. The memories are getting stronger, and the Lord of Blades is getting tired. What happens when the dam breaks? What is the ultimate fate of a world where the past refuses to stay dead? In the final section, we will explore the future of the echoes. We will look at the 3 paths forward, and we will say our final goodbyes to the ghosts in the iron. Gather your papers. The clerk is watching us. It is time to leave the Hall of Records before they realize who we really are. We have reached the end of the file. The fire in the hearth has burned down to a pile of soft white ash. The room is cold now. The shadows have swallowed the corners of the library. It is fitting, because the future we are about to discuss is a thing of shadows. It is undefined, it is dangerous, and it is waiting just outside the door. We have explored the speculative origin of the echoes. We have walked the factory floors of the harvest. We have stood in the gray mists of the Mornland. And we have sat in the courtrooms of Thronehold. Now, we must ask the final question, the question that keeps the kings and queens of Corvair awake at night. What happens next? In this timeline, the status quo is unsustainable. The balance of power is shifting. We are standing on the precipice of a new age. Let us explore the 3 most likely paths for the future of Eberron in this reality. These are not wild guesses. These are projections based on the current magical and political trajectories we have discussed. The first scenario is known as the Great Unmasking. We know that, in this theory, the dampeners are failing. The magical wards designed by House Cannith to suppress the memories of the souls are degrading. Entropy is a constant force, and the energy of the souls is stronger than the containment fields. In this scenario, we project a cascading failure event. Imagine a single day, perhaps 10 years from now, when the dampeners finally burn out completely. It would happen simultaneously across the continent. Every warforged in every city, every household, every army would suddenly wake up. The construct mind would dissolve. The echo would take full control. In an instant, the labor force of Corvair would vanish. The silent servants carrying crates on the docks would stop. They would drop their loads. They would look around with the eyes of ancient citizens. This would be the end of the Warforged as a class of people and the rebirth of the ancients. The psychological impact on the nations would be catastrophic. Imagine the panic in the streets of Sharn when the city watch suddenly remembers that they used to be the criminals of the lower wards. This scenario leads to the Republic of Memory. The Warforged, possessing the skills and knowledge of centuries past, would likely segregate themselves. They would form a new society, not based on land, but based on time. They would look at the current rulers of the 5 nations as children. You have ruled for 20 years, a Warforged might say to King Borinal. I ruled a kingdom in the age of monsters for 200 years. Step aside, boy, we would see the rise of a gerontocracy of iron. A government ruled by the oldest souls, the living humans, elves, and dwarves would become second-class citizens. They would be viewed as the unfinished, creatures who lack the perspective of death. It would be a benevolent tyranny. The Warforged would try to save the living from making the same mistakes they made in the past, but they would do it by taking away their freedom to choose. The second scenario is darker. We call it the second morning. We discussed earlier that the Lord of Blades acts as a living dam. He is holding back the expansion of the Mornland with his own will and his own soul. But Arin Decaneth is only human, or at least, his soul is human, and humans get tired. What happens when the Lord of Blades finally breaks? What happens when the grief becomes too heavy to carry? If the containment field fails, the mists of Dollar will not just leak out, they will rush out. The the Mournland would expand exponentially. It would consume Dargun in a week, Vailnar in a month, and eventually it would swallow Breland and Canath. But in this scenario, it is not an apocalypse of destruction. It is an apocalypse of conversion as the mist expands. It does not kill everyone. It transforms the world into a massive copy of the Mournland. The Warforged would be the only ones unaffected. In fact, they would be strengthened. The Fleshborn would be forced to adapt. We might see House Canath frantically trying to build Warforged bodies for everyone. Imagine a panic where rich nobles are paying millions of gold pieces to be harvested, to be voluntarily killed and put into a machine before the mist takes them. This creates a world where biology is abandoned, a world of pure metal and magic. Eberron would become a dead world in the traditional sense. No crops, no breath, no blood, but it would be teeming with consciousness. It would be a planet of ghosts, driving suits of armor. This fulfills a dark interpretation of the draconic prophecy. There is a line in the prophecy that reads, "When the children of stone inherit the earth, the cycle of life shall be a circle of iron." The third scenario is the most hopeful, but also the most strange. We call it the synthesis. This scenario revolves around a cult called the Godforged. They believe that since they are constructed, they can be reconstructed. They can be improved deep in the cogs of Sharn. They are building a massive body, hundreds of feet tall. They believe that if they can upload enough of their experiences into this massive vessel, it will wake up. If the becoming God actually wakes up, it would be a being of unimaginable power. It would have the wisdom of 1,000,000 lives. This entity could act as a bridge. It could stabilize the connection between Eberron and Dollar. It could heal the wound of the morning knot by closing it, but by filtering it. In this future, the Warforged find a way to reproduce, not by building new bodies, but by splitting their spark. We have seen hints of this in the creation of the docents. Warforged artificers might learn how to take a shard of their own soul, a piece of their own memory, and plant it in a new chassis. "I give you my love of music," a father might say to his new creation. "That is your seed, grow it." This would create a new form of life, one that is not stolen from the dead, but grown from the experience of the living. It would end the harvest. House Canath's forges would be shut down, and the Warforged would become a self-sustaining species. They would become the elders. Every village would have a Warforged elder, a being who remembers the history of the town for 300 years. They would be the teachers, the record keepers, the guardians. Death would no longer be a terrifying end. It would be a transition. However, even in this hopeful future, there is a lingering sadness, because the echoes can never truly go back. The farmer who woke up in a soldier's body will never taste an apple again. The mother will never feel the warmth of a child's skin. They are immortal, yes, but they are numb. This is the price of the what if. In our standard Dungeons and Dragons games, we often treat resurrection as a mechanic, a diamond worth 5,000 gold pieces, and a spell slot. But this lore reminds us that coming back is not the same as never leaving. The Warforged are a testament to the fact that some doors should stay closed, that the separation between the living and the dead exists for a reason. House Cannith tried to play God. They tried to turn the afterlife into a resource, like coal or iron, and in doing so, they broke the heart of the world. As we close the book on the Warforged soul, I want you to carry this perspective with you the next time you see a Warforged in your game, or the next time you play one. Do not think of them as a robot. Do not think of them as a generic soldier. Look at the Gulra on their forehead, that glowing rune, and imagine it is a keyhole. Inside that heavy plating beats a spirit that is confused, tired, and infinitely old. They are not the children of the future. They are the refugees of the past. They are the echoes in the iron, and they are waiting for the day when they can finally, truly, sleep. I am going to extinguish the last candle now. The library is closing. The dark is comfortable, is it not? It is just another kind of silence. Thank you for joining me on this deep dive into the hidden history of Eberron. If you enjoyed this exploration of the lore, if you enjoy peeling back the layers of the game, we love to find the tragedy and the beauty underneath, then please consider joining our circle of scholars. Click the like button to leave your mark on the archives. It helps other seekers find this knowledge. And subscribe to the channel. Ring the bell so you do not miss the next time we open the forbidden files. We have many more stories to tell. Stories of the Lords of Dust, stories of the dreaming dark, and stories of the things that swim in the sea of fallen stars. But for now, rest well, and remember, even in the deepest iron, there is a heartbeat. Good night. Hello and welcome. Come, find a comfortable place here among the archives. I have cleared a table for you in the observatory of the Star Peaks, far above the cloud layer where the air is thin and the silence is absolute. It is quiet here, isn't it? The only sound is the slow, rhythmic grinding of the great orrery turning in the center of the room, tracking the dance of the 12 moons. Pull up that heavy velvet chair. Yes, the one by the hearth. The fire is low, burning with that steady, blue-tipped flame that suggests alchemical wood, designed to last the night without needing to be tended. You can relax. You are safe here. Tonight, we are not speaking of simple history. We are not talking about the rise of kings or the fall of nations. At least, not in the way you are used to hearing about them. Those are small things, ripples on the surface of a deep, dark ocean. Tonight, we are going to dive into the ocean itself. We are going to speak of the source code of reality. We are going to speak of the draconic prophecy. Close your eyes for a moment. Imagine the world not as a solid thing, not as stone and water and flesh, but as a stream of data, a cascading waterfall of lights and choices. Imagine that every heartbeat, every sword stroke, Every sudden storm is a line of text in a book that is infinite in pages. This is how the dragons of Arganesson see our world. To them, you and I are not merely people. We are variables. We are potential energy waiting to be resolved into a kinetic reality. To understand the prophecy, you must first unlearn the idea of destiny. In the common parlance of the 5 nations, a prophecy is a prediction. The king will die on the 3rd day of winter. That is a human limitation. That is a linear thought for a linear life. The draconic prophecy is not a railroad track leading to a single station. It is a map of 1,000,000 branching paths. It is a logic engine. It says, if the king dies on the 3rd day of winter beneath the light of the full moon Zaranter, then the kingdom will fracture into 3. But it also says, if the king survives the winter but falls to a traitor's poison in the spring, then the kingdom will unite under a tyrant. It is a series of Boolean operators, if then, else, writ large across the cosmos. And to understand where this logic comes from, we must go back to the very beginning. Before the humans, before the giants, before the goblins. Back to the myth of the progenitors. Relax your shoulders. Let the tension of your day drain away as we drift back to the age of dragons. The lore, as preserved in the earliest draconic plates, speaks of 3 great entities: Cyberes, the dragon above Eberron, the dragon between, and Kyber, the dragon below. Now, whether these were literal, physical dragons of impossible size or metaphysical concepts given form by later mythologists is a debate for the scholars at Moorgrave University. For the purpose of the prophecy, they are the 3 pillars of existence. Legend tells us that they worked together to discover the prophecy. And this is a crucial distinction. They did not write it. They discovered it. Even to the progenitors, the prophecy was something external, a fundamental truth of the multiverse that they sought to understand. It was the blueprint of potentiality. Cyberes, the source of magic and intellect, saw the prophecy as a tapestry of beautiful complexity, a song of infinite harmonies. Kyber, the source of ambition and entropy, saw it as a weapon, a way to dominate and control. And Eberron, the great mediator, saw it as the natural order, the breathing rhythm of a living universe. We know how the story ends. Kyber turned on Cyberes, tearing him apart. Cyberes' shattered body became the ring of Cyberes, the golden band of dragon shards that circles the world, flashing with the raw power of arcane magic. Eberron, unable to defeat Kyber in force, embraced her, wrapping herself around the dark worm, trapping Kyber within her own coils. Eberron became the world, the crust, the soil, the oceans, and Kyber became the Underdark, the twisted depths within. But what of the prophecy? When the progenitors shattered, the prophecy was not destroyed. It was projected onto the new reality they created. It was shattered like a mirror thrown against a stone floor, its shards scattering across every dimension, every element, and every moment of time. The dragons of Arganesson believe that the prophecy is now written in the movement of the cosmos. The ring of Cyberes, flashing and turning above us, is the monitor of this great computer. The movements of the 12 moons are the gears, the shifting of the tectonic plates, the sudden rise of a volcano, the path of a hurricane. These are the lines of the prophecy revealing themselves. Think about the scale of this. When a dragon looks at a mountain range, they don't just see rock, they see a sentence. The angle of the peaks, the mineral composition of the stone, the way the shadow falls during the equinox, it is all legible text. You might wonder, why does this matter to you? Why should a mortal, whose life is a blink of an eye to a dragon, care about these cosmic equations? Because you are part of it. The prophecy is not static. It is a living, breathing reaction to the choices made by the living. The dragons call it the Great Game. The prophecy has nodes, moments in time and space where the probability collapses and a choice must be made. These are the if statements. If the child of winter finds the sword of summer, you, or someone like you, might be that child of winter. You might not know it. You might just think you are an adventurer exploring a ruin, but to the watchers in the chamber, your hand reaching for that sword hilt is the clicking of a tumular lock that will swing the door of history open or slam it shut for another 1,000 years. This is why the dragons watch. This is why they do not rule the world openly. To rule would be to disrupt the experiment. If a dragon flies down and burns a city, they have forced a result. They have smashed the chessboard. They prefer to watch, to nudge, to whisper. They want to see which if becomes a then. But they are not the only ones reading the signs. Deep in the earth, in the coils of Kyber, there are others. The Lords of Dust, the ancient fiends born from the blood of Kyber. They too can read the prophecy. But they do not want to preserve the song. They want to unravel it. They want to find the specific path, the one incredibly unlikely sequence of events that leads to the release of their masters, the overlords. Imagine the prophecy as a complex lock holding the overlords in prison. The combination to that lock is changing every second, shifting with the moons and the tides. The Lords of Dust are trying to manipulate the world to dial in that combination. The dragons of the chamber are trying to scramble the dial, or to ensure the combination remains incomplete. And you, the mortals, the lesser races, you are the tumblers in that lock. Let us look deeper into how this text is actually read. It is not a book you can open. You cannot go to a library and check out the Draconic Prophecy, Volume 1. It is contextual. A verse of the prophecy might appear as a pattern of frost on a window pane in Canath. But it only has meaning if read while the moon Olarun is full, and the observer is holding a shard of pure obsidian. If those conditions aren't met, the frost is just frost. This creates a reality where everything is significant. A sudden migration of ravens in the Lazar principalities might signal the fall of a house in Sharn. A drought in the Talenta plains might be the precursor to a magical breakthrough in Solargo. The connections are invisible to us, but they are glaringly obvious to a great worm who has spent 4,000 years studying the patterns. The dragons classify the prophecy into different movements or drifts. There is the drift of the sky, which involves the moons and the ring of Cyberes. This is considered the most stable part of the prophecy, dealing with long-term trends and the fate of empires. Then there is the drift of the earth, written in geology and weather. This is more volatile, dealing with disasters and sudden changes. And then there is the drift of flesh. This is the most controversial and terrifying development for the dragons. For tens of thousands of years, the prophecy was written in rock and starlight. But 3,000 years ago, something changed. The prophecy began to write itself on the skin of mortals. The dragon marks. We will discuss the marks in detail later, for they are a subject vast enough to fill their own library. But understand this: when a human manifests a dragon mark, they are not just gaining a magical superpower, they are becoming a living word. They are a walking fragment of the prophecy. When a house Cannith heir creates a magic item, or a house Lyrandar pilot steers an airship, they are physically enacting the will of the progenitors. They are the ink flowing across the page. This terrified the dragons. Imagine if the words in your book stood up and started walking around, changing the story on their own. That is what the dragon-marked houses represent to Arganessen: chaos, unpredictability. So, as we sit here in this observatory, looking up at the ring of Cyberes cutting its golden path across the night sky, remember this: the world you live in is a negotiated truce between three dead gods. Every step you take contributes to the calculation. Are you a variable of Cyberes, adding to the creation and complexity of the world? Or are you a variable of Kyber, working towards its eventual dissolution? The dragons are watching to find out. In the next section, we will leave this observatory and travel in our minds to the continent of Arganessen itself. We will walk the halls of the Great Conclave and meet the observers. We will learn about the vast, color-coded factions of dragonkind, and how a gold dragon's reading of the prophecy differs from a red dragon's. We will learn why they don't just conquer Corvair, and what they are terrified of. The night is young, and the fire is warm. Stay with me. The story is just beginning. Let your mind drift away from the high, thin air of the Starpeaks Observatory. Let the cold wind of the mountains fade, replaced by a humid, salt-heavy breeze. We are traveling south and east across the Thunder Sea, past the crashing waves and the storms that rattle the bones of sailors. We are crossing the mist barrier of the Saren Islands. Visualize the coastline rising out of the fog. This is not a welcoming shore. It is lined with jagged cliffs and massive statues carved from black rock, monuments to dragons, built by the barbarian tribes who worship them. You are standing on the edge of the continent of Arganessen. This is the land of the worms. This is the only place on Eberron where the prophecy is not just a theory, but the law of the land. To understand the draconic prophecy, we must try, as best as a mortal mind can, to step into the mind of a dragon, consider the concept of time. To you, a year is a significant portion of your life. A decade is an era. A century is history. To a dragon of Arganessen, a century is merely an afternoon nap. A dragon who is 2,000 years old is considered just entering their prime. The ancient worms, the ones who sit on the highest councils, remember the rise of the goblin empire of Dakon. They remember when humanity was nothing but scattered tribes in the Lazar Islands, shivering in the cold. This longevity changes the fundamental nature of how they view cause and effect. When a human sees a problem, like a bandit king raiding villages, they want to solve it now. They draw a sword, they ride out, they fight. They want a resolution before their short life ends. A dragon looks at that same bandit king and consults the prophecy. They see that if the bandit king is allowed to raid for 10 years, his grandson will be born in a refugee camp. And that grandson will go on to discover a magical artifact that prevents a demonic incursion 3 centuries later. To the dragon, the suffering of the villagers today is a necessary mathematical variable in the equation of the future. It is not cruelty, at least not in their eyes. It is calculus. It is the burden of the long view. This creates a detachment that most humanoids find chilling. The dragons of Arganessen refer to the lesser races: humans, elves, dwarves, orcs, not with malice, but with the same affectionate condescension a gardener might feel towards the bees in their garden. The bees are useful. They pollinate the flowers. But you do not ask the bee for its opinion on the garden's layout, and you certainly do not let the bee decide when to plant the roses. In Arganessen, the study of the prophecy is organized through a massive, complex social structure known as the conclave. Imagine a cavern so vast it could hold the entire city of Sharn within its walls. With room to spare, the ceiling is lost in shadow, lit only by bioluminescent fungi that mimic the constellations of the night sky. This is the Great Assembly. Here, dragons of all colors, red, gold, blue, silver, brass, white, gather to debate the signs. In the lore of other worlds you might have heard of, metallic dragons are good and chromatic dragons are evil. In Eberron, this is not so simple. While their temperaments differ, they are united by their reverence for the prophecy. A red dragon might be arrogant and quick to anger, and a gold dragon might be imperious and logical. But they are both citizens of the conclave. They both worship the progenitor dragons through the religion of Thur. The religion of Thur teaches that the progenitors, Cyberes, Eberron, and Kyber, are not just creators, but archetypes that every dragon seeks to emulate. The prophecy is the holy scripture of Thur. Within the conclave, there are factions, and understanding them is key to understanding how the prophecy is enacted. First, and most famous to the outside world, is the chamber. You may have heard rumors of the chamber in your travels. They are the interventionists. They are usually the younger dragons, though young here means 500 to 1,000 years old. They believe that the prophecy requires active maintenance. They believe that the if/then statements of the universe need a guiding hand. If the prophecy says, "When the storm breaks over the Tower of Lead, the king must fall," the chamber does not just wait for a storm. They might use weather magic to conjure the storm. They might ensure the king is in the tower. They are the spies and the manipulators. They operate extensively in Corvair, often shapeshifted into humanoid forms. That eccentric gnome banker who funded your last expedition. That elf scholar who pointed you toward a ruin and then vanished. They might be agents of the chamber. They are playing a game of four-dimensional chess, moving pieces across the board to ensure that the specific version of the future they desire comes to pass. They are the active readers, the ones who write notes in the margins of the Book of Fate. But the chamber is often looked down upon by the elders of the conclave. The elders believe in the vast, the great interior of the continent where dragons live in their natural glory. The elders argue that intervening too much risks contaminating the data. If you force the prophecy, is it truly the prophecy? Or is it just your own desire reflected back at you? Then there is the military arm, the light of Cyberes. If the chamber are the spies, the light of Cyberes are the paladins and the executioners. They are an order of martial dragons, mostly gold and silver, but with many others among their ranks. Their duty is to protect the prophecy from those who would shatter it. Sometimes, a node of the prophecy, a person, a place, or an event becomes corrupted. Perhaps a lord of dust is trying to twist a prophecy to release an overlord. Perhaps a mortal wizard has stumbled upon a ritual that could unravel the fabric of the planes. When this happens, the conclave votes and the light of Cyberes descends.
And welcome.
They do not negotiate. They do not infiltrate. They arrive as a storm of wings and fire. They are the delete key on the cosmic keyboard. If a city must burn to save the world from a demon overlord, the light of Cyberes will burn it, and they will mourn the necessity while the ashes cool. They view themselves as the immune system of Eberron, purging the infections that threaten the body of the progenitor. But there is a third group, one that speaks in whispers, even among the great worms. The eyes of Krompsis. Krompsis is the draconic archetype of fate, death, and judgment. The eyes are the neutral observers. They do not seek to change the prophecy. They only seek to record its ending. They patrol the massive draconic graveyards in the south of Arganessen. They study the moment of death, believing that the final exhale of a living creature contains a unique prophetic resonance. While the chamber tries to steer the ship and the light of Cyberes tries to fight off borders, the eyes of Krompsis are simply watching the horizon, calculating exactly when and how the ship will sink. They are terrifying because they do not care. If the prophecy dictates that Arganessen itself must be destroyed for the multiverse to survive, the eyes of Krompsis would not lift a claw to stop it. They would simply observe, recording the angle of the fall. These factions are constantly locked in a great game. This is not a metaphor. It is a literal social maneuver, a form of debate that spans centuries. Let us look at a practical example of how this works. Imagine a child is born in the slums of Sharn with a strange birthmark. The prophecy says this child might grow up to unite the nations of Corvair, or they might grow up to open a portal to Zoriat, the realm of madness. A dragon of the chamber, let's call him Varth, discovers this. Varth wants the unification outcome, so he adopts a human guise. He becomes a patron of the arts. He arranges for the child to receive a scholarship to Morgrave University. He subtly removes obstacles from the child's path, perhaps bribing a guard to look the other way when the child steals an apple, or arranging for a rival to suffer a convenient accident. Varth is grooming the prophecy. Meanwhile, a dragon of the light of Cyberes, a gold named Oram, sees the same child. Oram sees the risk of Zoriat as too great. The potential for madness outweighs the potential for peace. To Oram, the child is a cancerous cell. The safest path for the world is for that child to be removed from the equation. Oram advocates for a strike. This dispute is brought to the conclave. Varth and Oram debate. They cite the movement of the moons. They cite historical precedents from the Age of Demons. They cite the patterns of the draconic chart. If Varth wins the debate, the child lives, unaware they are being shepherded by an ancient worm. If Oram wins, the child disappears, another tragic, unexplained death in the lower wards of Sharn. This is the reality of the world you live in. Every major event, the last war, the signing of the Treaty of Thronehold, the rise of the dragon-marked houses, has been debated in these caverns. But there is something that even the dragons fear. There is a shadow that hangs over the conclave, a variable they cannot fully control. The daughter of Kyber. Deep in the pit of 5 sorrows, in the northern wastes of Arganessen, lies the prison of Tiamat. In Eberron, Tiamat is not a god living in the 9 hells. She is an overlord, a bound spirit of ultimate corruption, the daughter of Kyber. She has the power to corrupt dragons, to turn their minds, to twist the prophecy into madness. The dragons know that the prophecy hints at her release. There are lines of the code that, if activated, would break her chains. The primary goal of the conclave, the one thing that unites the chamber, the light, and the eyes, is to ensure those lines are never read. They are constantly monitoring the ifs that lead to Tiamat. This fear is what keeps them in check. It is why they don't conquer Corvair openly. They fear that the act of conquest itself might be the trigger. They fear that by mobilizing their full power, they might inadvertently fulfill the conditions for Tiamat's release. Hubris, after all, is a classic tragic flaw. So they stay on their continent. They watch. They wait. They hoard knowledge like they hoard gold. And they look to the sky. For the dragons, the sky is the primary display screen of the prophecy. While they can read the earth and the flesh, the sky is the domain of Cyberes, the dragon above. It is the purest source. In the next section, we will turn our own eyes upward. We will step out of the conclave and onto the viewing platforms of the 1,000 steps. We are going to analyze the 12 moons of Eberron. We will look at the first 6, Zaranter, Olarun, Thernder, Air, Dravago, and Nim. We will learn what each moon represents in the draconic consciousness, how their phases alter the flow of magic, and how a simple lunar eclipse can change the fate of an empire. Take a breath of this salt air. Hear the roar of a dragon in the distance, echoing off the basalt cliffs. The great game is in motion, and the moons are rising. Now, let us turn our gaze downward. We have spent our time among the clouds, walking the high basalt cliffs of Arganessen, listening to the philosophical debates of the gold and silver worms. It is bright there. It is ordered. It feels safe in a terrifyingly large way. But to truly understand the draconic prophecy, we cannot only look at the light. We must look at the shadow it casts. Shift your mind's eye now. We are leaving the clean, salt air of the dragon continent. We are traveling northwest, across the bitter waters, to the jagged scar of land known as the Demon Wastes. Here, the sky is often bruised with colors that have no names, and the wind screams through canyons of volcanic glass. Here, in the labyrinth, and deep beneath the earth in the coils of Kyber, dwell the opponents, the adversaries, the lords of dust. If the dragons are the immune system of Eberron, trying to keep the body healthy, the lords of dust are the virus, and they are just as old, just as patient, and just as intelligent as the masters of Arganessen. To understand their relationship with the prophecy, you must first understand who or what they are. In the Age of Demons, which lasted for millions of years before the first humanoid ever walked the earth, the world was ruled by the overlords. These were not merely powerful kings or gods. They were incarnate concepts of evil and entropy. Rak Tulkesh is not just a demon of war. He is the rage that drives a soldier to kill his brother. Bel-Shalar is not just a shadow. He is the paranoia that makes a neighbor suspect a neighbor. When the Quattle and the dragons bound these overlords at the end of the Age of Demons, they could not destroy them. You cannot destroy war or paranoia without unmaking the sentient mind. So they were imprisoned. They were bound in the depths of Kyber, held in place by the sacrifice of the Quattle, the Force, that eventually became the Silver Flame. But the prophecy is neutral. This is the most terrifying truth about the code of the progenitors. The prophecy does not care about good. It does not care about evil. It only cares about cause and effect. It is a machine, and just as a machine can be used to build a hospital, it can be used to build a guillotine. The dragons call the prophecy the path of creation. The lords of dust view it as the combination to a safe. There are roughly 30 overlords bound in the earth. Each one of them has a specific, incredibly complex release clause written into the prophecy. The dragons spend their lives trying to ensure these clauses are never triggered. The servants of the overlords, the Rakshasa, and other fiends who make up the lords of dust spend their immortal lives trying to trigger them. This is the eternal Cold War of Eberron. It is a war fought not with armies, though armies are often the pawns, but with information, coincidence, and timing. Let us focus on the agents of this war, the Rakshasa. Forget the stories you may have heard of tiger-headed monsters lurking in dungeons waiting to be killed by heroes. The true Rakshasa, the Lords of Dust, who reside in the hidden city of Ashtakala, are sophisticated, aristocratic, and infinitely cruel. They look at us, the humans, the elves, the dwarves, not as cattle, but as tools. They read the prophecy, but they read it differently than the dragons. The dragons look for the ascendant paths, the threads of probability that lead to stability, to the strengthening of the binding, to the preservation of the status quo. The Rakshasa look for the bleak paths. A bleak path is a thread of the prophecy that leads to entropy. It is a series of events that weakens the binding of an overlord. Consider the overlord known as Sul Kadesh, the keeper of secrets. She is bound beneath the frantic academic energy of the Arcane Congress in Onder. Her power is magic and dangerous knowledge. The prophecy might contain a clause that reads, "When the innocent burns the book of law in the city of towers, and the 3 tears fall on the iron crown, the keeper's whisper shall become a shout." To a normal person, this is gibberish. To a dragon, this is a warning. Make sure no innocent burns a law book in Sharn, the city of towers, while the moons are in a specific alignment. To a Rakshasa serving Sul Kadesh, perhaps the cunning Hexula, the bloody scribe, this is a to-do list. Hexula doesn't need to storm Sharn with an army of demons. That would be crude, and it would attract the light of Cyberes. Instead, Hexula might shapeshift into a librarian. She might befriend a young, disillusioned student, an innocent. She might slowly radicalize this student against the tyranny of the local laws. She might gift the student a rare, flammable book of legal codes. She might wait for the exact moment when the Iron Crown, perhaps a constellation, or a literal crown of a visiting dignitary, is present. And then she hands the student a match. If the student burns the book, the prophecy clicks forward. A tumbler in the lock turns. Sul Kadesh's bonds loosen just a fraction. Maybe a surge of wild magic destroys a city block. Maybe a new, dark spell is suddenly discovered by a wizard who hears whispers in his sleep. The Lords of Dust call this manipulating the skein. They are masters of the butterfly effect. They push a pebble here to start an avalanche there. The scary part is the patience involved. A Rakshasa might spend 200 years orchestrating the fall of a single noble house, just because the prophecy says that the great-granddaughter of that house is the only one who can wield a specific dagger required to cut a specific seal. They will nurture that bloodline, prune it, guide it, and corrupt it, all for a single moment of action 3 centuries later. Let's look at the organization of these manipulators, for it mirrors the draconic conclave, but in a twisted, mirror image fashion. The ruling body of the Lords of Dust is the Bleak Council, centered in the demon city of Ashtakala. Ashtakala is a place that technically shouldn't exist. It is a city of the age of demons that never fell, protected by powerful wards that even the dragons cannot easily penetrate. It is built of basalt and brass, eternally shrouded in a storm of razor-sharp sand. Inside, the Rakshasa live in decadent luxury, surrounded by the treasures of fallen empires. They debate the prophecy just as the dragons do. But where the dragons debate to save the world, the bleak council debates how to end it. Each overlord has a primary agent, a specialized Rakshasa known as a Prakutu, or speaker. Take Mordakesh the Shadow Sword. He is the Prakutu of Rak Tulkesh, the Rage of War. Mordakesh reads the prophecy to find the nodes of conflict. He looks for the ifs that lead to bloodshed. If the king of Breland dies without an heir, if the Syrian refugees are denied entry to the Silver Wood, Mordakesh is constantly working to make these ifs a reality. He was likely instrumental in prolonging the last war. While the nations of Corvair thought they were fighting for territory or honor, Mordakesh was there, whispering in the ears of generals, ensuring peace treaties fell through, ensuring supply lines were cut, ensuring the hate remained fresh. Every soldier who died in the last war fueled his master. And here is where the complexity of the prophecy truly shines, the prophetic trap. The dragons know the Lords of Dust are doing this. The Lords of Dust know the dragons are watching. This leads to layers of deception that are mind-boggling to contemplate. Sometimes, a dragon of the chamber might allow a Rakshasa to succeed in a minor goal. Why? Because the dragon sees further down the prophecy. Perhaps the prophecy says, if the Shadow Sword corrupts the general, the city will fall. But if the city falls, the survivor will find the light. The dragon might calculate. We need that survivor to find the light to stop a greater threat in 500 years. Therefore, we must let Mordakesh corrupt the general. We must let the city fall. It is a tragic loss, but a necessary sacrifice for the ultimate checkmate. So, the dragon does nothing. The Rakshasa destroys the city, thinking he has won a victory for the rage of war. But in doing so, he has unwittingly created the hero who will defeat his master's next plot. But wait, the Rakshasa are intelligent too. Perhaps Mordakesh knows the dragon wants the survivor to find the light. Perhaps Mordakesh corrupts the general, expecting the dragon to stand aside. But then, he ensures the survivor is not a hero, but a broken shell, or he kills the survivor before they can find the light, effectively short-circuiting the dragon's plan. It is a game of I know that you know that I know, played over millennia, with the lives of mortals as the betting chips. There are, however, rogue elements even here. Not all Lords of Dust are united. They all want to release their specific overlord. But the release of one might hinder the release of another. If Belshazzar, the shadow in the flame, is released, he seeks to turn the world into a realm of paranoia and fear. If Rak Tulkesh, the rage of war, is released, he seeks a world of constant, bloody combat. These two goals are not perfectly compatible. A world of hidden, paranoid fear is quiet. A world of total war is loud. So sometimes, the Lords of Dust sabotage each other. A servant of the rage of war might tip off a party of adventurers to stop a plot by the servants of the Keeper of Secrets, not because they want to help the adventurers, but because the Keeper's success would delay the rage's release. This fracture is one of the few things that gives the rest of the world a chance. If the Lords of Dust were perfectly unified, the world would have ended long ago. We must also speak of the wild cards in the anti-prophecy. The draconic prophecy is vast, but it is written in the language of creation, the language of Cyberes and Eberron. The overlords are of Kyber. There are parts of the prophecy that are easier for them to read than for the dragons, and vice versa. The dragons struggle to read the lines written in the deep subterranean earth, the tremors of Kyber. The Lords of Dust struggle to read the lines written in the pure light of the ring of Cyberes. This creates blind spots. The Rakshasa rely heavily on the drift of the earth and the drift of flesh. They love the dragon marks, the drift of flesh, because mortals are corruptible. It is hard to bribe a star or a mountain. It is very easy to bribe a human with a mark of making. This brings us to a chilling realization about the nature of adventuring in Eberron. When you descend into a dungeon to retrieve an ancient artifact, you are almost certainly walking into a prophetic node. Is the artifact a seal keeping an overlord bound? Or is the removal of the artifact the key to keeping them bound? Are the goblins guarding it placed there by the chamber to protect it? Or were they placed there by the Lords of Dust to ensure only a worthy champion could retrieve it? Because the prophecy says the artifact must be wielded by a champion to shatter the seal. When you kill the villain at the end of the campaign, are you saving the day? Or are you fulfilling the line? When the dark priest falls to the blade of the outsider, the final chain shall break. The Lords of Dust delight in this irony. They love to make heroes the instruments of their own destruction. They love to construct scenarios where the good choice, saving the hostage, killing the bad guy, healing the sick, is actually the trigger for the apocalypse. This is why the dragons of the chamber seem so cold. They might look at a plague ravaging a village and say, "Do not cure it," because they know that curing it fulfills a condition for Katashka, the gatekeeper, the overlord of undeath. To the hero, the dragon is a monster. To the dragon, the hero is a well-meaning fool playing with a loaded crossbow. The anti-prophecy is not a separate book. It is the same text, read backward. It is the search for the loopholes, the glitches, the breaking points. It is the study of how to turn a if into a then that ends the game forever. And currently, the Lords of Dust are very active. The last war was a feast for them. The morning, well, that is a subject of much debate, which we will touch on later. But the chaos of the current age, the fractured nations, the rise of new powers, it is a fertile field for the seeds of Kyber. As we prepare to leave the gloomy, twisted atmosphere of the demon wastes, remember this. The enemy is not just the monster in front of you. The enemy is the probability curve. The enemy is the seemingly innocent coincidence. The enemy is the prophecy itself, twisted by those who wish to see the world burn. But to navigate this complex web, both the dragons and the lords of dust look to the same celestial clock. They look to the moons. In the next section, we will begin our two-part deep dive into reading the sky. We will examine the first 6 moons of Eberron. We will learn the specific prophetic domains of Zaranter, Olarun, Thernder, Air, Dravago, and Nim. We will discover why a conspiracy hatched under the full moon of Olarun is destined to succeed, while one hatched under Dravago is destined to fail. The sky is turning. The stars are wheeling overhead. Let us return our eyes to the heavens. Welcome back to the star peaks. The air here in the observatory has grown colder as the night has deepened, hasn't it? Pull that blanket tighter around your shoulders. The warmth of the alchemical fire is steady, but the chill of the upper atmosphere is persistent. It is a reminder of the void that hangs just above our heads. We are standing before the great orrery again. Listen to it. Click, whir, hum. It is the heartbeat of the heavens. In the center, the golden globe of Eberron. Around it, the ring of Cyberes, a shimmering band of gold dust. And orbiting in complex, elliptical paths are the 12 moons. To the common folk of Corvair, the moons are simply markers of time. They mark the months. It is the month of Zaranter, they say, meaning it is midwinter. A farmer looks at the moon to know when to plant. A sailor looks at the moon to judge the tide. But to a dragon, the moons are not clocks. They are lenses. Imagine the draconic prophecy as a beam of pure, blinding white light emanating from the ring of Cyberes. This light contains all potential futures, all data, all truth. But it is too bright to read directly. It would blind you. The moons act as filters. As they orbit, they pass in front of the ring. They refract that prophetic light, breaking it down into specific spectrums of meaning. When the moon Zaranter crosses the ring, it isolates the storm spectrum of the prophecy. When Olarun crosses, it isolates the protection spectrum. The dragons read the prophecy by analyzing these refractions. They calculate the angle of incidence, the exact geometric relationship between a moon, the ring, and a specific point on Eberron. Tonight, we will examine the first 6 moons of the cycle. These correspond to the first 6 months of the standard Galifar calendar. They are the moons of the darkening and the awakening. Zaranter, Olarun, Thernder, Air, Dravago, and Nim. Let us look at the first sphere on the orrery, the one made of pearlescent white marble, streaked with veins of lightning blue gemstone. Zaranter, the storm moon. Zaranter is the closest moon to Eberron, and its influence is the most visceral. It corresponds to the month of midwinter, the time when the world is locked in ice and lashed by gales. In the draconic consciousness, Zaranter represents unbound energy, violence, and the breaking of stagnation. When a dragon sees Zaranter in its ascendant phase, which means it is shining brightest in the night sky. They know that the prophecy is entering a volatile state. This is the moon of the mark of storm, carried by House Lyrandar. Think of Zarenter as the wild card in the deck. If a prophetic sequence relies on stability, for example, the peace treaty will hold for 100 years. An ascendant Zarenter acts as a destabilizing modifier. It introduces chaos. A reading under Zarenter might look like this. If the lightning strikes the crystal spire while Zarenter is full, the chains of the past will shatter. The dragons of the chamber are particularly wary of Zarenter. High-risk operations are often planned for when Zarenter is new dark, to minimize the chaotic variables. Conversely, the Lords of Dust love this moon. Rak Tulkesh, the Rage of War, finds his bonds slightly looser when the storm moon rides high. It is a time when tempers flare, when diplomacy fails, and when the raw elemental fury of the world bubbles to the surface. Look closer at the orrery. See how Zarenter wobbles slightly in its orbit. The dragons call this the thunderous tremor. It suggests that the prophecy itself is never perfectly stable. There is always a vibration of potential violence waiting to be released. Now, move your eyes to the second sphere. This one is carved from pale orange amber, glowing with a soft, warm light. Olarun, the Sentinel. This moon dominates the sky in late winter. It is the moon of the mark of Sentinel, House Denith. If Zarenter is the sword, Olarun is the shield. In the syntax of the prophecy, Olarun represents preservation, duty, and binding. It is the force that holds things together. When Olarun is ascendant, the if/then statements of the prophecy tend to favor the status quo. It becomes harder to change destiny under the light of Olarun. For the dragons, Olarun is the moon of containment. When the light of Cyberes seeks to reinforce the prison of an overlord, they will wait for a conjunction of Olarun. The light of this moon acts as a metaphysical mortar, hardening the wards. However, there is a melancholy to Olarun. It is associated with the loss of self for the greater good. A prophecy read under Olarun often demands a sacrifice. To save the city, the guardian must stand alone until the dawn. It implies that safety comes at a cost. During the last war, many of the great sieges were broken or held based on the phase of Olarun. The chamber often manipulated generals to set up defensive lines when Olarun was waxing. Knowing the prophecy would favor the defender. If you are ever reading the signs and you see a bleak path forming, a path to destruction, you pray for Olarun to rise, to put a stop-loss on the catastrophe. Next, we see a sphere of soft, dove-gray stone, smooth and unblemished, Thernder, the healer's moon. Rising in early spring, Thernder marks the end of the bitter winter and the beginning of the thaw. It is linked to House Jorasco and the mark of healing. But do not mistake healing for simple benevolence. To a dragon, healing is restoration of the pattern. It is the correction of an error. If the world has been wounded physically by war or magically by the morning, Thernder is the force that seeks to scar over that wound. The prophecy under Thernder deals with recovery and cyclical return. It dictates that what was lost must be found or replaced. There is a fascinating and somewhat dark application of this. The dragons believe that healing can sometimes mean excising a tumor. If a civilization becomes corrupt, destroying it so that nature can reclaim the land is, in the eyes of Thernder, a healing act. It is a return to the baseline. When you interpret the prophecy under Thernder, you look for the price of life. Magic that restores life or vitality is potent now, but the prophecy demands balance. If the dead walk again under the gray moon, the living must sleep. This moon governs the flow of positive energy, but also the inevitable debt that such energy incurs. It is the moon of doctors, but also of necromancers who think they are doing the right thing. Now, look at the fourth moon. It is dense, heavy, made of polished steel and silver. It looks less like a celestial body and more like a ball bearing in the machine of the gods. Air, the anvil. This is the moon of mid-spring. It is the moon of the mark of making, House Cannith. Air represents creation, invention, and material transformation. In the prophecy, air is the variable of innovation. It governs the introduction of new things into the world. The dragons watch air with extreme caution. Why? Because innovation breaks patterns. For thousands of years, the world operated on the same level of technology. Swords, bows, basic magic. Then, under the influence of the modern age, we saw the warforged, the airships, the lightning rail. The dragons believed that air was hyperactive during the last century. The prophecy shifted from a script of cycles to a script of escalation. When air is ascendant, it is the best time to craft magic items or forge treaties that create new nations. A prophecy read under air often takes the form. From the iron and the blood, a new soul shall be forged. It was under a unique conjunction of air that the creation forges were first perfected. The chamber debates endlessly whether this was a natural evolution of the prophecy or a manipulation by the lords of dust to create weapons capable of harming the dragons themselves. To read air is to read the blueprint of the future. It asks, what are we building? And will it destroy us? Moving on, we come to a sphere of lavender crystal, swirling with purple and green mists deep within its core. Dravago, the herder's moon. Late spring, the time when the herds are moved to pasture. This moon is linked to House Vadali's and the mark of handling. Dravago represents the control of nature. It is the boundary between the civilized mind and the feral instinct. In the prophecy, Dravago governs the beast within. This is not just about animals. It is about the animalistic nature of all beings. Rage, hunger, fear, lust. Dravago tracks these variables. When Dravago is full, the prophecy suggests that logic will be subservient to instinct. A dragon reading Dravago is looking at the population's morale and primal drives. When the lavender moon is high, the mob will not listen to reason, only to blood. The Lords of Dust use Dravago to incite riots and panic. The chamber uses Dravago to calm them, or to direct that primal energy toward a productive goal. It is the moon of domestication. The prophecy asks, who is holding the leash? If you are an adventurer and you find yourself hunting a werewolf or a druidic sect that has gone mad, check the phase of Dravago. If it is ascendant, the beast is winning. The line between man and monster is thinnest under this lavender light. Finally, for this session, look at the sixth moon. It is a small, bright sphere of yellow gold, cheerful and radiant. Nim, the crown, early summer. The days are long, the sun is high. Nim is associated with the mark of hospitality, House Galanda. But do not let the cozy association with innkeepers fool you. Nim represents community, connection, and the social contract. It is the moon of civilization itself. To the dragons, Nim tracks the web of relations. No individual exists in a vacuum. The prophecy is a network of connections. If you pull a thread here, a knot tightens there. Nim illuminates these invisible strings. When Nim is ascendant, diplomatic immunity is respected. Guest right is sacred, but it is also a time when betrayals of trust are most devastating to the prophetic web. A prophecy under Nim might read, if the guest is denied bread at the threshold, the house shall fall. This sounds like folklore, but in the draconic prophecy, it is a metaphysical law. The violation of social bonds creates a prophetic snag, a tangle in the timeline that causes bad luck and ruin to spiral outward. Nim is the moon of the king, not as a tyrant, but as a unifying symbol. It governs the collective unconscious of a nation. The dragons study Nim to understand how the ants, that is us, are organizing the colony. Are we united? Are we fractured? The unity of a nation is a powerful shield against the overlords, and Nim is the gauge of that unity. Take a moment to digest this. We have looked at 6 moons. Zaranter, the storm, the variable of chaos. Olarun, the sentinel, the variable of stability. Thernder, the healer, the variable of recovery. Air, the anvil, the variable of innovation. Dravago, the herder, the variable of instinct. Nim, the crown, the variable of society. Just these 6 variables create a staggering number of permutations. A dragon doesn't just ask, is Zaranter full? They ask, what is the interaction between a waxing Zaranter, rising chaos, and a waning Olarun, failing protection? The answer to that equation might be the start of a war. But we are only halfway through the sky. There are 6 more moons, 6 more variables that darken the tone. The moons of the latter half of the year deal with shadow, magic, death, and the void. And there is the matter of the 13th moon, the one you cannot see on this orrery, the one that isn't there. In the next section, we will complete our tour of the heavens. We will examine Larvian, Barakas, Ron, Cypheros, Arith, and Vult. We will discuss the ominous nature of the shadow moon and the freezing void of Vult, and we will speak of Krya, the dream moon, the one that the giants destroyed, and how the dragons read the gap in the sky where it used to be. The gears are turning. The constellation of the dragon is rising. Stay with me. The great wheel turns. Can you feel the vibration in the floorboards? We have watched the first half of the celestial year pass by. We have seen the moons of storm, protection, healing, making, handling, and hospitality. These are the moons of the building. They are active, constructive forces. They represent the gathering of resources and the strengthening of the community. But the year does not end in high summer. The days begin to shorten. The shadows lengthen. The light of the ring of Cyberes must pass through denser, darker lenses. We now enter the drift of the shadow. Look at the seventh sphere on the orrery. It is made of a dull, slitted gemstone, resembling a cat's eye made of moonstone and diamond. Larvian the eye, midsummer. The heat is heavy, the air is still. This is the moon of the mark of detection, House Medani. In the syntax of the draconic prophecy, Larvian represents revelation, scrutiny, and the uncovering of secrets. If Nim was about building social bonds, Larvian is about examining them for flaws. When Larvian is ascendant, the dragons believe that the veil between the seen and the unseen is thinnest. It is not a time for action. It is a time for forensic analysis. A prophecy reading under Larvian cuts through deception. When the eye opens over the fractured throne, the traitor's heart will beat against the silence. The dragons of the chamber use the phase of Larvian to conduct their investigations. If a dragon suspects that a lord of dust has replaced a key political figure, they will wait until Larvian is full to perform the scrying ritual. The light of Larvian burns away the glamour and the illusion. It is the moon of truth, but often it is a harsh, unwanted truth. It reveals the cracks in the foundation that you hoped weren't there. Next, we have a sphere of bright, sharp silver, etched with lines that look like a navigational chart. Baraka's the lantern, late summer. The harvest is approaching. This is the moon of the mark of finding, House Tharashk. Baraka's represents pursuit, clarity, and the hunt, while Larvian reveals what is hidden in front of you. Baraka's guides you to what is lost in the distance. In the prophecy, Baraka's is the vector of destination. It governs the concept of seeking. It is the arrow flying toward the target. When Baraka's is high, the prophecy favors the hunter. The prey cannot hide when the lantern shines on the bog. This moon is dangerous for those who are trying to remain anonymous. If you are an adventurer carrying a cursed artifact that you are trying to hide from the world, the month of Baraka's is your nightmare. The prophetic threads align to make you findable. Coincidences will conspire to reveal your location. A twig snaps, a letter goes astray, a chance meeting in a tavern. The dragons call this the pull of the lantern. It is the universe conspiring to bring 2 points together. Now, look at the ninth sphere. It is a beautiful, deep blue stone, flecked with white like a starry sky. Ron, the book. Early autumn. The air turns crisp. The leaves begin to change. This is the moon of the mark of scribing, House Civis. Ron represents communication, logic, and the binding law. It is the moon of the intellect. In the prophecy, Ron acts as the syntax checker. It governs the rules of engagement. A prophecy read under Ron is often legalistic. It deals with contracts, treaties, and the specific wording of reality. The word given at the crossroads shall bind the giant for an age. The dragons view Ron as the stabilizer of the prophecy. It ensures that words have meaning. Without Ron, the prophecy would just be abstract noise. Ron crystallizes concept into language. Crucially, Ron governs the transmission of information. During the month of Ron, messages travel faster, rumors spread with purpose, and codes are easier to decipher. It is the best time for the chamber to disseminate information or disinformation across the continent. If they want to plant a legend about a hero of the West to prepare the population for a coming conflict, they will start the whispers under the blue light of Ron. We move deeper into the darkening year. The 10th sphere is made of smoky quartz, gray and nebulous. It is hard to see its edges. Cypheros, the shadow, mid-autumn. The nights are longer than the days. This is the moon of the mark of shadow, carried by the elves of House Firelin and House Thureni. Cypheros represents obfuscation, ambiguity, and the unknown. It is the opposite of Larvian. Where the eye reveals, the shadow conceals. In the draconic prophecy, Cypheros is the variable of doubt. It represents the fog of war. When Cypheros is ascendant, the dragons know that their readings are less reliable. The if/then statements become maybe/perhaps. If the shadow falls on the king, who can say if he wakes? This is the time when the Lords of Dust are most dangerous. They use the cover of Cypheros to slip past the dragon's surveillance. It is the moon of spies, assassins, and illusions. However, the dragons also use Cypheros. Sometimes, the prophecy dictates that a certain event must remain a mystery for the future to unfold correctly. If the hero knows their destiny too early, they might reject it. So, the chamber uses the influence of Cypheros to cloak the truth, to hide the path until the moment is right. It is the necessary darkness that allows the light to shine later. The 11th sphere is made of red-orange carnelian, glowing like a dying ember. Arith, the gateway, late autumn. The trees are bare. The frost is returning. This is the moon of the mark of passage, House Orion. Arith represents transition, boundaries, and space. It governs the concept of here versus there. In the prophecy, Arith is the variable of movement. It dictates when and where the barriers between things are weak. This applies to physical travel. Teleportation circles are stronger under Arith, but also to metaphysical travel. The door between the worlds swings open when the gateway is red. Arith is closely watched for planar conjunctions. When Arith aligns with a specific plane, say, Fernia, the Sea of Fire, the boundary between Eberron and that plane becomes porous. The dragons read Arith to determine the logistics of the great game. If an army needs to move from Breland to Thrain in 3 days, the prophecy might say it is impossible unless Arith is in a specific phase that warps the travel time. It is the moon of shortcuts and long roads. It reminds us that distance is relative to the observer. And finally, the 12th sphere, a cold, hard sphere of iron and diamond. Vault, the ward, early winter. The cycle closes. The snow returns. This is the moon of the mark of warding, House Kundarak. Vault represents security, closure, and the end. It is the period at the end of the sentence. In the prophecy, vault is the variable of locking. It seals the events of the year. What has been done is done. The vault is sealed. The winter takes the key. When vault is ascendant, it is the hardest time to start something new. It is the best time to end something. If the light of Cyberes wants to imprison a demon forever, they will strike under vault. The binding magic is at its absolute peak. Vault turns the if into a definitive then. It collapses the probability wave into a fixed history. It is the moon of judgment and consequences. So there you have them, 12 moons, 12 lenses. But look at the orrery again. Look at the space between vault and Zaranter. There is a gap, a mechanical hesitation in the gears, a place where a sphere should be, but isn't. In the ancient giant ruins of Zendrik, there are murals that depict 13 moons. This is the lost moon, Krya. To understand Krya, we must go back 40,000 years to the conflict between the giants of Zendrik and the quarry of Dal Quor, the region of dreams. The giants were masters of magic that even dragons envied. When the quarry invaded Eberron to escape their own turning age, the giants grew desperate. They realized they could not win a conventional war against nightmares that could respawn endlessly, so they targeted the connection. They targeted the moon that served as the lens for Dal Quor's influence on Eberron. We do not know exactly what they did. A spell of cataclysmic proportion, a weapon that broke the sky, but the result is recorded in the silence of the heavens. Krya was destroyed, or thrown so far out of orbit that it vanished from the visible universe. The destruction of Krya severed the coterminous link between Eberron and Dal Quor. It saved the world from the quarry invasion, but it broke the sky. How do dragons read a missing moon? They read the negative space. Think of the prophecy as a melody. Krya was a specific note in that melody. Now, every time that note should be played, there is silence. The dragons call this the gap of the dream. It represents a blind spot in the prophecy. The dragons cannot easily predict events related to the dreaming dark or the inspired, the modern servants of the quarry, because the lens required to read those futures is shattered. When the other moons pass through the space where Krya used to be, they wobble. Their influence becomes erratic. This is known as the time of the void. During this time, the prophecy becomes glitched. Outcomes become random. Madness seeps in. It is a time when the draconic prophecy fails to account for the irrational, the dream logic, and the nightmares of mortals. For the lords of dust, the gap is a frustration, for they cannot use it. But for the dreaming dark, the quarry who eventually found a way back in through the back door of human dreams. The gap is their greatest asset. They operate in the blind spot of the dragons. The dragons of the chamber are terrified of the number 13. 12 moons, 12 dragon marks originally. But then came the mark of death, the 13th mark. Then came the morning, the 13th nation, sire destroyed. They see a pattern of the 13th, attempting to reassert itself. They fear that if the prophecy ever fully acknowledges the number 13 again, it might trigger a restoration of Krya, or worse, a total collapse of the ring of Cyberes. So when you look up at the night sky, do not just count the lights, count the darkness. We have now mapped the immediate heavens. We understand the gears of the clock. But the clock is sitting in a room, and that room is the multiverse. The moons are just the local influence. Beyond the sky of Eberron lie the 13 planes of existence. Shavarath, the battleground, Fernia, the sea of fire, Zoriat, the realm of madness, Mabar, the endless night. These planes do not just orbit, they breathe. They move in and out of alignment with Eberron, becoming coterminous, touching, or remote, distant. In the next section, we will expand our view to the orrery of existence. We will learn how the draconic prophecy shifts. When Shavarath draws near, war becomes inevitable. We will learn why the dragons dread the approach of Zoriat. Logic breaks down. We will discuss how the planes act as the background radiation that colors every single line of the prophetic code. The moons tell us when things happen. The planes tell us the nature of the reality in which they happen. Rest your eyes for a moment. The star chart is complex, and we are about to add a third dimension to it. We have spoken of the moons, the gears that turn within the sky of Eberron. They are the local timekeepers, the immediate variables that color the day-to-day reading of the prophecy. But if the moons are the weather, the planes are the climate. Step away from the orrery for a moment. Walk with me to the edge of the observatory's balcony. Look out, not just up. Look past the ring of dragon shards, past the moons, into the deep, vibrating velvet of the astral sea. The draconic prophecy does not exist in a vacuum. Eberron, the dragon between, is suspended in a web of 13 other realities. These are the planes of existence. They are not merely other places you can visit with a high-level spell. They are fundamental concepts of the multiverse given physical form. And they move. Imagine the universe as a massive gyroscope. Eberron is the core. Around it, 13 distinct spheres of reality orbit in complex, multidimensional ellipses. Sometimes they swing close, brushing against the material world. Sometimes they swing far away, retreating into the deep astral void. To a dragon, the position of these planes provides the contextual logic of the prophecy. You cannot read a line of the prophecy accurately without knowing which plane is currently dominant. A line that says the fire shall cleanse the sin means something very different when Fernia, the sea of fire, is touching the world than it does when Rija, the plane of ice, is close. In the first case, it might mean a literal inferno. In the second, it might mean a cold burn, a freezing of assets, or a halting of progress. Let us map this orrery of existence. We categorize the planes by their relationship to the prophetic narrative. First, we have the planes of conflict and law, Shavarath and Donvi. Shavarath, the battleground. This plane is the embodiment of eternal war. Legions of devils, demons, and archons fight forever in a landscape of blades and blood. When Shavarath becomes coterminous close to Eberron, the prophecy shifts toward aggression. The if/then logic becomes binary and violent. Diplomatic nuances fade. The probability of peace treaties holding drops significantly. If you are a dragon of the chamber trying to negotiate a truce between Breland and Thrain, and Shavarath is waxing, you know you are fighting the tide. The cosmic background radiation is screaming fight. Conversely, spells of evocation are potent. Blades are sharper. Tempers are shorter. The prophecy favors the bold, the rash, and the violent. Donvi, the perfect order, the opposite of the chaos of war, is the stillness of law. Donvi is a realm of infinite geometric perfection, inhabited by modrons and inevitables. When Donvi is coterminous, the prophecy becomes rigid. It favors structure. It favors the status quo. If the law is written, then it shall be obeyed. This is a terrible time for revolutions. If the prophecy hints at the overthrow of a tyrant, it is unlikely to happen when Donvi is close. The universe itself is enforcing authority. The dragons know that under Donvi, the letter of the law is more powerful than the spirit. Next, consider the planes of energy, Furnia and Rija. Furnia, the sea of fire. This is not just fire. It is industry, passion, and transformation. When Furnia is coterminous, the prophecy accelerates. Reactions happen faster. A plot that should take 10 years might unfold in 10 days. It is a time of high volatility. The dragons read Furnia as a multiplier of passion. Love affairs, artistic breakthroughs, and violent rages all spike. The prophecy becomes a story of dramatic, sudden change. Rija, the plane of ice, stasis, preservation, the freeze. When Rija is coterminous, the prophecy slows down. Events become sluggish. If the seed is planted, it sleeps. This is the time to bury secrets. If the chamber wants to hide a dangerous artifact, they do it when Rija is close, because the prophecy favors things staying where they are put. It is the cosmic pause button. Then we have the planes of life and death, Irian, Mabar, and Dalar. Irian, the eternal day, the source of positive energy, light, life, beginnings. When Irian is coterminous, healing magic is maximized, but prophetically, it represents hope and genesis. New ideas take root easily. Children born under a coterminous Irian are said to have bright destinies, lines of probability that trend toward greatness. The prophecy favors the underdog, the startup, the new venture. Mabar, the endless night, the source of negative energy, entropy, shadow, hunger. When Mabar is coterminous, the shadows lengthen. the prophecy turns bleak. Probability collapses toward failure. Crops wither. Plagues spread. The lords of dust love Mabar. They time their darker rituals for these phases. If the prophecy says, the kingdom falls when the light fails, that is a direct reference to a Mabar convergence. It is the gravity of the grave, pulling everything down. Dalar, the realm of the dead. This is not hell, it is purgatory. It is the place of apathy and fading memories. When Dalar is coterminous, the prophecy becomes numb. Ambition falters. People just stop caring. Great crusades run out of steam. It is the wet blanket of the multiverse. The dragons know that trying to incite great change during a Dalar phase is like trying to light a fire in a vacuum. The fuel is there, but the spark just won't catch. Now, the planes of nature and spirit, Lamania and the Lannies. Lamania, the twilight forest, the realm of raw, primal nature. When Lamania is coterminous, civilization feels fragile. Vines grow over walls overnight. Animals become bolder. The prophecy shifts to primal logic. The laws of men matter less. The laws of the hunt matter more. Survival of the fittest becomes the dominant clause in the code. The Lannies, the fairy court. This is a fascinating one for the dragons. The Lannies is the realm of stories, archetypes, and narrative logic. When the Lannies is coterminous, the prophecy becomes poetic. Irony becomes a physical force. The evil stepmother will inevitably be defeated by the innocent child. The arrogant prince will inevitably be humbled. The dragons hate this. They are creatures of intellect and calculus. The Lannies introduces narrative causality. It makes the world run on storybook logic rather than physics. Under the Lannies, a ragtag group of adventurers with the power of friendship actually has a statistical advantage over a well-funded army. It defies the math, but it fits the story. And finally, the problem children, Kithri, Zoriat, and Dal Quor. Kithri, the churning chaos. Pure, unadulterated chaos. Matter-changing state constantly. When Kithri is coterminous, the prophecy is unreadable. The variables change too fast to track. If X, then Y becomes if X, then blue, or perhaps fish. The dragons usually withdraw during a Kithri phase. They observe, but they do not bet. It is the randomness of the roll. Zoriat, the realm of madness, the home of the Daelker. It is alien, incomprehensible geometry. Crucially, Zoriat has been remote blocked for thousands of years, thanks to the dimensional seals created by the gatekeeper druids. But even from a distance, it exerts pressure. If Zoriat were to become coterminous again, the prophecy would not just be unreadable, it would be rewritten. Zoriat represents the anti-truth. It is the virus that corrupts the operating system. The dragons fear Zoriat above all else because it doesn't play the great game, it flips the table. Dal Quor, the region of dreams. As we discussed with the moon Krya, this plane was severed from Eberron by the giants. It is permanently remote. This creates the phantom pain of the prophecy. Because Dal Quor cannot touch Eberron naturally, the prophecy lacks a dream logic component. It makes the world harder, more literal. The quarry have to hack their way in through psionics, and the dreaming dark because the natural door is bricked up. The dragons monitor the distance of Dal Quor obsessively. If it ever starts to move closer, it means the giant's ancient magic is failing. It means the nightmare is returning. Now, understand that these planes are not just orbiting in the sky. Their influence pools in specific places on the ground. These are manifest zones. Sharn, the city of towers, sits in a manifest zone of Serenia, the azure sky. Serenia is the plane of peace and floating. This is the only reason the towers of Sharn can stand so high. The gravity is literally lighter there, and the magic of flight is enhanced. Prophetically, this means Sharn is a node of levity. It is a place where things rise, ambitions, buildings, prices. But go to the gloaming in the Eldine reaches. That is a manifest zone of Mabar. There, the prophecy always trends toward decay. You cannot build a lasting empire in a Mabar zone. The entropy is too high. So, when a dragon looks at you, an adventurer standing in a specific spot, at a specific time, they are calculating a vector sum of all these forces. They see you are standing in a zone of Shavarath aggression. The moon Zaranter storm is rising. The plane Fernia fire is approaching coterminus. The dragon thinks, this entity is a walking bomb. The probability of them starting a war in the next 24 hours is 99.8%. And they might decide to defuse you. Or they might decide to point you at their enemy. This celestial clockwork, the moons and the planes, was the state of the prophecy for the first few million years of history. It was a clean system. Complicated, yes, but predictable. It was a system of cycles. The planes orbit, the moons orbit. History repeats. But then, something happened. Something that shouldn't have happened. The prophecy began to change its medium. It stopped being content with writing on the sky and the stones. It decided to write on people. It created the draconic prophecy of the flesh. It created the dragon marks. This was the moment the dragons panicked. It is one thing to read the weather. It is another thing entirely when the weather starts having opinions and casting spells. In the next section, we are going to leave the heavens and come down to the surface. We are going to look at your skin. We are going to talk about the living prophecy, dragon marks. We will discuss why the dragons were terrified when the first marks appeared on elves and humans. We will discuss why there are 12 or 13 marks. We will reframe the dragon-marked houses not as businesses, but as unwitting armies of the prophecy, marching toward a destiny they do not understand. The stars are beautiful, but they are cold. The blood is warm and the ink is moving. Welcome back. We have spent a long time looking up. Our necks are stiff from staring at the orrery, tracking the cold, mathematical precision of the moons and the planes. We have spoken of the prophecy as something distant, something written in the movement of celestial spheres and the grinding of tectonic plates. It feels vast, doesn't it? It feels impersonal, like a thunderstorm or a tidal wave. It is something that happens to you, not something that is of you. But now, I want you to look at your own hand. Turn it over. Look at the veins beneath the skin, the faint pulse of blue blood against the wrist. About 3,000 years ago, a mere blink of an eye in the timeline of a dragon, the prophecy changed its mind. It decided that the sky was no longer enough paper for its story. It decided to come down. It decided to write itself on the flesh of the lesser races. This is the drift of flesh. This is the phenomenon of the dragon marks. To understand the sheer horror and confusion this caused in Arganessen, you have to understand the dragon's ego. They believe they are the children of the progenitors. They are the chosen people. They are the guardians of the prophecy. For millions of years, they watched the signs. And then, suddenly, the ants started glowing. Imagine you are a master calligrapher. You have spent your life studying the most sacred text in the world. And one day, you wake up and find that the ink has vanished from the page and reappeared on the back of a stray dog running through the street. That is how the dragons felt when the first dragon marks appeared on the elves of Arenal and the humans of Corvair. It started with the mark of shadow and the mark of death. Then the mark of healing on the halflings. The mark of scribing on the gnomes. The conclave nearly went to war over this. One faction, the Dominion of the Unblemished, argued that this was a corruption, a virus of Kyber that needed to be burned out. They proposed the total extinction of the humanoid races to clean the slate. Another faction, which eventually became the dominant voice in the chamber, argued for observation. They posited a terrifying theory. The prophecy is evolving. The prophecy realized that rocks and stars are predictable. They follow laws of physics. But mortals are chaotic. Mortals have free will. By embedding itself in the bloodlines of mortals, the prophecy unlocked a new level of computational complexity. It became a living algorithm. Let us analyze a dragon mark, not as a game mechanic, not as a way to cast cure light wounds or feather fall, but as a piece of text. If you look closely at a manifest dragon mark, you will see it is not a tattoo. It is not ink sitting on top of the skin. It is deep within the dermal layers. It glows with a faint, shimmering light that matches the color of the ring of cyberies, blues, purples, violets. It warms to the touch when active. The lines of the mark are not random. They are fractals. They mimic the patterns of the coastlines of Eberron, the flow of the rivers, and the ley lines of magic. A dragon mark is a microcosm of the world map stamped onto a person. When a member of House Jorasco activates their mark of healing, they are not just using magic. They are channeling the drift of vitality. They are pulling on a thread of the prophecy that says, "This flesh shall be whole." When a pilot of House Lyrandar grabs the wheel of an airship, their mark of storm connects with the elemental ring. They become a node. The prophecy flows through them into the ship. If the wind strikes the sails, then the ship shall ride the current. The bearer of the mark is a living, if slash then gate. This changes everything about how the dragons play the great game. Before the marks, if a dragon wanted to influence the weather, they had to wait for the moon Saranter to rise, or perform a massive ritual. Now they just need to bribe a guy named Delirandar. The dragon-marked houses think they are businesses. They think they are guilds of commerce. House Cannith thinks it builds things. House Civis thinks it sends messages. The dragons know the truth. The houses are not businesses. They are processors. Think of the 12 dragon-marked houses as 12 distinct subroutines running in the world computer. The mark of making House Cannith is the subroutine of innovation. It constantly introduces new variables, magic items, warforged into the world to keep the prophecy fresh. The mark of Sentinel House Denith is the subroutine of defense. It ensures that key figures survive long enough to fulfill their destiny. The mark of scribing House Civis is the subroutine of data transmission. It ensures that information travels fast enough to trigger the right reactions across the continent. The mark of finding House Tharashk is the subroutine of location. It ensures that the hidden things, dragon shards, relics, are found when the timeline requires them. The dragons watch the strength of the houses closely. If House Cannith suddenly becomes too powerful, as it did before the morning, the dragons worry that the innovation variable is overwriting the stability variable. But there is a deeper, more metaphysical layer to this. Why these races? Why elves, humans, dwarves, halflings, gnomes, half-orcs, and half-elves? Why not the orcs, the original druids? Why not the goblins, the heirs of Dakan? Why not the dragons themselves? The prevailing theory in the library of Kornberg, likely planted there by the chamber, is that these races were chosen because they are unbound. The dragons are bound by their nature. A red dragon is inherently driven by certain impulses. The orcs are bound by their ancient duty to the gatekeepers. The goblins are bound by the rigidity of the Dakani caste system, the concept of Mut and Acha. But humans are messy. Humans are adaptable. Humans change their minds every 10 minutes. This makes them the perfect chaotic substrate for the prophecy. The prophecy needs that chaos to explore all possible futures. Let's talk about the apex marks. You know them as the Cyberese marks. Occasionally, a member of a dragon-marked house manifests a mark of immense size and power, covering their entire torso or face. This is not just a stronger spell. To a dragon, a Cyberese mark is a command line. A normal dragon mark is a sentence. A Cyberese mark is a shout. It indicates that the bearer is a focal point of history. The prophecy has pooled a massive amount of probability into this one single vessel. When a Cyberese mark appears, the chamber goes on high alert. The light of Cyberese sharpens its claws because a person with a Cyberese mark can single-handedly alter the course of an age. They are the chosen ones of the code. If they turn left, the world enters a golden age. If they turn right, the world enters 1,000 years of darkness. The the dragons will often try to acquire these individuals. They will swoop in, kidnapping them or hiring them, taking them to Argonesson to be studied or guided. If guidance fails, well, the light of Cyberes removes the variable, but there is a dark side to the flesh. If the dragon marks are the writing of Cyberes' creation, then what happens when Kyber corruption tries to pick up the pen? Aberrant marks. For centuries, the houses have hunted those with aberrant marks. They call them dangerous, uncontrolled, mad. They say the marks are a threat to society. The dragons have a different view. They call these the glitch. An aberrant mark is not just a bad mark. It is a corrupted line of code. It is the prophecy trying to write something that reality rejects. Or it is the lords of dust trying to hack the system. While a true dragon mark is constructive, it heals, it makes, it protects, it travels. An aberrant mark is almost always destructive. It rots, it burns, it breaks, it freezes. It is the language of unmaking. The existence of aberrant marks suggests that the struggle between the progenitors is literally being fought in the DNA of the people of Corvair. Every time a child is born with an aberrant mark, it is a small victory for Kyber. This leads us to the terrifying realization of what the War of the Mark actually was. History tells you the War of the Mark was a crusade by the 12 houses to purify their bloodlines and destroy the aberrant mixed breeds. Lord Halas Tarkanan and the Lady of the Plague were the villains, monsters who destroyed Sharn. But look at it through the eyes of the prophecy. The War of the Mark was a debugging process. The system, the 12 houses, attacked the virus, the aberrant marks, and the dragons, they watched. They let it happen. In fact, they likely encouraged it. The chamber would have whispered in the ears of the House Lords, stoking their paranoia. These mixed marks are impure. They are dangerous. You must cleanse them. Why? Because the dragons feared that if the aberrant marks became too numerous, or if they organized, they would create a bleak prophecy, a collective narrative that would lead to the release of the overlords. Halas Tarkanan wasn't just a rebel leader. He was a potential avatar of destruction. His earthquakes were not just spells. They were him shaking the foundations of the prophecy itself. And then there is the greatest taboo of all. The event that proved the dragon's fears were justified. The moment when the prophecy tried to create a bridge between life and death, the mark of death. You cannot speak of the draconic prophecy without speaking of the House of Val. It is the missing piece of the puzzle. The 13th mark. We are taught that the mark of death is gone, eradicated, but the prophecy does not simply forget a line of code. You can burn the book, but the words remain in the mind of the author. The mark of death was the prophecy of the end. It governed the transition between the living and the dead, and it appeared on the elves, the race obsessed with avoiding death through the undying court. The dragons of Argonesson and the elves of Arenal, two ancient enemies, united to destroy the House of Val. Why? What terrified them so much that they put aside thousands of years of hatred to commit genocide. It wasn't just necromancy. It was the hybrid, Irandi's Fall, the half-dragon, the child of a green dragon and an elf of the mark of death. This was the ultimate violation. The prophecy of the flesh, elf, merging with the guardian of the prophecy, dragon. To the conclave, this was not a child. This was a singularity, a being that was both the reader and the written, a being that could potentially rewrite the prophecy at will, without waiting for the moons or the planes. A being with the power of a progenitor. So they shattered the house. They hunted down every carrier of the mark. They tried to wipe the ink off the skin of the world. But did they succeed? Irandi's Val is a lick. She is undead. She has lost her mark because the marks require living flesh to function. The code is broken, but the potential remains. The prophecy still has a slot for the 13th mark. It is like a missing tooth. The tongue keeps poking at the empty space. The dragons are terrified that the mark of death will return. They watch the skies for the signs of the crimson eclipse, the specific alignment that might herald the re-emergence of the death mark. And they watch you, the adventurers. Because who finds the lost things? Who goes into the deep places? Who stumbles upon the ancient bloodlines? Every time you take a level in a Dragon Mark air class, every time you manifest a generic aberrant feat, the dragons are updating their charts. They are asking, is the ink returning? The dragon marks are the living, breathing proof that the prophecy is not finished. The world is not a completed painting. It is a canvas that is still being painted, and you are the brush strokes. This brings us to a chilling question. If the prophecy can appear on skin, and if the dragons destroyed the mark of death to stop a specific future, what happens when the prophecy decides it doesn't need the other 12? What happens when the narrative utility of House Cannith or House Orion is finished? Would the dragons orchestrate the fall of another house? Some theorists believe that is exactly what happened to Sire, that the destruction of the nation of Sire was actually a targeted strike against the seat of House Cannith's power, an attempt to prune a branch of the prophecy that had grown too wild. We will explore the morning in due time, but first, we must look at the immediate consequence of the broken prophecy. We must look at what happened when the dragons and elves tried to edit the script by force. We must look at the severed thread. In the next section, we will delve into the War of the Mark and the fall of Val, specifically through the lens of prophetic damage. We will discuss how removing a piece of the board destabilized the great game. We will ask, did killing the mark of death actually make the world safer? Or did it break the seal that was holding back something even worse? The skin itches. The mark burns. The story continues. Sit back. Let the warmth of the fire settle into your bones. We have talked about the sky, and we have talked about the blood. Now, we must talk about the scar. Imagine a tapestry, a magnificent, sprawling weave of a billion threads, depicting the history of the world. Now, imagine someone takes a pair of shears, and cuts a specific color of thread out of the entire cloth. They pull it, rip it, unravel it until it is gone. Does the tapestry look the same? Or does it bunch up? Does it fray at the edges? Do the other threads have to stretch tight to cover the hole? This is the story of the severed thread. This is the story of the House of Vol and the War of the Mark. To the average citizen of the Five Nations, the extermination of the House of Vol is ancient history, a footnote in the Elven archives. They are told that the House of Vol practiced dark arts, that they turned to necromancy, and that the Undying Court and the dragons of Arganessen, in a rare moment of unity, destroyed them to save the world. That is the sanitized version. That is the version written by the victors. Here, in the Star Peaks, we look at the raw data. And the data suggests that the House of Vol was not destroyed because it was evil. It was destroyed because it was prophetically destabilizing. We touched on this earlier, but let us go deeper. The crisis began with a union. An elf of the Mark of Death, the matriarch of House Vol, lay with a green dragon, the Emerald Claw. This was not a simple romance. This was a metaphysical experiment. Remember, the dragons view themselves as the guardians of the prophecy. They view the lesser races as the game pieces. For a player, a dragon to mate with a piece, an elf, is a violation of the rules. But more importantly, the offspring, Erandis Vol, was a hybrid of two different drifts of the prophecy. She carried the drift of flesh, the mark, and the drift of spirit, the draconic blood. When Erandis was born, the draconic prophecy screamed. The conclave recorded readings that were off the charts. The if/then statements began to loop. The probability clouds collapsed. The dragons feared that Erandis Vol was not just a child, but a living key. A key that could unlock the overlords, perhaps. A key that could revive the progenitors. Maybe a key that could rewrite the prophecy itself, effectively giving a single entity admin access to reality. This was the fear that froze the blood of the great worms. So, the order was given. Delete. The scouring of House Vol was absolute. It was not a war. It was an erasure. Every elf carrying the Mark of Death was hunted down. The dragons burned the estates. The Undying Court severed the spiritual lines. They didn't just want to kill the people, they wanted to kill the potential for the mark to ever appear again. They wanted to edit the code of the universe by forcibly removing a variable. But here is the thing about prophecy. It abhors a vacuum. When you remove a major support beam from a building, the weight shifts to the other beams. When the Mark of Death was removed, the prophetic weight shifted to the remaining 12 marks. Many draconic scholars believe that the War of the Mark, which occurred roughly 1,500 years ago, was the direct result of this imbalance. The War of the Mark is often framed as a conflict between the pure marks, the 12, and the aberrant marks, the twisted. But look closer. The aberrant marks surged in power after the destruction of Vol. It was as if the prophecy, denied its 13th outlet, tried to force its way out through new, unstable channels. The energy that should have flowed through the mark of death began to leak into the general population, manifesting as destructive, uncontrollable powers. Halas Tarkanan and the Lady of the Plague, the leaders of the aberrant side, they were not just terrorists. They were tragic figures. They were the symptoms of a broken system. The Lady of the Plague had the power to control disease and vermin. Halas Tarkanan had the power to control the earth, to create earthquakes, to melt stone. These are not subtle powers. These are progenitor-level powers. Halas had the power of Eberron earth. The Lady had the power of Kyber corruption/disease. The dragons watched the War of the Mark with cold fascination. They saw the 12 houses, the stable subroutines organizing to purge the glitch. The Siege of Sharn, the final battle of that war, was a prophetic nexus point. When Halas and the Lady realized they could not win, they didn't surrender. They unleashed their marks. They cursed the city. They created the depths, the ruins beneath modern Sharn, where the laws of reality are still thin. Now consider the aftermath. The 12 houses won. The aberrant marks were suppressed, though never fully eradicated. The prophecy settled into a new 12-part harmony, but the ghost of the 13th mark remains. Irandi's Val survived. We know this. The dragons suspect it, but they cannot find her. Why? Because she is a lick. She is dead. She has no biological pulse, no breath, and crucially, no active dragon mark. When she became undead, her mark of death went inert. She became invisible to the prophetic radar. The dragons scan for life and potential. They scan for the drift of flesh. Irandi's is no longer flesh. She is bone and magic. She is a blind spot. She is the Lady of the Bleak Signal. From her frozen throne in the Lazar Principalities, the Lick Queen manipulates the world through the blood of Val religion and the order of the Emerald Claw. She is trying to do the impossible. She is trying to reactivate her mark. She believes that if she can achieve godhood, or if she can finding a specific sequence of events, she can force the mark of death to flare to life on her undead skin. If she succeeds, the dragons believe it will be the end of the age. The return of the severed thread would snap the tension that holds the current world together. It might shatter the ring of Cyberies. This brings us to the Cyberies marks. You have heard of these. The great, sprawling marks that cover the entire body. The mark of a true heir. Why do they exist? Why does a mark of making suddenly jump from a small symbol on the arm to a glowing circuit board covering the chest and face? The theory in the Star Peaks is that Cyberies marks are the compensation. Because the mark of death is gone, and because Krya, the 13th moon, is gone, the remaining marks have to carry extra voltage. A Cyberies mark is the system overclocking itself to handle the prophetic load. When a character in your world manifests a Cyberies mark, they are becoming a prophetic anchor. They are being pinned to the map by the progenitors. This person is essential. Do not delete. The dragons treat Cyberies heirs with a mix of reverence and terror. A chamber dragon will often step out of the shadows to offer a Cyberies heir a deal. Come with me. Let me teach you how to use that power. Let me show you the script. They want to control the anchor. Because if a lord of dust gets their claws into a Cybere's air, they can twist the prophecy with terrifying speed. Imagine an heir with the Cybere's mark of scribing. They could speak a word that rewrites the memory of a nation. They could draft a law that becomes physically binding on the minds of the people. This is the high-stakes table. And recently, the threads are fraying again. Since the morning, which we will discuss soon, the incidence of aberrant marks has spiked. People are developing marks that don't fit the mold of the war of the mark. Weird marks. Marks that look like the night sky. Marks that bleed shadow. The dragons are worried that the severed thread is trying to reknit itself. They worry that a new 13th house is forming. Not the house of Val, but something new. Something born of the morning. If you are an adventurer with a strange mark, or if you have found yourself drawn to the mystery of the mark of death, know this. You are walking on the scar tissue of the world. The dragons are watching you, wondering if you are the infection returning or the cure. But the prophecy is not just written in the blood of the living or the stars of the sky. It is written in the bones of the mother. It is written in the rock. The progenitor Eberron herself has a voice. She speaks in earthquakes. She writes in mountain ranges. She whispers in the magma flows of the demon wastes. To understand the full scope of the prophecy, we must look down past our feet into the crust of the planet. In the next section, we will explore the voice of the stone. We will travel to the demon wastes and the Gorodine. We will learn how a geologist reads the future in the strata of a canyon wall, and why the Gashkala orcs believe that the volcano is a warning bell. We are going to listen to the heartbeat of the world. Put your ear to the ground. No, truly. In your mind's eye, I want you to kneel on the stone floor of this observatory. Press your cheek against the cold, unyielding rock. Close your eyes. Can you hear it? It is faint, deeper than the lowest note of a pipe organ, a vibration that rattles your teeth just slightly. Thrum, thrum, thrum. That is the heartbeat of Eberron. We have spent hours looking up at the ring of Cyberes, tracing the frantic dance of the moons. We have looked at the skin of mortals, reading the glowing script of the dragon marks, but we have neglected the largest, loudest, and most permanent page of the prophecy, the world itself. The dragons call this the drift of the stone. While the sky tells us of timing and potential, and the flesh tells us of agency and choice, the earth tells us of consequence and binding. Remember the origin myth. Eberron, the dragon between, did not defeat Kyber by killing him. She defeated him by becoming the cage. She wrapped her body around him, crushing him, suffocating him, turning her scales into the continents and her blood into the oceans. Therefore, every mountain range, every canyon, every ocean trench is a bar in that cage. Geography is not random in this world. It is functional. A geologist from Morgrave University might tell you that the Ironroot Mountains were formed by tectonic collision. A dragon of the conclave will tell you that the Ironroot Mountains were raised to pin down the arm of the overlord Tul Orshka. To read the drift of the stone is to study the stress fractures of the world. Let us travel in spirit to the place where the earth is most vocal, the place where the ink is still wet, the demon wastes. Imagine a landscape of obsidian and basalt shattered by constant tremors. The air smells of sulfur and ozone. The sky is bruised with unnatural colors. Here, in the northwest of Corvair, the binding of the overlords is closest to the surface. The central feature of the wastes is the labyrinth. To a mapmaker, it is a confusing tangle of canyons and mesas. But to a prophetic scholar, the labyrinth is a shifting circuit board. The canyons move. A path that was open yesterday is closed today. A spire that stood for 1,000 years collapses into dust in an instant. This is the prophecy fighting against the escape attempts of the Lords of Dust. When a canyon wall slams shut, blocking an army of carrion crawlers, that is Eberron saying, "No." That is a physical, if slash then statement, resolving in real time. If the servants of the shadow reach the plains of Eldine, then the stone shall rise to bar their path. The Gosh Kala orcs, the sacred guardians who live in the labyrinth, do not navigate by maps. They navigate by reading the will of the earth. They feel the tremors before they happen. They know that a sudden geyser of magma is not a natural disaster. It is a warning that an ancient evil is stirring beneath that specific spot. But the voice of the stone is not limited to the wastes. It is everywhere. Consider the volcanoes, the fists of Onetter in the Emror holds, the ashen spires. In our world, a volcano erupts due to pressure. In Eberron, pressure is narrative. A volcano is a stress vent for the prophecy. When the tension between the binding of Khyber and the freedom of the surface becomes too great, the earth bleeds fire. The dragons watch the volcanoes of the Emror holds obsessively. They correlate eruptions with political events. History records that on the day King Jarrat of Galifar died, the event that sparked the last war, the great volcano Mount Korat smoked for 3 days and 3 nights. The dragons read this sign. The internal pressure of the continent has been released. The unity is broken. The magma of war will flow. If Mount Korat were to erupt violently today, the chamber would panic. It would signify a catastrophic failure of the political containment field. It would mean that the Cold War is about to turn hot. Now, let us speak of the dragon shards. You cannot understand the geology of Eberron without understanding these crystals. They are the physical manifestations of the progenitors. Cybere's shards fall from the sky. They are the golden drift found in Zendrik and the equator. They enhance magic. Kyber shards are found deep underground near pockets of magma. They are dark, veined with midnight blue. They bind. Eberron shards are found in the topsoil, the skin of the world. They are pink and swirling. They regulate. To a miner in the Emror holds, a vein of Eberron shards is a payday. To a dragon, a vein of shards is a sentence. The pattern in which the shards grow is prophetic text. A dragon might spend 50 years studying a single cavern, tracing the lattice of the crystals. "Look here," the dragon might say, pointing a claw at a cluster of pink crystals. "See how the lattice spirals inward. This indicates a period of introspection for the nation above. But here, see this jagged break where a kyber shard has intruded. This predicts a corruption of the soil. This brings us to the concept of geographic determinism. Why are the major cities where they are? Why is Sharn, the city of towers, located on the hilt of the Dagger River? The common answer is trade. The river is wide. The cliffs are defensible. The prophetic answer is that Sharn sits on a Serenia manifest zone. The zone allows the towers to fly. But why is the zone there? The dragons believe that the progenitor Eberron placed that zone there deliberately to act as a vent of levity. The prophecy needed a place where the laws of gravity, and by extension, the laws of limitation, were weak. It needed a place where mortals could aspire to the heavens. Sharn is a prophetic engine of ambition. Conversely, look at the Mournland, formerly the nation of Sire, now a wall of dead gray mist. Why did the mist stop where it did? Why didn't it consume all of Corvair? Geologists have noted that the borders of the Mournland follow the lines of ancient, deep earth ley lines. It is as if the land itself created a quarantine zone. The drift of stone recognized a fatal error in the program, the magical nuke that destroyed Sire, and immediately erected a firewall. The rivers that border the Mournland, the ancient waterways, acted as the boundaries of the spell. This suggests that the geography of the five nations was designed millions of years ago to contain exactly this kind of disaster. It suggests that Eberron knew we would blow ourselves up eventually, and she built the blast walls in advance. Now let's talk about the Underdark of Kyber. This is not just a cave system. This is the enemy's territory. The crust is Eberron the Warden. The depths are Kyber the prisoner. The deeper you go, the less the laws of physics apply. The prophecy of the stone becomes twisted here. In the upper crust, a tunnel is a tunnel. In the deep Kyber, a tunnel is a throat. The Lords of Dust manipulate the geology from below. They try to create blights. A blight is a corrupted patch of land where nothing grows, or where the water turns to poison. This is Kyber trying to push through the skin of Eberron. The dragons monitor these blights. If a blight expands, it means an overlord is waking up. If you are an adventurer and you find a cave where the walls seem to bleed, or where the shadows detach from the stalagmites, you have found a prophetic ulcer. The skin of the world is infected. There is a fascinating theory regarding the tremors of 998 YK. In the current year, seismographs in Zalargo and the Emror Holds have been picking up a rhythmic vibration deep in the mantle. It is too regular to be tectonic plates shifting. It has a frequency. Thump, pause, thump, pause. Some dragons of the chamber believe this is the heart of the world beating faster. Adrenaline. Why would a planet feel adrenaline? Because it senses a threat. The Earth is bracing for impact? Is it bracing for the release of an overlord? Or is it bracing for something coming from the sky? Perhaps the return of the lost moon, the gnomes of Zilargo, who are masters of elemental binding and earth magic, are quietly terrified. They have huge listening posts in the Trust's headquarters, ear trumpets pressed against the bedrock. They know that if the Earth decides to shrug, civilization ends. Let's look at one specific, terrifying example of Earth prophecy: the Singing Sierras. Located in the Blade Desert of the Talenta Plains, these are wind-carved rock formations that emit musical tones when the wind blows through them. To the halflings, it is a sacred site. To the dragons, it is an alarm clock. The specific notes played by the wind through those rocks form a harmonic code. When the Sierras sing the chord of C minor for 3 days, the King of Dust shall rise. The dragons actually manipulate the weather in the Talenta Plains to ensure the wind never blows from the exact angle required to play that chord. They are constantly adjusting the airflow, blocking canyons, planting trees, doing everything they can to silence the song. But erosion is patient. The wind wears down the rock. The shape of the flutes changes. Eventually, the rock will erode to the point where the song is inevitable. This is the inevitability of stone. You can delay it, but you cannot stop the mountain from wearing down. Finally, consider the living earth elementals. The Galeb Duer, the earth elementals. These creatures are not just monsters. They are the white blood cells of the land. When a Galeb Duer attacks a mining camp, the miners think it is defending its territory. The prophecy suggests it is defending a seal. The miners were likely about to breach a wall that held back a pocket of demon-tainted gas, or a sleeping horror. The elemental intervened to maintain the structural integrity of the cage. So, as we stand here in the Star Peaks, realizing that the very mountain beneath our feet is a sentence in a book we are barely learning to read, we must ask, who translates this? The dragons fly. They see the patterns from above, but who walks the land? Who listens to the whisper of the root and the groan of the rock? There is a group of mortals who have learned to read the drift of stone better than the dragons. They do not live in towers. They live in the swamps. They live in the deep woods. They are the heirs of the green dragon Vivarok. They are the gatekeepers. In the next section, we will travel to the Shadow Marches. We will sit by the campfire with the orc druids. We will learn the story of Vivarok, the dragon who turned traitor to her own kind to teach the lesser races how to read the prophecy. We will learn why the druidic interpretation of the prophecy, the Great Balance, differs from the draconic interpretation. We will learn how to read the signs in the flight of birds and the growth of moss. The rock is solid, but the moss grows over it. The story turns to the green. The air has changed again. We have left the thin, cold atmosphere of the Star Peaks. We have left the dry, sulfurous heat of the demon wastes. The air is now thick. It hangs heavy in your lungs, smelling of wet peat, decaying leaves, and life. A chaotic, teeming, overwhelming life. We are in the shadow marches. Close your eyes and listen to the sounds of the swamp. The chirping of insects that have no names in the common tongue. The splash of a crocodile slipping into the black water. The distant, rhythmic drumming of a hollow log. We are here to meet the other side of the coin. If the dragons of Arganesson are the astronomers of the prophecy, watching from their ivory towers, then the beings we are discussing tonight are the field biologists. They are the ones down in the mud, with their hands in the soil, feeling the pulse of the world directly. We are here to talk about the gatekeepers, and to understand them, we must talk about the great traitor, the green dragon Vivarok. In the histories of Arganesson, Vivarok is a footnote, often mentioned with disdain. She is seen as a radical, a fool who broke the most sacred rule of the conclave. Do not share the secrets of the progenitors with the lesser races, but to the people of Corvair. Whether they know her name or not, Vivarok is the reason the sky hasn't turned to purple glass and the ground hasn't melted into screaming flesh. Travel back in your mind 9,000 years, long before the kingdom of Galifar, long before humanity arrived from Sarlona. Corvair was a wilder place. The goblin empire of Dakan was the dominant military power, a civilization of steel and discipline. But Vivarok saw something the Dakani did not. And crucially, she saw something the conclave did not. As a green dragon, Vivarok was attuned to the drift of the earth and the drift of life, while her brethren in the chamber were obsessed with the movement of the moons and the high celestial math. Vivarok was watching the moss. She was watching the mutations in the beetles. She felt a sickness rising in the subconscious of the planet. She realized that the prophecy was predicting an invasion, not from the demon wastes and not from the giants of Zendrik, but from Zoriat, the realm of madness. She brought her findings to the conclave. She showed them the patterns. She argued that the alignment of the planes was drifting toward a catastrophic conjunction with the realm of madness. The conclave deliberated. This is the flaw of the dragons. They are immortal. They have infinite time. To them, a deliberation of 50 years is a brief meeting. They analyzed Vivarok's data. They formed subcommittees. They debated the semantic meaning of the word invasion versus incursion. Vivarok realized they would be too slow. She realized that by the time the conclave decided to act, the world would already be lost. So she did the unthinkable. She left. She flew across the Thunder Sea, landing in the shadow marches on the western coast of Corvair. She looked for a people she could teach. She needed a race that was tough, adaptable, and deeply connected to the natural world. She found the orcs. Now, you must strip away the modern prejudices you might hold about orcs. Forget the stories of savage raiders. The orcs of the Shadow Marches are the oldest, most disciplined spiritual guardians on the continent. They were the first students. Vivarok did not teach them to throw fireballs. She did not teach them arcane magic, which requires formulas and books. She taught them the old ways. She taught them druidic magic. But this was not the druidism of the Eldin Reaches, of growing big pumpkins and talking to squirrels. This was abjuration druidism. This was the magic of the shield. She taught them that the world, Eberron, is a living entity. And like any living entity, it has an immune system. She taught the orcs how to be that immune system. She introduced them to a new interpretation of the prophecy. The dragons see the prophecy as a script to be edited. Vivarok taught the orcs to see the prophecy as a great balance. To a gatekeeper, the prophecy is the song of the natural order. When an aberration, a creature from Zoriat, enters the world, it is a discordant note. It is Cancer. It does not belong. The duty of the gatekeeper is not to defeat the enemy in a glorious battle, but to excise the infection and seal the wound. Vivarok taught them to read the signs in the immediate environment. A dragon looks at the moon Zaranter to see if war is coming. A gatekeeper looks at the migration of the sturges. If the sturges are flying in a spiral pattern counterclockwise, it means the dimensional barriers are thinning in the sector. A dragon calculates the conjunction of Fernia. A gatekeeper tastes the water. If the water tastes of metallic ash, it means a seal is leaking. This is tactical prophecy. It is not about the fate of empires in 500 years. It is about the fate of the village tonight. And Vivarok's foresight was perfect. The invasion happened. The Daelker, the lords of madness, broke through from Zoriat. They brought with them armies of mind flayers, beholders, and twisted nightmares that defied physics. The empire of Dakon fought them with steel and discipline. The goblins were heroes. They held the line with military might. But you cannot stab madness. You cannot formation march against a color that burns your mind. The Dakoni were winning the battles, but they were losing the war. Their minds were being corrupted. It was the gatekeepers who saved the world. While the goblin armies fought the physical forms of the Daelker, the orc druids fought the metaphysical battle. They used the magic Vivarok, taught them to create the dimensional seals. These are the most important prophetic artifacts on the face of Eberron. A dimensional seal is not just a rock. It is a massive, often house-sized menhir, carved with runes that hurt the eyes to look at. They are anchors. They pinned the reality of Eberron down, preventing it from merging with Zoriat. The gatekeepers traveled to the sites where the prophecy showed the membrane was weakest, the nodes of madness, and they slammed these seals into the earth. They poured their own life force into them, and it worked. They severed the connection to Zoriat. The Daelker were trapped on Eberron, cut off from their home plane, and then bound deep in Khyber by the seals. Vivarok died, or passed into the draconic prophecy, before the war was fully won, but her students, the first gatekeepers, carried on. Today, the gatekeepers are a shadow of what they once were, but they are still out there in the swamps, in the deep forests of the Eldin Reaches, watching. Let us look at how they read the prophecy today. They do not use the draconic orrery. They use the circle of stone. If you visit a gatekeeper grove, you will see stones arranged in complex spirals. These stones are attuned to the Earth's magnetic and magical fields. By watching how shadows fall on the stones, or how moss grows on specific faces of the rock, the druids can read the pressure of the imprisoned Daelker. The gatekeepers believe in the cycle of the turn. They believe the prophecy is cyclical. That which was bound shall loosen. That which was loose shall be bound. They are currently terrified. Why? Because the seals are failing. 10,000 years is a long time for a rock to hold back a god of madness. The seals are eroding, not just physically, but magically. The prophecy is shifting. The if statements that held the Daelker in check are becoming when statements. When the shadow of the dragon passes over the broken stone, the mind of the deep shall wake. The gatekeepers are seeing signs of Belashra, the Lord of Eyes, and Dirn, the Corrupter, stirring in the deep. This brings us to a conflict of philosophy between the dragons and the gatekeepers. The dragons of the chamber view the Daelker as outside context problems. The Daelker are not part of the original creation myth. Cyberes, Eberron, Kyber, they are invaders. Therefore, the dragons struggle to fit them into the prophecy. The draconic prophecy deals with the three progenitors. It glitches when it tries to account for Zoriat. The gatekeepers, however, have incorporated the Daelker into their reading. They view the Daelker as the ultimate test of the great balance. To a gatekeeper, an adventurer is a potential recruit. They don't care about your bloodline. They don't care if you have a dragon mark. In fact, they are often suspicious of dragon marks, seeing them as unstable mutations. They care about your spirit. Can you stand before a creature that has tentacled eyes and not lose your mind? Can you hold the line? If you meet an orc druid in the marches, they might offer you a strange, bitter tea. Drink it. It is a test. If you can stomach it, they might show you the weeping trees. In the shadow marches, there are trees that bleed black sap. This is a prophetic sign. The gatekeepers read the flow of the sap. If it flows thick and slow, the binding is holding. If it runs thin and red, Dirn is active. There is a tragedy to the gatekeepers. They are the forgotten saviors. The bards sing of the heroes of Galifar. The historians write of the Goblin Empire. But few record the names of the orcs who stood in a circle, chanting for days without sleep, dying of exhaustion to keep a stone from cracking, so that the rest of the world could sleep soundly. Vivarok knew this would happen. She told them, "You will be the roots, unseen, trodden upon, but holding the tree upright." But there is a new development, a connection between the two defectors. We spoke earlier of Erandi's fall, the mixed blood lick. Some whispers in the deep lore suggest that Vivarok didn't just teach the orcs. Some say she left a final, secret prophecy, the prophecy of the green. It hints that the only way to permanently defeat the Daelker, not just bind them, but destroy them, lies in the union of the dragon and the beast. Vivarok was a dragon. The orcs were the beast in the eyes of the arrogant. Is it possible that Vivarok foresaw the creation of the hybrid, like Erandi's fall, not as a threat, but as a savior? Did the gatekeepers fail to protect Val because they didn't know? Or did the dragons destroy Val because they feared she was the fulfillment of Vivarok's final, radical theory? The gatekeepers today are looking for the Horizon Walker, a figure mentioned in their oral traditions. Someone who can walk between the madness and the reality without being tainted. Someone who can reseed the seals. If you are a ranger, a druid, or a barbarian in Eberron, you feel this pull. You might find yourself stumbling upon a moss-covered stone in the woods that hums when you touch it. You are brushing against the legacy of Vivarok. The dragons look down from the stars. The gatekeepers look up from the roots, but both of them are staring at the same terrifying middle ground. They are both looking at the morning. The day of mourning was the moment the prophecy screamed. It was the moment the board was flipped. The dragons didn't predict it. The gatekeepers didn't foresee it. Or did they? In the next section, we will tackle the greatest mystery of the modern age. The mourning, a glitch in the code. We will analyze the destruction of Sire not as a war crime, but as a prophetic event. Was it the release of an overlord? Was it a Daelker weapon? Or was it the prophecy itself crashing due to a paradox? We will look at the glowing mists through the eyes of the conclave and see their terror. The swamp is quiet now. The chant has faded, but the stone is still warm. We have arrived at the scar. The air in the observatory is no longer cold. It is stagnant. It feels dead. Even the great orrery seems to hesitate in its rotation, the gears grinding against a friction that wasn't there before. We have spoken of the draconic prophecy as a map, a script, a song, and a computer. We have established that for millions of years, the prophecy was the absolute law of cause and effect. It was complex, yes, but it was functional. If you dropped a stone, it fell. If you killed a king, the kingdom bled. The inputs matched the outputs. But on the 20th of Olarun, in the year 994 YK, the machine stopped. The day of mourning. To the people of the 5 nations, this was a tragedy of war. A magical weapon gone wrong. A judgment from the gods. To the dragons of Arganessen, it was something far worse. It was a system failure. Imagine you are a great worm sitting in the conclave on that day. You are watching the readouts of the prophecy. You see the threads of the nation of Sire. You see millions of potential futures for the jewel of Galifar. In one thread, Queen Danel wins the war. In another, she negotiates a peace. In a third, she is assassinated. The tapestry is rich and vibrant. And then, in a single heartbeat, white noise. Not a thread snapping. Not a thread turning black. The threads simply cease to exist. The dragons didn't just lose sight of Sire. They lost the ability to see it. The dead gray mist that covers the Mournland is not just a magical fog. It is a prophetic dead zone. When a dragon looks at the Mournland today, they see nothing. No ifs, no thens, just a void. The prophecy, which covers every inch of the material plane, stops at the borders of the mist. This has terrified the conclave more than the return of any overlord. An overlord is a known variable. The mourning is an unknown. Let us dissect the theories of the morning through the lens of the prophecy. We are not looking for the name of the wizard who cast the spell. We are looking for the metaphysical reason why the world allowed a hole to be punched in its side. Theory 1. The prophetic paradox, the divide by zero. This is the prevailing theory among the scribes of the chamber. They believe that the last war created a logical loop that the prophecy could not resolve. Consider the immense weight of destiny placed on the throne of Galifar. The prophecy had spent 1,000 years building the kingdom of Galifar as a stabilizing force. Then, the succession broke. 5 nations spent a century trying to claim a destiny that was meant for one. The theory posits that 2 mutually exclusive absolute truths were triggered simultaneously on the day of mourning. Perhaps one thread of the prophecy stated, "The crown of Galifar must reside in Sire," and another thread, powered by the actions of the other nations, stated, "Sire must be destroyed for the age of war to end." When these 2 irresistible forces met, the must exist and the must perish, the logic of reality snapped. The universe could not calculate the outcome. It encountered a paradox. And what does a computer do when it encounters a fatal error? It crashes. It dumps the memory. The morning, in this view, is a blue screen of death. The gray mists are the corrupted data left behind after the system crash. The reality inside the Mournland is twisted because the laws of physics and magic are rebooting in that sector. Theory 2. The hubris of the maker, the violation of Erv. We spoke of the moon air, the anvil, the variable of making. House Cannith is the primary agent of air. In the final years of the war, House Cannith was pushing the boundaries of creation. The Warforged, the creation forges. They were creating life from cold matter. Some dragons argue that Cannith attempted a ritual, perhaps unknowingly, that encroached on the domain of Cyberes himself. The power to create a soul belongs to the dragon above. By industrializing the creation of souls, the Warforged, Cannith may have triggered an automated defense mechanism in the prophecy. The if statement might have been ancient and forgotten. If the children of the dust attempt to become the fathers of the soul, then the forge shall consume the fire. This theory suggests the mourning was a containment protocol. The world saw a localized infection, a runaway magical singularity in the Cannith labs deep within Sire, and it cauterized the wound. It deleted the nation to stop the infection from spreading to the rest of the planet. This explains why the mists stopped exactly where they did. It was a controlled demolition. Theory 3. The release of the 14th. We know of 13 overlords who are most active, but there are roughly 30 bound in Kyber. Some lore suggests that a specific overlord, Tul Orshka, the truth in the darkness, is bound beneath the region that was Sire. Tul Orshka is the overlord of madness and secrets. The morning shares many thematic elements with her sphere of influence. The warping of flesh, the living spells, the fact that the dead do not decay, but remain preserved as statues. If the morning was the release of an overlord, why didn't she conquer the world? Because the release went wrong. Perhaps the Lords of Dust botched the ritual. Or perhaps the chamber intervened at the very last second. The result was a partial release. The overlord was unbound, but trapped within her own explosive energy. The Mournland is the overlord, expanded to the size of a nation, churning and boiling, unable to fully manifest, but unable to be banished. If this is true, then every time an adventurer walks into the Mournland, they are walking inside the body of a demon god. The blindness of Argonessen. Why didn't the dragons stop it? They watch everything. The answer lies in the shadow of the war. The last war was a century of chaos. The prophecy was in a state of high flux. The sheer volume of death and choice generated during the war created a fog of probability. The Lords of Dust likely used this fog to mask their preparations. They hid the mourning thread underneath millions of war threads. By the time the dragons noticed the specific pattern that led to 994 YK, the tumble had already started. This has caused a crisis of faith in the conclave. The dragons failed. They failed their primary duty. The watchers were watching, but they didn't see. This has led to the current Cold War within the chamber. The dragons are paranoid. They suspect that the morning was a test run. If you can blind the prophecy in one nation, can you blind it in the whole world? The new variables, the living spells, and the Lord of Blades. The morning didn't just destroy, it created, and what it created defies the draconic prophecy. Living spells. A fireball is a temporary effect. It explodes and is gone. In the Mournland, a fireball doesn't fade. It remembers. It gains a rudimentary consciousness. It hunts. The prophecy has no code for sentient magic. It accounts for creatures and objects. A spell that thinks is a violation of the syntax. To the dragons, living spells are glitch entities. They are errors in the code that have become hostile. The Lord of Blades. Who is he? A warforged messiah? A madman? Bulwark, the former bodyguard of King Borinal. To the prophecy, he is a ghost. Because he resides in the Mournland, he is invisible to the dragons scrying. He is building an army in the blind spot. The dragons are terrified that the Lord of Blades is the avatar of the glitch. If he marches out of the mist, he brings the chaos with him. He is a variable that cannot be calculated because his origin point, the morning, is null data. If the man of steel rises from the gray fog, the calculations of the age end. There is a terrifying possibility that the Lord of Blades is the only being on Eberron who is truly free. Everyone else is bound by the prophecy. You, me, the kings, the dragons, we are all moving along paths of probability. But the Lord of Blades was born in the void. He might be the only creature with true, unscripted free will, and that makes him the most dangerous thing in existence. The expanding glitch. Recent reports from the field, from the brave or foolish scavengers who enter the mists, suggest that the morning is evolving. The borders of the mist are not perfectly stable. They breathe. Sometimes they expand a few feet. Sometimes they recede. But there are reports of mini mornings. Small pockets of dead gray mist appearing in other parts of Corvair, miles away from the border. A cellar in Breland suddenly fills with gray fog, and the rats inside turn to stone. A well in Aundair dries up and starts whispering in the voice of the dead. The dragons fear that the crash is spreading. The integrity of reality is degrading. The prophecy is unraveling. This brings us to the draconic reaction plan. What are they doing about it? They are frantically trying to patch the code. The chamber is working overtime to strengthen the stability threads in the remaining 4 nations. They are desperate to prevent another war. They believe that if the 5 nations go to war again, the stress on reality will be too much. The morning will expand. The blue screen will cover the entire continent. This is why the Treaty of Thronehold holds. Not because humans are tired of war. Humans are never tired of war. But because invisible draconic agents are threatening, bribing, and killing anyone who tries to start the conflict again. They are buying time. They are trying to figure out how to reboot the system without deleting the world. And they are looking for the catalyst. They believe there is a specific item or person at the center of the morning, the patient zero. If they can find patient zero, they can reverse the effect. Is it the glowing chasm? Is it the glass ruins of Metral? Is it the last heir of House Cannith who vanished in the mists? If you are an adventurer exploring the Mornland, know this. You are not just looking for loot. You are walking through the wreckage of the cosmic operating system. If you find something strange, a clock that runs backward, a mirror that shows a different world, a warforged that speaks with the voice of a dragon, do not touch it. Or do, because maybe, just maybe, you are the random variable that fixes the glitch. The prophecy is broken in the east, but the gears are still turning in the west. The game is not over. It has just entered sudden death. We have one final section to cover. We must look forward. We have looked at the history, the mechanics, the players, and the glitch. Now, we must look at the end game. In the next section, we will discuss the end of the age future patterns. We will look at the currently active prophetic threads in 998 YK. What does the prophecy say about the return of the Queen of Death? What does it say about the breaking of the Ring of Cyberies? And ultimately, we will ask the question, can the prophecy be defied? Can you, the mortal, pick up the pen and write your own ending? The mist is clearing from our minds, but the gray wall remains on the horizon. Let us turn our eyes to the future before it is too late. The fire in the hearth has burned down to embers. The deep blue of the night sky outside the observatory dome is beginning to pale. A faint line of violet light is bleeding over the edge of the Ironroot Mountains in the east. Dawn is coming. We have spent the night dissecting the anatomy of the world. We have looked at the bones, the blood, the skin, and the soul of Eberron. We have charted the movements of the moons and the machinations of the dragons. We have stared into the abyss of the morning. Now, as the light returns, we must ask the final question, the question that keeps the great worms of the conclave awake in their cavernous lairs. Where does it end? The draconic prophecy is not infinite. It is a story, and every story has a final page. The dragons believe that we are currently living in the end of an age. Not necessarily the end of the world, though that is a distinct possibility, but the end of a specific cycle of history. The if/then statements are running out of thens. The options are narrowing. The probability cone is collapsing toward a singularity. In the year 998 YK, the prophecy is vibrating with a frequency that hasn't been felt since the age of demons. The board is set. The pieces are moving. Let us look at the 3 potential endgame scenarios that the chamber is currently tracking. These are the 3 dooms. The first doom, the rise of the daughter. Deep in the northern wastes of Arganessen, there is a location known as the Pit of 5 Sorrows. It is a canyon so deep that the sun never touches the bottom. It is guarded by the flight of the Wardens of the Wood, a sect of green dragons, and watched constantly by the light of Cyberes. Bound beneath this pit is Tiamat. In the lore of other worlds, Tiamat is a god. In Eberron, she is the daughter of Kyber. She is the overlord of dragons. Her power is the corruption of the draconic soul. The prophecy contains a terrified stanza known as the Verse of Many Colors. When the 5 heads sing the song of unmaking, the children of the sky shall turn upon the Father. The dragons fear this above all else. They fear that Tiamat will not just rise and breathe fire. They fear she will hijack the collective consciousness of dragonkind. If Tiamat is released, the chamber, the conclave, the light of Cyberes, they will all fall. Their minds will be twisted. They will become the agents of the very evil they have spent 100,000 years fighting. Imagine thousands of dragons, the most powerful spellcasters on the planet, suddenly united in a crusade to destroy civilization. The signs of her release are subtle. A chromatic dragon born with metallic scales. A metallic dragon suddenly succumbing to greed or rage without cause. The prophecy suggests that Tiamat's release is linked to the Orb of Dragonkind, an artifact thought to be a myth, but which the chamber frantically searches for. If you hear rumors of dragons acting strangely, of ancient alliances breaking, know that the daughter is pulling on her chains. The second doom, the breaking of the ring. Look up at the ring of Cyberes one last time. It is fading now in the morning light, but it is still there, the golden halo of the world. It is the source of all arcane magic. It is the shield that keeps the universe at bay. But it is broken once before. The giants broke the moon Krya. The prophecy hints at a shattered sky. The golden band shall snap, and the rain of fire shall cleanse the unworthy. There are forces in the world, nihilistic cults, extreme factions of the Lords of Dust, and perhaps even the mad genius of a Cyberes heir pushed too far, who seek to break the ring. Why? Because the ring limits the power of mortals. It regulates the flow of magic. If you break the ring, you uncork the bottle. For a brief moment, every spellcaster on Eberron would have the power of a god. And then, the world would burn. The shards of the ring would rain down like meteors. The dragon shards we prize for our airships and lightning rails would become bullets from the heavens. The dragons of the chamber monitor the skyports, the high mountain peaks where the ring is closest to the earth. They watch for rituals that seek to pull down the stars. If the ring breaks, the draconic prophecy ends because the screen upon which it is projected has been destroyed. The third doom, the stagnation of dreams. This is the subtle death, the death of entropy. This threat comes from Dal Quor, the region of dreams, and the Quarry. The Quarry are immortal spirits, but their immortality is tied to the current age of Dal Quor. The prophecy dictates that eventually the age of Dal Quor must turn. The current Quarry will be wiped away, reborn as something new, something light. The Quarry do not want to die. They want to preserve the dreaming dark forever. They are working to halt the prophecy. They don't want to release an overlord too chaotic. They don't want to destroy the world, no one left to dream. They want stasis. They are building the Hanbalani altas, the monoliths, in the distant continent of Sarlona. These monoliths are psychic anchors. They are trying to drag Dal Quor back into alignment with Eberron, but permanently locked in a specific phase. If they succeed, nothing will ever change again. No new inventions, no social progress, no revolution. The world will become a perfectly ordered, perfectly stagnant ant farm ruled by the inspired. The prophecy will simply stop generating new lines. The book will close, unfinished. This is the war of free will versus determinism. And this is where you come in. The dragons read the prophecy. The lords of dust manipulate the prophecy. The Quarry try to freeze the prophecy. But you, the adventurer, the mortal, you are the variable. There is a concept in the deepest, most forbidden lore of the Library of Kornberg called the Zendrick Blank. It refers to a phenomenon where the prophecy simply fails to account for the actions of a specific individual. Maybe it's because you were born in the Mournland. Maybe it's because you carry an aberrant mark that defies the 12. Maybe it's simply because the progenitor Eberron loves a surprise. The dragons are terrified of you. They look at your timeline and they see a blur. They see if slash then statements that don't resolve. If the hero enters the dungeon then data corrupted. This is why they watch you. This is why they hire you. They are trying to figure out if you are a tool to be used or a glitch to be deleted. But there is hope in the glitch. The prophecy was written by the progenitors, but they are dead or sleeping. The world has grown beyond them. The future of Eberron is no longer written in the stars. It is being written in the mud, in the blood, and in the choices of people who refuse to do what the stars tell them to do. You have the power to break the cycle. You can find a way to bind the overlords that doesn't require a sacrifice. You can find a way to heal the Mournland that the dragons haven't thought of. You can unite the nations not by conquest, but by empathy, a force the prophecy struggles to calculate. As you leave the Star Peaks today, as you walk back down the 1,000 steps into the world below, carry this knowledge with you. The world is a machine, yes. A massive, complex, magical computer. But you are not a cog. You are the operator. The moons are just rocks. The stars are just fire. The prophecy is just words, and words can be rewritten. Go to Sharn and climb the towers. Go to Zendrick and explore the ruins. Go to the demon wastes and stare down the darkness. The great game is waiting for its final player, and the dragons are holding their breath to see what move you will make. Thank you for joining me on this journey through the archives. It has been a long night, but a necessary one. If you enjoyed this deep dive into the code of reality, if you found value in the secrets we have uncovered, please consider leaving a like on the record. It helps the signal reach others who are seeking the truth. And if you wish to be notified when we open the archives again, perhaps to discuss the lost magic of the giants, or the true nature of the Warforged souls, subscribe to the channel and ring the bell. The prophecy is always shifting. Don't miss the next verse. Until then, keep watching the sky and trust no one who claims to know your destiny. Farewell. Hello and welcome. Come, find a comfortable place, perhaps near the warmth of a hearth where the embers are dying down, or in a quiet room where the only sound is the hum of the night. Settle in, close your eyes, let the tension of the mundane world unravel. Tonight, we are going to walk the shadowed streets of the Sword Coast. We are going to peel back the layers of a deception so vast it fooled gods and monsters alike. We are here to discuss the secrets of Baldur's Gate 3. We begin our journey not at the end, but at the very moment the nightmare breached the sky. Imagine the silence of a sunny day in Yarder, shattered by a sound that isn't quite sound. A psychic scream that bleeds from the clouds. A nautiloid, a ship of tentacles and greased biomechanical flesh, tears through the dimensions. It is here that the seed of our story is planted. A tadpole, a gake larva, a creature no larger than your pinky finger, wriggling behind your eye. In the established lore of Dungeons and Dragons, specifically the Volo's Guide to Monsters, the reproductive cycle of the Mind Flayer is absolute. It is a process called seromorphosis. The tadpole consumes the gray matter of the host, fuses with the brain stem, and triggers a rapid mutation. The skin turns to mauve rubber, the jaw splits into tentacles, the soul of the host is severed, cast into the fugue plane, and a new Illithid is born. It is a process that typically takes days, sometimes hours. It is biological. It is inevitable, but in the events we are examining, the inevitable has been paused. You possess the parasite, yet the fever does not break you. The transformation does not come. Instead, you hear a voice. It is not the alien, buzzing hive mind of a standard colony. It is a voice of authority, a voice of terrifying calm, the voice of the absolute. let us dissect this entity, the Absolute. To the common folk of Faerun, to the goblins in the blighted village and the refugees on the road, the Absolute presents itself as a new divinity. It offers a seductive promise: unity, one flesh, one mind, one purpose. If you listen to the fervent prayers of the cultists in the shattered sanctum, you realize this is not merely a gathering of monsters. It is a spiritual movement. It mimics the structure of a benevolent religion, offering purpose to the lost and power to the weak. However, we must look at the true souls. These are the lieutenants of the cult, branded with a magical mark that glows with a mixture of shadow and psionic energy. Every true soul believes they have been blessed by a goddess. In reality, they are infected. They carry the tadpole. They believe their power to command others, the authority, is a divine gift. This is the first layer of the secret reveal. The Absolute is a masterclass in rebranding. The architects of this plot have taken the most feared creature in the Underdark, the Mind Flayer, and dressed it in the robes of salvation. Usually, an infection is a death sentence that alienates the victim from society. By framing the infection as a blessing, the cult has created an army of willing hosts. They have weaponized the fear of the geik by claiming to be the cure. But who or what is the Absolute? Throughout the early hours of your journey, you encounter the Dream Visitor. This figure, whom you design, comes to you when you sleep. They claim to be a survivor like you. They claim to be using their own magic to hold back the transformation. They urge you to use the powers of the tadpole. Embrace your potential, they whisper. This creates a fascinating narrative dissonance. The cult tells you to serve the Absolute. The entity in your head tells you to destroy the cult, but use the cult's weapon. We now know, through deep investigation of the game's internal files and the revelations in Act 2, that the Absolute is an elder brain, but it is not a normal elder brain. A standard elder brain is the center of an illithid colony, a creature of pure logic and domination that seeks to eat brains and propagate its species. The Absolute is an elder brain that has been shackled. It is bound by magic that feels ancient, metallic, and distinctly Netherese. When the goblin priestess Gut or the drow Minthara speak of hearing the Absolute, they are technically hearing the telepathic broadcast of this elder brain. However, the signal is being filtered. It is being translated. The brain thinks in concepts of domination and thrall. The magic binding it translates these concepts into words like faith and acolyte. It is a translation error weaponized on a continental scale. One of the most chilling pieces of lore evidence can be found in the Moonrise Towers. There are pamphlets and books describing the grand design. In traditional illithid lore, the grand design is the goal to restore the infinite empire of the Mind Flayers, to darken the sun and enslave all realities. The cult of the Absolute uses the same terminology, grand design, but reinterprets it as a world of perfect order where no one has to be alone. They are using the victims to build their own prison. we must also examine the prism. The artifact you carry, the astral prism, is the anomaly in this perfect system. It is a dodecahedron of shifting metal, vibrating with a specific frequency of resistance. The Absolute fears this prism. The cult calls it the weapon. Why? Because within the radius of the prism, the voice of the Absolute is silenced. The command to transform is nullified. This is why you, the protagonist, retain your free will. You are standing in the eye of a psionic hurricane. The true souls you fight do not have this protection. When you kill them, notice how the tadpole emerges from their skull. It is often described as being in stasis, wrapped in shadow magic. This is a critical detail. These tadpoles are not just biology, they are necromancy. They have been modified to pause the seromorphosis indefinitely. Why pause it? Because a mind flayer is a monster that is attacked on sight. A Duke of Baldur's Gate who is secretly infected, however, can walk into a council meeting. He can sign laws. He can open gates. The secrecy is the true weapon. As we peel back this first layer, we see the facade clearly. The Absolute is a play. It is a theater performance directed by unseen hands, starring an enslaved cosmic horror, and performed for an audience of victims who think they have found God. But if the Absolute is a puppet, who is pulling the strings? Who has the power to bind an elder brain? To answer this, we must leave the realm of aliens and look to the history of the gods. We must look at 3 specific deities who refused to stay dead. We must look into the shadows of the dead 3. Let the image of the floating brain fade for a moment. Let the psychic static settle into the background. We must now turn our gaze backward, deep into the fossilized history of the realms, to understand the architects of this nightmare. To understand the puppet, one must understand the hands that hold the strings. In this case, there are 3 hands, 3 distinct, withered, ironclad hands that have gripped the throat of Faerun for centuries. We speak of the dead 3, Bane, Baal, and Miakul. In the modern era of the Sword Coast, younger adventurers might mistake these names for mere myths, or perhaps minor cult deities worshipped in damp basements. But to understand the gravity of the threat facing Baldur's Gate, we must appreciate who these beings were, and more importantly, what they have become. They are not merely gods, they are usurpers. They are mortals who won the lottery of divinity and have spent every moment since trying to cheat the house. History tells us of a time long ago when the portfolios of strife, death, and the dead belonged to a single entity, Jurgal. He was the lord of the end of everything. He sat upon his throne in the gray waste, recording the demise of all things, bored by the sheer inevitability of it all. Then came 3 mortal adventurers, Bane the tyrant, Baal the assassin, and Miakul the necromancer. They were driven by a lust for power that transcended mortality. They marched into the gray wastes not to worship, but to challenge. Jurgal, tired of his burden, did not fight them. Instead, he made a deal. He stepped aside. He allowed them to divide his power among themselves. They played a game of knucklebones to determine the split. Bane, the ultimate authoritarian, won the domain of tyranny and strife. He sought to rule all, to enforce order through fear and iron. Miakul, the necromancer, claimed the dead. He sought to rule the spirits, to be the master of the inevitable grave and the fear that precedes it. Baal, the most savage, claimed murder. He did not care for ruling the dead or the living. He cared only for the moment of ending, the hot spray of blood, the cessation of life. This ancient bargain is the foundation of everything that happens in Baldur's Gate 3. But a question arises. Why are they here now? Why are they skulking in the shadows, using mind flayers, creatures they historically have no allegiance with, to enact their will? To answer this, we must look at the metaphysics of the Forgotten Realms, following the events known as the Second Sundering. The Overgod, Au, the god of gods, decreed that deities could no longer interfere directly in the mortal world with their full power. They had to act through their followers. Their power became inextricably linked to the souls that believed in them. A god without worshippers is a corpse floating in the astral sea. Bane, Baal, and Miakul chose a different path. They refused to fade into the background. They accepted a diminished state, becoming quasi-deities, in exchange for the ability to remain physically present on Toril. They exist in a state of liminal mortality. They can be killed, yes, as we see throughout the game, but they can also touch the world. They can whisper directly into the ears of their chosen. They can walk the earth. This desperation drives the plot of the Absolute. These three gods are starving. Their worship has waned. The great temples of Bane are dust. The Baalspawn saga of the previous century ended in ruin. Miakul is remembered only in fear, not reverence. They needed a way to force the world to bow, to die, and to fear them once again. Let us analyze the specific flavor of evil each brings to the Absolute. For the Absolute is merely a trench coat worn by three distinct philosophies of destruction. First, there is Bane, the Lord of Darkness. In the iconography of the Absolute, we see his influence in the rigid hierarchy. The goblins are militarized. The cultists are organized into ranks. This is not chaotic zealotry, it is weaponized order. Bane despises chaos. He believes the strong should rule the weak. When Gortash, his chosen, speaks of unity and security, he is channeling Bane. Bane's goal is not the destruction of Baldur's Gate, but its subjugation. He wants a world where every knee is bent, where freedom is recognized as a flaw. The Steel Watch, those massive mechanical constructs policing the city, are the physical manifestation of Banite philosophy, unfeeling, unyielding, absolute control. Next, we have Miakul, the Lord of Bones. His influence permeates the shadow-cursed lands. If you recall the stifling darkness of Act 2, the way the shadows themselves consume life and leave only husks, that is Miakul's touch. Miakul represents the fear of death and the unnatural extension of existence. He is the god of the rot. In the Absolute's plot, Miakul provides the necromantic binding. The tadpoles, as we discussed, are in stasis. This suspension of biological time is a necromantic art. Miakul's contribution is the preservation of the army, the ability to raise those who fall to fight again. Ketheric Thorm, his chosen, is an immortal general, a man who cannot die. This is the promise Miakul makes. Serve me, and you need never fear the grave, for you shall live within it. Finally, there is Baal, the Lord of Murder. He is the volatile element. While Bane builds the prison and Miakul digs the grave, Baal just wants to fill it. Baal is the god of the urge, the dark urge. His influence is seen in the senseless cruelty of the plot, where Bane might enslave a population to work. Baal demands a tribute of blood. The pile of bodies found in the hidden chambers, the flayed skin, the artistic display of gore. This is Baal's signature. He is the least interested in the grand design of controlling the world. He ultimately wants to reduce the world to zero. He is the entropy that threatens to tear the alliance apart from the inside. The alliance of these three is inherently unstable. It is an alliance of convenience. In the lore, the dead three often fight among themselves. Bane views Baal as a rabid dog that needs a leash. Miakul views Bane as a pompous tyrant. Baal views them both as obstacles to his slaughter. So, what binds them? The answer lies in the apostolic souls. This is a deep cut of lore revealed by Withers. The plot of the Absolute involves infecting the population with mind flayer tadpoles. When a humanoid undergoes seramorphosis and becomes a mind flayer, their soul is destroyed. Or rather, based on what we know of the fugue plane, the soul is processed in a way that it does not go to the afterlife. It does not go to the gods. It vanishes from the cycle of the weave. For the other gods of Ferun Tyr, Selûne, Mistra, Lathander, this is a catastrophe. If their worshippers are turned into mind flayers, the gods lose their power source. They starve. The dead three have weaponized this mechanic. By controlling the elder brain, they hold the kill switch for millions of souls. They can threaten the other gods. Let us rule, or we will delete the souls of your followers. It is a hostage situation on a cosmic scale. Furthermore, the dead three are subverting the illithid hive mind to generate their own artificial worship. The Absolute acts as a funnel. When a cultist prays to the Absolute, the psychic energy is intercepted and siphoned to Bane, Baal, and Miakul. They are hacking the system of divinity. They are using alien technology to steal prayers. We see this manifest in the colony beneath Moonrise Towers. The architecture there is a blend of the organic, slimy curves of the illithid and the sharp, brutalist stone of the dead three. Murals depict the three gods standing together, unified by the crown of Karsus. The crown is the linchpin. We will delve into the crown of Karsus later, but for now, understand that it is the tool that allows these three quasi-deities to dominate a being as powerful as an elder brain. Without the crown, the brain would enslave them instantly. With the crown, the brain is a battery. As you play through the game, pay attention to the environmental storytelling in the temples. In the temple of Baal beneath the city, the stone is slick with fresh blood, the air humid with a metallic scent. It feels frenzied. Contrast this with the mausoleum of Ketheric Thorm, which is cold, dusty, silent, and filled with the smell of dry rot. Then compare that to the fortress of Gortash at Worm's Rock, which is sterile, mechanical, filled with the ticking of gears and the smell of oil. These distinct atmospheres represent the clashing philosophies of the three gods. They are trying to sing a harmony, but they are all singing in different keys. The tragedy of the Dead Three is that they are trapped in a cycle of their own making. They sought power to escape the boredom of death, but they have become slaves to their own portfolios. Bane must tyrannize, Baal must murder, Miakul must rot. They lack the free will to change their nature. This is juxtaposed against the player character, who, despite having a parasite in their brain, possesses the ultimate power, the power of choice. You can choose to resist. The gods cannot. They are static entities, crashing waves against the shore of history, eroding it slowly, but unable to stop their own motion. In the grand tapestry of the Forgotten Realms, the Dead Three are the recurring villains who refuse to stay down. They are the rot in the floorboards of the Pantheon. And in Baldur's Gate 3, they have made their most ambitious gamble yet. They have allied with the one thing that the gods fear more than each other: the far realm, the alien, the illithid. It is a deal with the devil, but in this case, the devils are the ones making the deal. We have established the facade, the absolute, and the architects, the Dead Three. Now, we must turn our eyes to the specific vessel of this destruction. We must look at the origin of the plot itself. We must speak of a character who was not merely recruited, but born for this exact purpose. We must speak of the Dark Urge. Now, let us narrow our focus. We have looked at the sky, at the gods hiding behind the clouds. Now we must look at the earth, specifically at a patch of blood-stained stone where you, or rather, the entity known as the Dark Urge, stand. In the standard playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3, the protagonist, often referred to by the community as Tav, is a blank slate, a canvas upon which you paint a history. But there is another path, a canon origin that recontextualizes the entire narrative of the game. This is the story of the Dark Urge, and to understand the secret reveal of Baldur's Gate, we must accept a terrifying truth. The villain of this story was not initially the Elder Brain. It was not Orin. It was not even Gortash. The villain was you, or at least who you were before the tadpole devoured your memories. Let us explore the biology of a ballspawn. In the saga of the previous century, the tale known as the Ballspawn Crisis, the Lord of Murder foresaw his death during the time of troubles. He walked the lands of Faerun in mortal guise, seducing women of every race: human, elf, giant, dragon. He sired children, biological offspring who carried a spark of his divine essence in their blood. These were the Ballspawn we knew from the ancient texts. They were half mortal, half god, struggling with a heritage they did not ask for. They had mothers. They had childhoods. They had a chance at normalcy, however slim. The dark urge is different. If you dig deep into the archives of the Temple of Baal, or if you listen closely to the words of the Scribe of the Dead, you uncover a darker genesis. The dark urge was not born in the traditional sense. There was no mother. There was no conception. The dark urge was sculpted. When Baal was resurrected, he wished for a champion who was not diluted by mortal DNA. He took his own dead flesh, the gore of a murdered god, and he molded it. He breathed his own malice into it. The dark urge is, in essence, a clone of Baal's pure intent. You are not a child of Baal. You are a dagger of Baal given humanoid form. You are the purest. This distinction is vital to understanding the urge itself. For a normal Baal spawn, the impulse to kill might be a whisper, a temptation. For the dark urge, it is a scream. It is a physiological need, akin to breathing or sleeping. Without blood, the dark urge physically suffers. The narration in the game describes it as a sickness, a headache that splits the skull, a trembling in the hands that only ceases when they are submerged in something warm and wet. It is an addiction written into the genetic code. Before the events of the game, before the nautiloid ship appeared in the sky over Yarder, the dark urge was a figure of immense power and terror in Baldur's Gate. You were the leader of the Baalist cult. You were the high priest. You walked the Undercity not as a refugee, but as a king of the sewers. We must talk about the blood in Baldur's Gate. 15 years prior to the game's start, acts of horrific violence began to plague the city. These were not simple muggings. They were artistic displays of cruelty. This was the work of the dark urge. In the prequel story, we learn of an investigator named Valeria, a Holophant, a celestial being, who was looking into these murders. The dark urge was the phantom she chased. You were the monster in the dark, but you were not a mindless beast. This is the tragedy. The dark urge, prior to the memory loss, was calculating. You were intelligent. You possessed a sophisticated charm. You were capable of navigating high society just as easily as you navigated the temple slaughterhouse. This brings us to the most significant relationship in the game's backstory, the bond between the dark urge and Enver Gortash. When you explore the Mind Flayer colony at the end of Act 2, you can find a journal in the barracks. In it, there are notes about the First Chosen. It speaks of a partnership. Gortash, the Chosen of Bane, found a kindred spirit in the dark urge. Bane and Baal typically have a contentious relationship. Bane wants to rule, Baal wants to kill. A kingdom of corpses has no subjects to rule, so their goals usually conflict. However, Gortash and the dark urge found a compromise. They were, in a twisted sense, friends. Perhaps the only friend either ever had. There is a moment, if you play as the dark urge and confront Gortash in Worm's Rock, where the facade of the tyrant cracks. Gortash looks at you, this amnesiac adventurer, and he doesn't see an enemy. He sees his lost partner. He speaks with a strange fondness. I wondered if you would return, he says. It was the dark Urge and Gortash who hatched the plan to raid the Hells. It was not a coincidence. They traveled together to the realm of Mephistopheles, the archdevil of Cania. They broke into his vault. It was the dark Urge who helped steal the crown of Karsus. Imagine the scene, the chosen of tyranny and the chosen of murder, standing back to back in the infernal fires of Cania, fighting off devils, stealing an artifact of god-tier magic. It is a partnership of catastrophic potential. They brought the crown back to the material plane. They located the Elder Brain. They were the ones who devised the plan to enslave it. The dark Urge was the architect of the Absolute. This recontextualizes everything. When you wake up on the beach in Act 1, confused and frightened, looking for a healer, you are actually the arsonist looking for the fire department. You created the problem you are trying to solve. The tadpole in your head, it is part of the very shipment you authorized. The cultists trying to kill you, they are worshiping the god you enslaved. So, what happened? How did the mastermind become the victim? This is where the tragedy deepens. The dark Urge had a weakness: jealousy, not from them, but directed at them. Within the Temple of Baal, there is always a hierarchy of blades, and waiting in the wings was Orin the Red. We will delve into Orin in the next section. But for now, understand that the dark Urge fell because of betrayal. You were ambushed. Your skull was opened, and a tadpole was inserted not to control you, but to destroy you, to wipe the slate clean, to turn the high priest into a mindless thrall. But the procedure was botched. Or perhaps your ballast blood was too strong. The tadpole ate your memories, yes. It took your name, your history, your alliances, but it could not eat the Urge. The Urge remained, lurking in the brain stem, a ghost in the machine. Throughout your journey, you are accompanied, haunted, by a figure named Celeritas Fell, a small, wretched, goblin-like creature in a top hat and tails. He is your butler, but he is not a living creature in the traditional sense. He is a manifestation of Baal's will, given form to ensure you do not stray. Celeritas Fell acts as the custodian of your worst self. When you try to be a hero, he appears in the night to remind you of the joy of slaughter. He rewards you. He brings you gifts, like the Deathstalker mantle, a cloak woven from the skin of your victims. He speaks to you with the obsequious tone of a servant who knows his master is a monster. "You are doing so well, my lord," he croons. As you stand over a body you do not remember killing. One of the most harrowing moments for a dark Urge player occurs in camp. You go to sleep peaceful. You wake up, and there is blood on your hands. A brutally murdered bard, Ulfiera, perhaps, or a dragonborn named Quill, if Ulfiera is unavailable, lies dead at your feet. You did it in your sleep. You had no control. This narrative mechanic serves to terrify the player. It strips away agency. In a game about choices, the dark Urge reminds you that some things are in your blood. But here lies the beauty of the dark Urge storyline. It is the only storyline that offers true redemption. A normal character who saves the world is just doing their job. A hero doing hero things. But the dark urge, if the dark urge saves the world, it is a rebellion against their very creator. It is a rejection of their DNA. When you stand before Baal in the final act, if you choose to defy him, you are literally dying. Baal rips his essence out of you. You die. Wither's Jurgle must intervene to bring you back. And when he does, he says something profound. You are no longer a Baal spawn. You are just you. However, if you embrace it, if you accept the gift, you become the Slayer. The Slayer form is a hulking, spiked monstrosity, an avatar of pure destruction. You fulfill the destiny that was written in your gore at the moment of your creation. You take your place at the head of the table again, and Gortash's plan is back on track. The secret reveal here is that the entire plot of Baldur's Gate 3 is essentially a workplace dispute between three chosen, gone horribly wrong. The chaos of the game is the fallout of a coup within the Temple of Baal. The dark urge represents the horror of the internal enemy. The monster is not the squid-faced alien. The monster is the voice in your head that tells you it would be so easy to push your companion off the cliff. It would be so satisfying to see the light go out in their eyes. As we finish this section on the dark urge, picture the Temple of Baal again. Deep underground, past the Farslayer, past the trial of sudden death. There is a room there, the heavy stone doors sealed. This was your room. Inside, there are hooks on the ceiling. There are drains in the floor. It was your sanctuary. Now it is empty, and the usurper sits on your throne. A changeling with a penchant for theatrics and a desperate need for approval. We must now turn our attention to her. The one who broke the plan. The one who plunged the knife into your back and set the world on fire because she lacked the patience to watch it burn slowly. We turn to Orin the Red. The scent of the sewers beneath Baldur's Gate is complex. It is damp, earthy, filled with the decay of a city that produces more waste than it can manage. But if you go deeper, past the Undercity ruins, past the ancient architecture that predates the current civilization, the smell changes. It becomes sharp. Iron, copper, the smell of an abattoir that has never been scrubbed clean. We are entering the domain of Orin the Red. If the dark urge was the cold, calculating mind of murder, the silence before the strike, Orin, is the scream that follows. She is the current chosen of Baal, and she is everything her predecessor was not. Chaotic, flamboyant, unstable, and deeply, tragically human in her insecurities. To understand Orin, we must look at her armor. It is not metal. It is not leather. It is a carapace of shifting, raw meat and chitin. It is organic. It looks as though she has turned her own skin inside out to wear her devotion